You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
Allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet is you find me. The back of the club macking hoes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music blasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f*** needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic free. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to seize. Put the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Ends is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gas strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girl, fool.
Oh no. Hi. Hey, hi, hello. Uh, there I am. Hi there. Hi. I hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're all good out there in the interwebs. Good vibes. Chilling. Happy Friday. It's Friday then. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm okay. Pretty good. I'm just perpetually behind. I have genuinely been trying to start at like 5-ish, 5 or 6. I just can't manage to do it with all the editing and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'll just go live at like 2. If I go live at like 2 or around then I could be done at like 9. And then I could edit late into the night. Edit in Tofu. I guess that's possible. I don't know why, like, I'm so opposed to that idea in general. I'm just so wiped after stream. I just want to take a nap. I feel like starting before noon is just like a non-option. That's just like not something I'm ever gonna be able to do well. I don't think I'm ever gonna be a Grumlow or a Denims. I've never been that much of a morning person in my life. It's so hard. I don't know how they do it, honestly. I mean, Denims has said that she just likes waking up early. Grumlow doesn't like waking up early. He just like does it for the community. I think it's probably like a good stream time for him with Hasan and everything. That's the thing, like everyone streams around Hasan time, and like 2 p.m. is like peak Hasan time. Like I don't know who's gonna show up during the day for me. honestly. And I don't want to, like, regularly miss Mari streams. They're so fun. Too Twitch brained. Help. Someone help me budget this. My family is dying. I really, I don't know, maybe I should do, like, a couple 24-hour streams to do, polls on what time people think I should stream, like my audience. On success and growth is just as important. Hi there. Hi, happy Friday. Yeah. I know it's important. I just, like, I know, like, half my community is in Mari / Hasan / whoever else during the daytime, usually. I don't, like... I like my stream. I think it's good. I find it watchable, personally. I just don't think I'm, like, competing with Hasan levels yet. Like, maybe if I just go back to, like, doing art all day, it's so much work to, like, try and react and paint and shit. Like, even on, like, a practical level, like, trying to pause while I have paint on my hands, like, I'm, like, so scared. And I did. I got a little paint on my mouse pad already, so I don't even know. How do art streamers do that? Or their community I don't even know about. That's true. That's a good point. Isn't default a Hasan fan? And no, that's true. There's a lot of people that don't like him. That's true. Mine too, yeah. I don't know. Maybe if I just, like, wasn't as worried about getting everything done before stream and was just focused on, like, just, like, getting ready. It just sounds like hell, like editing at night. I can probably do it though. I mean, most of my days are, like, days I don't really watch this on anyway. Like, the weekend, he's usually doing, like, gaming or some drama shit that I don't really care about. So I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, I didn't get to editing, like, a shorter YouTube video. I had too much shit to do. I decided to, like, clean up everything in here. It was, like, kind of a mess. It's a little different. You may notice. Oh, I have, like... more art. I guess you can't even see it. Shit. It's back there, though. Just know that there's art back there. But I do have that painting back. But it's also behind the tables. Just for floor space purposes. So much more room. Yeah, it's gonna be easier to, like, paint and stuff. Do other projects. The later you go, the more international you get, and they won't be there during the day most times. That's true. I do have a at least 2 Aussie chatters. I forget what the time difference is, though. I think they could probably still catch me during the day a little bit. And then there's like, when I got that LBAT raid, that was just in the afternoon, I think. Cover shit as it's happening. That's true. That's a good point. And then if I edit, then it's up like by the next day. That's true. That's true. Oh shit, I was gonna post pictures on Instagram. I forgot. Oh yeah, I got my new Teddy Fresh shirt. It's hella comfy. I don't usually wear white because I sweat a lot, but it's not sweaty at all. It's so breathable. Ten out of 10 t-shirt. Would recommend. I hate when I brush it in my eye. That's good. Thank you. Thank you. Been cooking all day. Wait. Got with the UAW video at noon. Over 50k views now. Goddamn. Yeah, I guess it was happening at midnight last night, technically. So if I was streaming last night, I would have been on top of it, but I had way too much to do. That table was fucked. I fixed it. The leg was like broken. Got some fucking wood glue and nails. Put it back together. It's good as new. Do the weeds? Not yet. Not yet. Sunscreen next time, yeah. True. I have it on my table so I don't forget. Hoping it like cools down soon so they just die. No, I'm gonna do it soon. I will. I will do it soon. My my jasmine plant never flowered this fall. I guess it's like still early, but it's usually around now where I would see it starting, and it's just starting to autumn off. I don't know if I have some kind of pest on there that I can't see or something. Some sort of infection. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I miss it because it smells so good when it flowers. It makes like the whole deck smell. So nice. Maybe I just need to fertilize it. To be fair, I haven't done that. I don't usually fertilize my plants. I just like add soil and or repot them. Because I'm poor, but never seen a jasmine plant before? Oh yeah, you have. It's the one, the viney one. It's a little out of control right now. It's going all over the place, but it's in the big pot. It has little white flowers. I don't know. Should get some spearmint. Oh, I have some already. It's good. Yeah, I have like 2 pots of spearmint. I haven't actually harvested any this summer because I've just been so busy, but it smells good. I have some basil I need to harvest. I just planted some cilantro that should grow pretty quick. As long as it doesn't like get a cold snap out of nowhere or something before October.
For all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet as you find me. The back of the club macking holes, my crew's behind me. Man question asking, blunt passing, music blasting, but I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes.
Oh no.
By the layers, true fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic for free.
Yeah, there's so much happening. I like never feel like I have time to get to. There's like the Hunter Biden indictment. That's gonna be an interesting trial. Drop the penis pics already. We need it. Everyone wants it. The leftovers fight. Yeah, I saw clips of it in Hasan's stream. I'm so curious. 8-hour streams every day. Yeah. True. And then they're trying to indict Joe Biden as well. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna get him. He's just doing regular politician stuff. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm not invested either way. You know, if they indict him, then they do. I just don't know if there's evidence. And then there's like a bunch of Republican infighting relating to that, like the investigation into Joe Biden. Everyone's like mad at McCarthy for some reason in the GOP. I don't really know why. Not sure what all that's about. It's just way too much. Nancy and Diane showing up to Mexican Congress? Sorry, what? Wait, what? That's not even on my radar at all. Wait, is this for the alien thing? Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, the meme. The meme. That was so good. Real. Like, I don't think they should be traveling. Oh. So good. Uh, um, what's his face retired? What was his name? Oh my god, I'm blanking so hard. What's his goddamn face? I don't know. Some fucking Republican in Congress did the right thing and retired. He's like, I'm at retirement age, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Yeah, no, the alien story is crazy. Like, I can't believe people are fucking believing that shit. Like, how? Why? Why would it look exactly like a tiny human? Like, why is it shaped like humans? Romney, thank you. And it's not even, like, a good model. Like, the legs are, like, way too straight. It's like, there's nothing, that straight in nature. Like, very uncommon to see, like, that straight of a line. Like, it's literally just, like, wire in there. They just did a straight line. uh... All the Men in Black memes. So good. Real. Nature ain't straight, real. Big gay. That's a big gay, man. Oh yeah, and then Joe Biden didn't go to the 9/11 sites, and everyone's pissed off. How disrespectful. It's only been 22 years. Wait, right? Yeah. It was funny as fuck. Like, on Fox News, they were mad, like, saying, oh, a president has always been either at the sites of 9/11 or they went to, they just stayed at the White House. Like, why is it better if he's at the White House than, like, off, like, doing other presidential shit? Like, who cares? Literally, who cares? Who gives a goddamn? Like, they're usually mad that he's, like, not doing enough, right? And now he's doing stuff and they're like, not today. Not today. Our sacred day. Ridiculous. All right. So I just have a short piece on, well, shorter piece on the strike from Democracy Now. I trust Amy to guide us through this. Okay. Praise, Amy. Live forever.
The UAW, the United Auto Workers, has launched an historic targeted strike against the big three U.S. automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis, which is the parent company of Chrysler. On Thursday, UAW President Shawn Fain announced strikes at 3 facilities: a GM plant in Wentzville, Missouri, a Stellantis complex in Toledo, Ohio, and a Ford assembly plant in Wayne, Michigan. About 12,700 workers are taking part in this initial strike, but Fain said the strike could be expanded.
Tonight, for the first time in our history, we will strike all 3 of the big 3 at once.
Get fucked.
We are using a new strategy, the stand-up strike. We will call on select facilities, locals, or units to stand up and go on strike. This strategy will keep the companies guessing. It will give our national negotiators maximum leverage and flexibility in bargaining. And if we need to go all out...
I like that. Keep them on their toes. Never let them know what's coming. Unfortunately, they've already responded with the layoffs, which is just clear fucking retaliation.
We will.
The strike comes during a highly profitable period for the big 3 automakers. According to the UAW, the 3 auto companies made a combined $21 billion in profits in the first 6 months of the year. The union's demanding higher wages, a return to traditional pension plans, and a shorter work week. This is Jesse Ramirez, president of UAW Local 230.
It's a long time coming.
In 6 months, dude. That's fucking insane.
Our members are owed what they gave up during the bankruptcies. We gave up pay, we gave up COLA, we gave up pensions. Tiers were introduced into our location here. So it's about time that all the sacrifice that our members gave to this company to bring it out of bankruptcies and now one of the most profitable car companies, it's time that our members get what's owed to them.
On Wednesday, UAW President Shawn Fain addressed auto workers about the need...
Dude, since the 2008 financial crisis, since 2008, they've been waiting for their, like, adequate compensation and benefits. Like, that's insane. That's insane. I can't believe it took this long.
Need to strike.
I'm at peace with the decision to strike if we have to, because I know that we're on the right side in this battle. It's a battle of the working class against the rich. The haves versus the have-nots. The billionaire class against everybody else. And again, in talking about that, this class warfare, people accuse us and say this is class warfare. There's been class warfare going on in this country for the last 40 years. The
No war but class war, motherfucker. It ain't new.
billionaire class has been taking everything and leaving everybody else to fight for the scraps. And when I talk about that, there's one more piece of scripture I like that reminds me of in Matthew 19:23-24.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
states, it is easier for a camel
Okay.
to pass through the
this
eye of
one.
a needle
I was scared.
than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God.
That's true.
Why is it easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God? I have to believe that answer, at least in part, is because in the kingdom of God, no one hoards all the wealth while everybody else suffers and starves. In the kingdom of God, no one puts themselves in a position of total domination over the entire community. In the kingdom of God, no one forces others to perform endless, back-breaking work just to feed their families or put a roof over their heads. That world's not the kingdom of God. That world is hell. Living paycheck to paycheck, scraping to get by, that's hell. Choosing between medicine and rent is hell. Working 7 days a week for 12 hours a day for months on end is hell. Having your plant closed down and your family scattered across the country is hell. Being made to work during a pandemic and not knowing if you might get sick and die or spread the disease to your family is hell. And enough is enough. It's time to decide what kind of world we want to live in. And it's time to decide what we're willing to do to get it.
That was UAW President Shawn Fain, who took
Two-based.
office in March. We're joined now by two guests. Alex Press is staff writer for Jacobin Magazine, where she covers labor. Her new piece, headlined, "The UAW Strike Matters for the Entire U.S. Working Class." Press was a union organizer before becoming a reporter. And Marcelina Pedraza is with us. She works as an electrician at a Ford assembly plant in Chicago, a member of UAW Local 551, and a fourth-generation union worker. Marcelina, let's begin with you in Chicago. Your response to what happened last night at midnight, thousands of auto workers going out on strike in a targeted strike against three of the automakers, the big three automakers. Talk about the significance of this.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. I love the show. Yeah, this is an historic moment, as you said, the first time in history that all big three auto workers will be striking. And it's inspiring to see.
That's incredible. Also, like, I don't think there's been like a major strike in the auto industry for like 50 years, I think is what I heard. And the fact that like the big three have never been on strike at the same time, it's truly like remarkable how much anti-union agitprop goes into making that happen. It doesn't happen on accident, you know?
The solidarity between all of the auto workers, not just auto workers, but workers from all around. This is going to make it's going to be beneficial to us. We're going to keep fighting, and I hope this strategy will work. I'm going to trust the process. I know a lot of members might be disappointed that we weren't called, but that still could be a possibility, and we're ready if and when we'll be called to walk out next.
So talk about this strategy of the targeted strike. We've never seen this before in U.S. history. And also, do you think a change in the leadership of the UAW, Shawn Fain became president in March, has made the difference here?
Yes, for sure. I mean, since our newly elected President Shawn Fain said, this is going to keep the companies, keep them guessing, and, since he was elected on the campaign, the One Member, One Vote campaign from UAWD, United All Workers for Democracy, I think it's made a huge difference. Members are seeing more transparency. We're getting constant updates, which we, haven't seen in the past couple contracts that I've been involved with. So the members are fired up, and we're ready, and we're united.
It's a really key point that you're making, Marcelina, that Shawn Fain won in the first direct election of the UAW's leadership in the organization's, in the union's 88-year history. I want to go to the Ford CEO, Jim Farley, who was speaking on CNBC earlier this week, claiming the United Auto Workers Union proposal could bankrupt the company.
If we signed up for the UAW's request, instead of making money and distributing $75,000 in profit sharing in the last 10 years, we would have lost $15 billion and gone bankrupt by now. The average pay would be nearly $300,000 fully fringed for a 4-day work week. There is no way.
Per UAW employee.
Yeah.
Good.
This is our fully
I don't think that's
tenured school teacher in the
I don't think that's what they're asking for, but okay.
U.S. makes $66,000. Someone from the military or fireman makes mid-50,000. This is 4, 5 times, 6 times what they make. There's no way we can be sustainable as a company. That's why we put our proposal in 2 weeks ago to say, look.
There's no way. There's no way. I have to make $300 million a year. I simply have to. Let me fact check that real quick. What's this bozo's name anyway? $21 million a year. $21 million. This man alone makes $21 million every year. For what? For what, exactly? For appearing on television and saying shit like this? Cool.
You want us to choose bankruptcy over supporting our workers? Here's our proposal. Let's work through this. We've heard nothing.
That's the CEO of GM, Jim Farley. Last night, Shawn Fain was asked about his comments, and he said that the labor pay was something like 5% of what the companies pay.
Interesting. So Fortune says it's 21 million, but Forbes... Wait, this is also Fortune. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, the CEO of GM is different. Okay. Okay, so the CEO of GM makes 29 million. Mary Barra. Interesting.
Out. Alex Press, you're a staff writer for Jacobin. You wrote this new piece, The UAW Strike Matters for the Entire U.S. Workforce.
You took his salary away. It's only 70 people. Okay, but like, what about the rest of the C-suite? More than the revenue of the company. I don't think that's what they're actually asking for. I'm not sure of the exact terms.
If you can talk about what Farley is contending.
Yeah, so I mean, Shawn Fain said last night in response to those comments, every word out of their mouths is a lie. And I think in this case, it's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Jim Farley was paid tens of millions of dollars last year. There's no sense of bankruptcy on the table for these companies. You know, I think it's important to think about when we talk about strikes that are about ending tiers, especially, which is what's at play here with the auto workers. You know, $300,000 a year, this is a calculation for the top rate with all benefits translated into monetary value. There are workers on the assembly lines right now who are making $22 an hour with very few benefits. These are workers who can spend up to 8 years as temporary employees not given access to full-time benefits and pay because of these tiers. They might work 60, 70-hour weeks alongside people paid much better. This destroys a union, right? It rots it from the inside. Workers distrust each other. It's very hard to keep oneself together in such a situation. So Jim Farley, a man who is paid tens of millions of dollars, is contesting that he can afford to give workers a few extra dollars an hour. And so I think there are many specificities when you go into the list of demands here that you don't have to be all in and a member of the UAW's reform leadership to sense that, you know, this is a lie. Even Bloomberg itself talked about how real wages have been down 30% for UAW members over the past 10 years. And again, Bloomberg said that the companies can afford this.
And just to say, Jim Farley is the Ford CEO. That's where Marcelina works.
Yes.
Made something like $21 million in total compensation last year, according to the Detroit News, while Stellantis CEO Carlos Tavares made $24.8 million. Can you talk about why 2023, this historic strike, relates so directly to the 2009 financial crisis and what UAW agreed to give back because the company said they would go bankrupt?
Sure. So there were a number of concessions that the workers agreed to, that the UAW agreed to, you know, quote unquote, to save these companies, right? They were failing, they were facing bankruptcy. Some of the things the workers gave up included cost of living allowances, COLA, as we call it. So, you know, as inflation has been high lately, these workers are losing more and more money every year in real wages.
Yeah, and that should just be built in. That should be required. Across the board. Like, you should have to give raises commensurate with inflation. You should simply have to. Because you know you're raising your prices. You're charging more for your goods and services as inflation rises, right? So, why can't you just pay people?
They introduced tiers, as I mentioned, workers who are working alongside the older workers, the more senior workers. And
oh no, I've been off camera this whole time. Why didn't you tell me?
Being paid less, they lack pensions, retirees are suffering. These are all things that were supposed to be temporary, right? The company said, as soon as we're profitable, we'll give this back, right? It was this sense of partnership. That partnership was a poison pill for workers, and the UAW new leadership knows that. And they're saying, hey, you're very profitable. It is very clear that these companies are making historic profits. It's up almost 100% as far as their North American profits over the past decade versus the decade prior. And the leadership and the rank and file are saying, okay, you lied. You didn't give it back, so now we're taking it back.
Senator Bernie Sanders has called on the U.S. public to support a strike by UAW members.
Yeah, I was looking for his speech at there was like a rally in Detroit or something. I might just pull this one from Forbes or something.
If the big three automakers, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, do not provide reasonable contracts to address long-standing inequities in the industry, there will be a strike. And all of us should support the strikers. The UAW members will be fighting not only for themselves, but against a corporate culture of arrogance, cruelty, and selfishness, which is causing massive and unnecessary pain for the majority of working families throughout our country. Their fight against corporate greed is our fight. Their victory will resonate all across the economy, impact millions of workers from coast to coast, and help create a more just and equitable economy.
So that's Bernie Sanders. Alex Press, so you've got the three targeted plants. In Wayne, Michigan, Ford, 3,300 workers. In Toledo, Ohio, 5,800 workers at Stellantis, makers of Chrysler. And in Wentzville, 3,600 workers striking against GM. Explain this overall strategy and then how it could expand to over 150,000 workers.
Sure. So as we've heard, it's called the stand-up strike. That's what the UAW is calling it. It is never tried before, right? It's a callback to the union's origins, which were in the Flint sit-down strikes, right? There are these incredible photos, that you can find in archives and the history books of workers sitting down in the plants. They're reading newspapers, they're drinking coffee. They wouldn't leave, right? This was a targeted strike on particular plants that the entire supply chain, the entire supply line for auto relied upon. And it was an enormous success. It built the UAW, it inspired copycats in other unions, and it largely reignited and built the 20th.
I think CEOs and C-suite execs also get massive salaries just because of the impact of their decisions. I mean, is it hard to make decisions? I don't know, like, if Jim Farley fucks up and does something wrong, the company could go under, or suffer significantly. That's sort of the jobs. Okay. Far less impactful. I mean, to who, though? If an electrician regularly fucks up, then there's going to be electrical issues in a large number of those cars. Every car that they worked on their line will have issues. Like, I don't know. Like, that's a highly skilled job. There's no, like, jobs that require no skill, but that is one that you do have to be skilled at. With the union, good. Capitalists and me, jobs aren't equal when they shouldn't get equal pay. It's not the same thing as costing thousands of people their jobs. I mean, you might be costing thousands of customers their lives. I don't know, like, if we're looking at real world impact, like material impact. I don't know. Like, if a C-suite exec makes a decision and they have to then, because of that decision, lay off hundreds of thousands of people, that exec shouldn't have their job anymore. They're just not good at it. Like, I don't know, like, I don't think they deserve a cookie because they didn't have to close the company. If you can't afford to pay your workers a living wage, then you shouldn't have a business. Period. You take on too many employees, like, that was a bad decision. But, like, I don't think that means you deserve more money. Like, I don't know. Oh, those workers are out of work, so just close the company isn't an answer. Right. Closing the company is never the answer, which is why they just make people do the work of 2 or 3 people while they still keep the C-suite execs at the salary of millions of dollars. Like, what do they do that exactly is worth millions? Is it backbreaking decision-making? Are they going to an early grave because they had to make decisions so hard? I don't think so. I just don't think so. It's largely like delegation, management, like assigning tasks to people, meetings, talking about shit, getting briefed on revenue shares and shit. Like, I just... Provide livelihoods. Provide livelihoods. But they don't have the livelihood, the C-suite execs, they don't have a livelihood without the workers. Without the workers, they have an empty factory building. That's it. All C-suites are not evil. I mean, maybe not. Maybe not inherently. I just don't think that they're worth 10, 20, 100, 1,000 times more than the people who actually produce the value of the company. Between workers and shareholders. Yeah, I mean, that's why I hate capitalism. That's the core of it right there. The life we live in, shitty decisions have to be made. I mean, yeah. But why does just, like, having decision-making power make you inherently worth more than the people who are actually creating the products, doing the services, performing the labor that makes money? Because sitting in a boardroom, talking shit with your buddies, going to lunch and drinking, that's not generating value. It's often costing the company because they just pay it on their company cards.
Century U.S. labor movement. So Shawn Fain has said, this is our generation's answer to the sit-down strike. Now, right now, as we've said, there's just under 13,000 workers on strike. This is an escalation tactic, right? Shawn Fain has said that not only once a week, but several times a week, he could call out new plants. Every time one of these companies gives an insulting proposal at the bargaining table, Shawn Fain and the leadership can stand up and say, all right, new plants are out. You know, it's this increase of leverage, right? You know, there are risks, of course. I mean, 150,000 person strike all at once. So
They do. They do. If everyone working at, say, for this example, if everyone working at GM decided they don't have to work hard because they're just low value wage slaves and they're not worth anything, so they just slap the tires on, they just do whatever, they do shitty welds, whatever goes into car making, I don't know. They do a shitty job. Then suddenly, GM is worth less. Suddenly, the stock value of GM is tanking and shareholders are mad. Like, there is a lot on their shoulders. Like, the demands on assembly lines are insane. Insane.
Certainly would be powerful. It would be important for the workers because it would be such a mass of them. They'd have their communities with them. You know, it'd be so visible. But at the same time, it's very expensive. So these workers right now are still earning paychecks, and the workers who are on strike, they're getting money out of the strike fund, $500 a week. But this helps sustain the strike, right? And so I think, you know,
Not dependent on one person. That's the point. There are dozens of employees involved in quality control. Not all one person. The entire factory QC process would have to fail. Right. Which is why we should give more powers to the workers. Because if it's done democratically, then everyone's making decisions together because they all have a vested interest in the company succeeding. And not just only appeasing the shareholders. That's the whole point.
So far, we've seen, I was a little bit of a skeptic about this, and we've already seen that it's paying some dividends here. You know, there have been a lot of reports from UAW members in certain plants that their plant management has been given fake lists of what plants are going to be targeted, that it's messing up the supply chain, that there's sort of confusion and panic among the companies. And so this is really, I mean,
we can always say how it should be. I mean, these people are acting out how they think it should be. These people are literally putting everything on the line, literally at the risk of being laid off for doing this because they think it should be different. And I stand with them uncritically. I support them 100%.
Use a war metaphor, it's guerrilla warfare.
Marcelina, you come from a blue-collar family, fourth-generation union worker. For you, the significance of this moment, not only for the auto workers, but can you talk?
Not asking for a distribution of more power. No, that's what a union is. What do you think a union is? They're asking for cost of living wages, which is the bare minimum. Pensions on par with what auto workers previously received. Literally before the 2008 financial crisis, not that long ago even. They want an end to the tier system, which is like where they keep people at part-time so they don't get benefits. A lot of places do this, and it's incredibly fucked up. Job security guarantees, which, yeah, you should get that. And these are all very, very basic labor protections. They're not just like greedy people asking for more money. That's insane. You don't go on strike because you just want more money. They're asking for better working conditions. Like, I don't know why everyone just defaults to calling them greedy. The CEOs are greedy. The owners of the company are greedy.
Talk about, you see yourself and the auto workers setting a model for working people across the country.
Yes, so I come from the southeast side of Chicago, which, you know, was once the, you know, biggest steel producer in the nation. And I've seen, you know, my family, my father and grandfather worked in the mills, and I've seen those plants close down, and I've seen what it can do to a community, you know, and I used to work at the Belvedere Assembly plant, and now that plant has been idled, and we don't know what's going to happen there. And it's a much smaller city than Chicago, obviously, but it's going to be devastating to that community. So this is an important moment in history for us to win back a lot of the things we've lost in these past few years. You know, it's huge for the labor movement, and it's uniting workers all across the world. You know, we've had a solidarity from Brazilian auto workers, Mexican auto workers, and just workers of all kinds. So it's going to be make a huge impact on working families.
Alex Press, before we go, put this in the context of union activism around the country and around the world this year.
Yeah, but like, this is the first step in changing the power structure. This is like exerting your power as a worker literally starts here. This is the only first step. You have to go into negotiations. If the negotiations aren't met, then you go on strike. If the strike isn't met, then you stay on strike. Like, that's how this goes. Like, unless you're talking about like, let's seize the means of production. Like, let's literally steal the factory. I don't think that's like happening. They did negotiate. You can't go on strike without negotiating. Jim Farley was the one who refused to negotiate. Hard demands, and that they are under the table. They're under the table. I mean, yeah. They were probably making the hard demand on what? Cola? Cost of living, wages. Sean replied with "fuck that video." I mean, yeah. I'm curious to see what terms Jim sent. I'm not up on everything, but I'm sure it was not even close to what they were asking for, which is why this thing would happen. Like,
almost unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, in the United States, not unprecedented, but certainly unlike anything we've seen in several decades, certainly in my lifetime. You know, we have still the massive double strike in Hollywood. You know, that is hundreds of thousands of workers, 160,000 just in SAG-AFTRA, another 12,000 of the Hollywood writers. We've seen other strikes, too, across the country, and we've seen near strikes. You know, the Teamsters at UPS came very close to striking, and in doing so won an unprecedentedly strong contract, right? And, you know, I think I always tell people to think on a bigger timeline than, say, an electoral cycle when we talk about this. This is the culmination of years of this rising working class, progressive, socialist movement that, you know, you can draw a through line through Occupy Wall Street, Black Lives Matter, the Bernie Sanders presidential campaigns.
yeah, I don't know. I'm curious what you mean by like short-sighted, I guess. Like, you don't start with like, hey, we think you should consolidate the C-suite. You know what I mean? This is where it starts. You do ask for a livable wage at like the bottom level, which is what they're asking for. It's hard to survive on fucking $20 an hour even. Like, it's not livable in many places. Rent is like over 50% of people's income in so many places. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to feel bad for the biggest auto manufacturers in the country. They'll have to do this whole song and dance again in a few years. Union has been doing this for 80 years, and this is not the start. Everyone always says this is our new start every time there's a massive strike, and then it repeats. But this is like the first time the big three have been on strike at the same time. I think leveraging their power together is going to be much more effective. Because, like, the big three are going to be, like, setting the industry standards. So, anybody working at, like, a smaller company that makes cars probably isn't making as much as at the big three. Those are probably, like, the best jobs. Like, I don't know for sure, but if I had to guess, like, those are going to be, like, the price point, you know? I don't know. If companies just gave people raises, then they wouldn't have to negotiate for raises. If they were just given safe working conditions, they wouldn't have to demand them. I don't know. Like, there's no capitalist that's just providing those things out of the goodness of their own heart. Those fuckers have to be held accountable.
And now a rising, fighting, working class, organized labor movement that is not just clawing back concessions, but going on the offensive. And you really, when you get deep down into these movements, you see a lot of them are the same people throughout these years. And so this really, you know, a big part of it is also the pandemic, clarified the lines of class, and also heightened the risks for workers like auto workers who had to risk, as Shawn Fain said, the possibility that they would catch a disease at work and die or spread it to their family, all while their employers, the CEOs, and even the plant managers got to work from home. There was very little risk at all. So this is a sort of, I think, expression of pent-up frustration and reform efforts and organizing, and, you know, I think to just put it.
Oh my God, do you really think GM is going bankrupt, Jesse? Be for real for 2 seconds. Do you honestly think GM is going bankrupt right now? Do you think they would be going bankrupt if they paid everyone a living wage that rose with inflation? If that's true, then they should close down. Then they should close down. You know what I mean? If GM can't stay afloat by paying everyone a reasonable wage, then fuck them. We can have a different one. When would be a better time than now? I mean, I don't know. What do you suggest? What's your suggestion? As for a restructuring, I don't know if they have that much leverage, you know? They're already being laid off for asking for a wage that rises with inflation. I don't know if they have that much pressure. Multiple time, we bailed them out. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't have bailed them out? Like, what, I don't know. What are you saying? Like, yeah, that happens. We will be the ones paying for it in the end? Not them. What do you mean? The most impactful history strike, but not have enough impact for real change. That makes no sense. I mean, the change you're talking about is upending capitalism as a whole. Stealing the factory floor. Sure, if you want to start the revolution, be my guest. Be my guest.
And put it to underline it here, I would just say that they have a lot of ground to make up, the auto workers, and they're dead set on trying to do it.
And finally, the video game programmers, the significance of them if they go out on strike, who they are?
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, that's a reflection of, you know, the white-collar workers who have been organizing new unions in mass, you know, in a really remarkable way. We might think that video game programmers have very little in common with, say, auto workers, but these are both sets of workers who, if you read about what the video game developers are going through, massive overwork, incredible stress, incredible pressure, and huge profits for their employers while they don't see any of their fair share. So there's many new union campaigns to look out for, and as we've heard already on this program, you know, when the United Auto Workers strike, and if they win, which I believe that they will, that has effects for everybody else. The UAW is the biggest industrial union in the United States. They historically have...
Wait. Do you think corporate bailouts are like when the company is literally going to go under if they don't get the bailout? They're just trying to balance their books, man. I guarantee you the GM could be fine if they never got a single bailout. Those fuckers are charging like 80 grand a truck. Are you kidding me? You've got to be fucking kidding me, right? Just think about the numbers. If you're on an assembly line, how many trucks are you pumping out a day? Is it 10 cars? Is it 50 cars? Is it 500 cars? In any case, you should be able to make over 100 grand, like easy. Easy. Without any questions asked. Like, I don't think that's insane. And like, I don't like, if you are so invested in having your American-made car company succeed, then yeah, use your taxes for it. Like, why not? Would you prefer your taxes go to Raytheon? Is that better? If all your taxes to go to Lockheed Martin, to subsidizing Vortak? Is that cooler? Or is it better to fund SpaceX so we can send a penis rockets? Like, I don't know. Any discussion about like, oh, well, they used our money to bail them out. Like, that's my hard-earned money. Like, do you really give a fuck about where your taxes go? Do you even give a shit? Because it's mostly to the military and cops.
Played a precedent-setting, pace-setting role for the entire working class. And so that's, you know, it's why we all have to be out there on the picket lines and otherwise supporting them. It'll help us, too.
Alex Press, labor reporter at Jacobin Magazine, will link to your latest article, The UAW Strike Matters for the Entire U.S. Working Class. And Marcelina Pedraza, electrician at Ford Assembly Plant in Chicago, member of UAW Local 551.
I don't know, man. If you aren't capable of making decisions that keep people in work, then you shouldn't be CEO anymore. Easy. If workers can get fired for literally any reason that you feel like, then yeah, fire their CEO for making bad decisions. Actually pay taxes, and yes, we do care where they go. Okay. All right. What are you trying to say? You think I've never paid taxes in my life? Because I have. And yeah. I would prefer they not go mostly to the cops. That would be cool. Fucking cops and military companies and fucking private mercenary companies. Like, yeah. and you think, like, bailing out your fellow worker, not worth it, bad decision, bad expense, bad use of your money, where do you think all of your taxes should go? Line by line. Enumerate.
Did you know that the last time America's major pipes were replaced?
My interest doesn't matter more. That's not what I said. I'm just saying, if you care about taxes, you should be more mad at the military and less mad at people who work in factories in America. Workers, I would prefer the money go to them than to whatever fucking company that's invested in murdering people. That's what I'm saying. You can prefer something different.
Was over 100 years ago. Apparently, the water systems in this country got a C- grade from the American Society of Civil Engineers. I mean, aren't we supposed to be one of the richest countries in the world? And that's just one part of the infrastructure.
Pick voice because I didn't want my money going to Ford X's. Ford X's. For a bailout. I mean, that wasn't about you. That's just like the general American sentiment. Like, you're not the only one that feels this way. And yeah, no, the execs should not be the one getting bailed out. Fuck the execs. I don't give a shit.
I don't either, but they let me drive it. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, bailouts are fucking worthless? Okay. I mean... yeah. Sure. Let's, give the IRS more money. So that they can regulate these things. I don't know. Like what? Like... I agree. I don't know the solution there.
Hey guys.
Wait, that don't make no sense.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Woo! We're back. We're back.
Hey guys, welcome back. We're domestic terrorists.
Gentlemen, we are all domestic terrorists.
And I mean, it doesn't matter if the bailout money goes directly to the worker. If they're getting bailed out because the workers demanded a living wage, and then the company couldn't make ends meet to pay them, then the workers are still getting paid. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I don't understand the economy. I did only do Econ 101, to be fair.
To all the haters that said leftovers can't go 2 weeks in a row. We did like what, 3 weeks, even through COVID, and then I had to go to Mexico.
Then your dumbass went to Mexico and streamed.
I did stream from Mexico. I had to go to Mexico for my family, and you know, I went to Cabo. We stayed at a resort, but
you stayed at a resort during the strike.
What strike?
The writer's strike? Do you think that's appropriate?
What are they working at the Mexico resort?
Okay, there is a strike of hospitality workers in Southern California, but that's not Mexico, so. That's the tax part I was saying earlier with the IRS. Those execs don't pay any tax. That's true. Determine where my tax money goes in the bailout. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, fuck execs generally. I don't know. Give them some shitty execs to bail out and let them figure it out. Yeah. I guess I'm not sure on the intricacies. Is that how it works? They just send a blank check to the execs? Like, I don't know if that's how it works. But doling out the money by department. I mean, yeah. I guess. But they get audited, you know? Maybe not enough. Which is why I think Brandon tried to fund the IRS more and give them more resources, right? Just grease the auditors. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of a risky business. Like, some auditors will take bribes, but are you really going to take the risk that maybe this one will rat you out? Maybe this one's a narc? Like, I don't know. I'm sure it happens. I just don't know how often they get away with it.
Yeah, I pulled a curveball. I pulled a Bill Maher. But yeah, something happened to me that apparently happened to you as well.
Yeah.
I stepped foot in the Cabo airport and I got detained. I got detained by the Customs and Border Patrol of Mexico. They took one look at me. I had the big
CEO of Verizon is now running the FCC. Yikes. Yeah, I hate it here. I hate it here. Yeah. Burn it all down. Start over. That's how I feel personally. Metaphorically, you know, it's an analogy, a parable, if you will.
Pelican case with my electronic equipment. And they're like, come here. And I go over there and he's like, hit this button.
He goes, they didn't even make me hit the button.
Yeah, he goes, hit this button. I'm like, oh, what do you mean? He's like, if the light lights up, you got to go to the x-ray machine. I'm like, oh, fucking. Look, my name is Hasan, okay? I have traveled to and from the United States of America. I know those fucking shits are not random. Do you understand? Like, I always get random ID checked, even though I have fucking clear. Or I always will have, like, additional...
How dare you...
He always gets the bomb swabs.
How dare you accuse them of not being honest with the button? For myself, I think it is random. I've never been selected.
Yeah.
And my experience is random.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I've never even seen the button. I didn't know there was a button. What?
But I always get selected. Like, when I'm coming into America, they always pull me to the side. And the second selection is so annoying because they do it right as you board on the plane. I don't know if you know this. Right as you board on the plane, they will pull you to the side and go, oh, sorry, you got randomly, it shows on the records that we have to randomly search you. And, like, because when you're about to board the plane, you're like, all right, I made it. Like, this is the final checkpoint. Like, you're not supposed to be stopped
already
at that
walking
point.
on the
like literally
ramp?
Before you get on the ramp, in between, you know where they're like touching your, like when they're clicking on your boarding pass.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Past that or there
at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, they just stop you there and they're like, we have to do one more search. Sorry. Which is fine. It's whatever. It's an inconvenience, but I'm used to it. I just didn't know that it would happen in Mexico because spiritually Mexicans, Flexicans, and Turks are the same.
But they didn't profile you. They just profiled you for being rich.
Spiritually, we're all Turks.
Yeah, exactly. They profiled me for being a rich gringo instead. So, yeah.
Did they shake you down?
100%.
So tell me, how much they get from you?
Whatever 19%. So like
the tax thing, right?
Yeah,
They
yeah,
do the
yeah.
same fucking thing to me.
Yeah, like 20% of $1,000.
And they looked up the most expensive.
They didn't look it up.
Oh, they didn't even look it up.
No. So
what did they get you on?
So they hit the button, and then they were like,
I've heard the story so many times.
you have, you know, I go through the X-ray machine. They're like, you have electronics. You have electronics in here, and I'm like, yeah.
People travel
It's
with
like
electronics.
my personal equipment.
Mm-hmm.
And I had seen the pamphlet where it says like you have to declare if you have electronic equipment that's like, you know, there's certain boundaries.
Okay, to be fair, like I have the bare minimum for a streaming setup, and if I carried this all into Mexico, just like in a bag, yeah, that would look shady. That would look like I'm selling shit. There's like 20 cords, a thing with a bunch of buttons, like a camera, fucking 2 monitors. Like I just like nah, like I get it.
Certain parameters, right? Why do they have this? Because there's a tax. Why do they have this tax? Because people buy cheap electronics in America and come into Mexico and sell cheap electronics in Mexico, right? But I'm not a fucking electronics salesman, and the things that I had in my bag were like, I had monitors, I had my
2 monitors, 2 microphones, what else? Probably 2 game controllers, 2 keyboards.
I had my microphone, like they're all out of the box. You know what I mean? They're like neatly
You're traveling with the whole ass like little studio.
Yeah.
Like this dude's setting up shop.
Yeah,
Down in Tijuana.
So they were like, oh, these electronic equipment, like that's very expensive. I'm like, no, it's not. They're like, no, that's $1,000.
Oh, they
I'm
just
like,
made it up. It's
yeah,
probably more than that, huh?
I don't think it was more than that because it's 1, secondhand, and 2, it's like 2 shitty monitors. Like they were specifically pointing to the monitors. They're like, that's $1,000. I'm like, no, it's not. I have a laptop. It says all of this is allowed. Like all of the electronic equipment that I have.
Did the same thing. I
is
looked
allowed.
up the law right in front of them.
So they pull me. They're like, you got to come with us. So they pull me to the other room. Okay, they sit me down, and my mom is like panicking.
Now let me ask you: this is when you arrive in Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So my mom is panicking. I'm texting her. I take a photo. I'm like, I'm here. I'm like at the a customs and border thing. Like I don't know what the fuck's going on. They see me take a photo. They freak the fuck out. They're like, get up right now. Like they're like literally lose their minds. They're like, you can't take a photo. You can't take a photo. He like pulls me outside. He makes.
Obviously not. Obviously not, Hasan. There's those little signs everywhere. They're like, no photography, no phones, leave your phones in your pocket, or whatever. Like, yeah. You should know this.
Makes me read this fucking sign.
Like, in most of the airport, like when you're going through security and everything, but especially customs. Especially customs.
Like, that they printed out, okay? And then they, like, used tape, like they duct tape to the wall, like there's a unofficial sign that says it's illegal to take photos inside of the detainment center, and that like fines that I might have to pay could be up to $16,000 American.
Nice.
And also prison.
Hell yeah.
And he's like, I'm gonna put you in jail. Like you have to delete that photo right now. So I'm like, okay, fine, dude. I'll fucking delete the photo. Chill the fuck out. Okay, calm down. And I delete the photo. He's like, delete it from your recently deleted. And I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers know what they're doing.
Recently deleted.
They're like, go to your recently deleted. I'm like, holy shit, this guy
Not
has
fucking
definitely
around.
done this before.
Oh, yeah.
So I deleted from my recently deleted.
Not allowed. FouseyTube almost got banned recently for streaming in an airport. Dude. Fousey almost gets banned like every goddamn day, I swear to God. That man, I don't know. Bless his heart. He needs help.
Deleted. Okay, so they sit me down again, and they're like, "It's $1,000. You have $1,000 of equipment. I'm gonna take your passport. I'm not gonna give it back to you if you don't pay this."
Oh well, wait, can he do that?
No.
Yeah.
Fuck no.
They didn't threaten that to me.
No.
Oh yeah. Wait, was that the time that Ethan actually convinced him to stop streaming? Ethan was like on the phone with him, like, "No, don't do it, dude. Don't do it." I think I remember that.
I like at that point I was like, wait, I was like, I'm an American citizen. I don't think you can do that.
Yeah.
So he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take your passport. I might."
But
even
it's Mexico.
Yeah, but
I mean, who fucking knows?
Doesn't matter, bro. Come on.
I know, but like,
it's like one call to the embassy.
I know, but they'll fuck your whole week up.
Yeah, for sure. Which is, I don't want to do that.
And then just let you go home
Yeah.
after like torturing you for a week.
Yeah. Well, then not like literal torture, but
Just
you know,
putting you in
Yeah,
prison.
exactly. It's like annoying.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to deal with all that, obviously. I'm like, it's not $1,000. So at that point, I'm like, all right, I'll pay this, but like, I'm gonna try to haggle with this guy because it's not $1,000. And he's like, prove it. I'm like, okay. And I pull my phone out. He goes, put your fucking phone back in your pocket. I'm like, well, how am I gonna prove it? He's like, you should have thought about that before you came into Mexico. And he.
The video of him screaming at the cops when he finally did get banned. I don't think I did see that one. He doesn't need help. He's been gone for a while. Hopefully he's in treatment or something. Yeah. Wait, is he not around? I think I heard something about that. Thought I heard that he went to rehab or something, but I don't remember. It was a while ago. Yeah. He's wild. He's just like always like so manic and just like giving into the mania. Full force. Not on Twitch at least, yeah. Oh wait, didn't he he went on Kick or something? Kick or Rumble or something like that.
He was like, he wouldn't let me pull my phone out to show him the receipt of like how much these electronic equipment cost. And so, yeah, I had to pay this arbitrary fee that they made up in their minds.
$1,000?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You had the cash on you?
No.
The credit card payment.
Oh no, I was not. I had cash on me, but I was not going to give those motherfuckers cash. I was like, yeah, if you want.
You do credit card?
Yeah.
Charge back?
Yeah, I did not charge back because.
Charge back Mexican government?
I did not charge back because I didn't want to like fuck around. You know what I mean?
Put that phone
Well, now that you're back.
What if I go back? And they're
not
going
going-
a arrest
so-
warrant.
So
Oh, it's all coming back. It's all coming back to me. I'm having a flashback. He's starting a streaming house with Aiden Ross. Ooh, and somebody else, another cringe person. I don't remember.
Happened to me. I haven't been back.
So it happened to you in a similar fashion, you're saying?
I used to vacation in Mexico all the time. I love Mexico. It's so close. It's beautiful. The Mexican people are wonderful, except the ones that work at
Sneeko. The worst combination of humans.
customs. That's got to be one of the best jobs in Mexico. Those guys probably just clear so much fucking dinero, dude.
That is a good job. I think like being a federal is pretty solid. Like local police are pretty corrupt as far as I understand, depending on where you are at.
So I went in there with a DJI, the drone.
Oh yeah, they were like, "You have a drone in there?" I was like, "No."
So I checked it on just for no reason. We went down there. It was a.
That was before his final freakout, or was that recent? Yeah, this was like the 31st, it looks like, of August. So that was probably before the freakout. I don't know. It's gonna be a shit show, yeah. I can't imagine. There's gonna be cops involved. I just know that much.
A few years ago, and we just wanted to get some fun shots for YouTube, right? And the minute we arrived, my drone was on the conveyor going in, and they, just like you, they pulled us aside and was like, "You can't bring electronics into Mexico." I was like, "The fuck?" I was like, "Sid, what are you talking about? Like,
What?
everyone's walking in with a phone. That's
In 2023, no electronics, please.
just the same cost as
Yeah.
He's like, "Listen, dude, here's the deal. We have to charge you sales tax." And I was like, he's like, "That, or you can just get on a plane and leave." I said, "What if I don't want to pay it?" He says, "You can leave. We won't let you in the country." So I was like, "Okay." He's like, "So this thing costs like $5,000. I was like, "No." He let me look it up on the phone.
Oh yeah, mine did not let me look it up. Oh my god, if
But
I had to pay taxes on $5,000, I would have been throwing hands at that point. I would have been like, fuck you.
Well, you paid tax on almost that much.
Fuck that.
At 1,000, but at that point, like obviously it's
You
not
paid 1,000.
I paid taxes on $1,000 worth of electronics.
Oh, so you paid only a couple hundred bucks.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
And
come on.
But it's not the money. It's
No,
not
you
the
paid
money.
1,000. I
It's
know.
not the money. It's 100% the principle.
I know.
Because like, I'm Turkish. I go to Turkey all the fuck.
Just the principle of a matter. Okay, it's on. You could have just paid it and moved on.
Fucking time, okay? Or used to. I don't anymore. But like, I know how that shit works. Okay, I know you like fuck over the foreigners. I get it. You know, there's a, you know, the dollar is very valuable. Like, but in that situation, because I'm not Mexican, because I don't speak Spanish.
I'll be back in a minute.
There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Even though it made you hurt, you always tried to make it work, cause you believed in us. She said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then. You're getting all that you should know by now. It never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know. It was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours, but a lot of change in the past few years. A couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. She said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. There's something that you're asking that was never in question. Something that you're asking that was never in question.
I love Welcome Cafe. They're so good.
I had no recourse in that situation, in that moment. Like in Turkey, if they try to pull that shit on me, I'd be like, I'm a Turkish citizen, shut the fuck up. I speak in Turkish and be like, no, fuck you. In Mexico, I'm not fully, you know, I don't know how things work that well, but I know I was getting fucked over. But the principle of the matter is what frustrates me. And it's nothing for me. Sure, I'll pay that tax. Who cares, right? But there are so many other people that they could fuck over that would genuinely ruin their entire trip. Like that's like $200. You know what I mean? That's a decent amount.
They got way more than that out of me, and I haven't been back since. And I think it was in Cabo or Puerto Vallarta or one of these hot tourist cities. And I'm really confused by the way that they just allow this level of corruption to go on, where they're just harassing tourists, because I have not been back since then. And I used to go there like twice a year, pretty much.
Yeah.
And, because I hated this feeling of like, I'm 100% at this unhinged psycho's whim to do whatever he wants with me. And I don't like the feeling.
Is that different from Cops in America?
So I'm just not coming back. I don't trust it. I don't trust what they're doing there. It
Yeah,
just feels lawless.
I mean, for me, like, I don't have any like tropical weather or any of that, like nature. I don't like any of that shit anyway. So like, I was just there simply for my family.
There you
But
go.
yeah,
I would say
He's so sweet. He just wanted to go for his mom. Ane wanted to go, so he went.
Like,
don't bring electronics to Mexico. They'll fuck your whole life up.
It's just like if I were to ever go back, I think I would go with like a handler. You know what I mean? Like someone
both a Mexican attorney.
A handler.
Like, no, just like someone that yeah, someone that knows.
That would be awesome.
Got to go with the CIA handler.
Someone that knows what's up. Someone that will like handle all that stuff ahead of time. Because like I will always travel with at least like some level of filming equipment and stuff. And it's not like severe. It's a fucking webcam and a laptop, guys. You know what I mean? Before you freak out over it. And I don't want it. I don't want that to happen again. It was really annoying.
Speaking of handlers, Olivia's handling that. Kaya's getting. She's not gonna shit it behind the wall, is she? She'll be fine.
I hope not.
Yeah, she'll be okay.
Yeah, I do get afraid that every time she goes
You are
behind
so
there.
Huge. When did you get so big?
She's getting bigger and bigger.
Enormous.
I made a miscalculation. I thought she was 7 months old now, but she was born on March 5th, so she's actually 6 months old only.
Oh boy.
6 months.
Huge.
She looks like a full-grown ass.
Yeah,
dog.
she's like almost 70 pounds.
How much bigger is she gonna get than that? That's crazy.
Probably like 100 plus.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Crazy.
Kaya,
When
how
we
are you gonna
play-
be bigger than that.
When we play, and
She's a
like
big girl.
sometimes she just like jumps and pushes me while we're
Dude, she's going to be so massive. Just enormous. Enormous.
like, you know, horsing around, and if I'm not planted, it will like catch me off. If it catches me off guard, like she could push me.
Yeah. I mean, she's huge.
Yeah.
Well, there that is.
I can still beat her ass though.
One
She's
last. So we have all
Northwest.
kinds of fun things today. We have, let's see. Oh, Eminem put the kibosh on Ramaswamy. Lose yourself. That's a shame.
I did. I saw it. It's
Lauren
awesome.
Boebert is a drunken. God, she's such a trashy.
I don't know.
I love
B-word.
this story so much.
But let's see. The main ones is the Biden impeachment.
Lobo.
We've got the deranged police cam video, which I've been wanting to watch. Mike Pillow deposition.
Oh yeah, I saw that one and I thought of you immediately. I was like, you're gonna love this one.
We've got the UFO experts in Mexico, which everybody's buzzing about. Huge revelations here for the UFO community. And other fun
Aliens
stuff like
real.
that. But before that, I do want to say that right now, very quickly here, guys, at the top of our show, right now, ReadyFresh.com, at this very moment, there is a sale live.
Now,
right
It's
now.
happening
Last
right now, in
chance.
this
We're doing a
moment.
clearance sale on some of our old styles that are just kind of in weird sizes and stuff. So you're going to be finding heavy, deep discounts on some of your favorite pieces. You might want to run over now. See if the size is there. See if the style is there that you like. Chances are you're going to find something.
I have
fantastic.
those cross-stitch pleated trousers. Sick.
Which ones?
The cross
these
pleated
ones?
trousers.
You endorse
they're-
Oh my god, is that a copy pasta? That's so cute.
these?
Yeah, those are fire.
There you go. So there's 28 and 30 available. Those are pretty slim fits.
My pants.
Who's even at 26? I guess women.
Yeah.
26. That's really
Twins.
that's a skinny boy right there, man. 26. Shit, I was in middle school, I think, when I had a 26.
I've never had
They
26
exist.
waist in my entire. I think like I would.
Cute news. I love cute news. Vote to name rescued mountain lion cubs raised nearly $20,000. Oh, oh, they're so cute. I love them. Can I have one? Please. Please. Stop it. Stop it right now. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. The Scottsdale-based Southwest Conservation Center raised nearly 20 grand by allowing the public to vote on the names of 2 orphaned mountain lion cubs. After the 3-week voting period, Echo and Dash were the names that the voters chose. Oh, Echo and Dash, I love them. I'm in love. Total of 3,852 votes were cast by 423 donors across Arizona and the Midwest. And the Midwest? Okay, it seems random, but okay. Each vote cost $5. Let's fucking go. The losing names were Alpine and Apache, along with Zion and Bryce. Yeah, no, these were the best names. Echo and Dash, very cute names. Very cute. Pretty thankful, blah, blah, blah. Rescuers discovered a male siblings who were only a few weeks old at the time in a den in Alpine. Biologists from the Arizona Game and Fish Department, who were monitoring their mother with a tracking device, noticed that she stopped moving. Oh no! They're Bambi lions. Oh, it's so sad. No. Died from injuries she suffered when she was struck by a vehicle. But not before she nearly reached the cub's den. I'm gonna cry. Stop it. Stop it. Non-releasable to the wild because their mother had never had the opportunity to teach them the essential survival skills. Oh no, they're domesticated. Oh, babies. Oh, I love them. I love them so much. I'm not crying, you're crying. Oh, it's supposed to be happy news. And now I'm crying. Oh, the little cats. They're just sweet little babies. Look at their little paws. Healthy, energetic, and adorable. Oh, having recently lost all the baby spots on their fur. Oh, the babies. The Conservation Center will introduce the cubs to outside play and eventually to adult mountain lions, Ash and Nokana. Oh, the naming is cute though. No, it is cute. And I'm glad they did a charity. That's cool. They're using the internet for good. Name the lions with $5, you know? It's like capitalism with the silver lining, but I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. I just hope like eventually they can learn how to be wild, you know? For things. They just never learned.
Was born with not a 26 waist.
26. What's your waist size right now?
38.
That's not bad for a guy your size.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great. I want to go back down to, I want to get, yeah.
We can work on that.
I'm working down to, look at this guy, gets skinny all of a sudden. He's like light fat shaming me a little bit.
Actually, I think I might be, I think I might be a 38 again.
Yeah,
Nux. My favorite news source. Yes. They really turned the Mexican alien into a cake! It was a cake all along. Ain't nobody wants to eat that, but okay. W. W for making it a cake. Oh my god, with the crumbs and everything. Oh my god. They nailed it. And like.
At my slimmest, I was a 34.
34?
Yeah, that was when
really
I was like,
tight.
that's when I had a six pack though.
Tight.
Yeah, it was
That's
so
a tight
sick.
bod, bro.
Yeah, he was the best.
Yeah, but so go ahead, check it out, teddyfresh.com. It's right here on the homepage. It's the last chance. It's clearing.
Let's we can go.
Right now.
Oh yeah, did you guys see Hila? Sam made her the sweetest little sweater thing. For like to commemorate Shredder. It was so sweet. Oh god damn it. Instagram won't let me fucking log in. God damn it. It was awesome. Yeah. Sam's the best. She's so crafty.
Get on it.
Mr. Piker is one heaping, helping hunk of a man.
Did you guys see that tweet from like that random like Democrat account that said that like I fucked Tucker Carlson, and it had like 38,000 likes, and the Fonz, like Henry Winkler was like responding to it and stuff. Like people took it seriously. Yeah.
What?
This is the sweater. She like printed out little pictures of Shredder. Shredder forever. All dogs go to heaven. Real. It was so cute.
Wait, okay, I'm looking for that.
They
right now.
used an OK Buddy meme by my like meme community, OK Buddy Hasan on Reddit. They had made like this fake video of Tucker Carlson talking about how sexy I am, which you just used, right? The soundbite.
This?
Yeah, call to activism. Look at that. Look how many likes that shit has.
That's the guy I had sex with.
It's 24,000.
It's 24,000 likes. Question: if we were giving some interesting information about Tucker Carlson, should we release it? Right? And then
This
go
shit.
down. And then the first video is like him talking
This definitely reached outside the intended audience.
about Don
In the
Lemon.
spirit of easing tensions and lowering the temperature at Cena in a bit, we have no
And then,
problem
but that video is irrelevant. And then this one was made by one of my like editors as a joke.
over this last 4th of July weekend and went up on a private
photo
beach
of
in
you
Italy,
too.
and we're going to go out tonight by singeing your retinas with a photograph of that event. Mr. Piker is one heaping, helping hunk of a man. Close your
Okay, the way that people thought this was real, you can tell that's so fucking edited. It's not even AI. It's just spliced together.
That's the guy I had sex with.
That's the guy I had sex
Oh
with.
God.
Henry
Henry
Winkler.
fucking Winkler. No, is this really him?
Yes,
That is-
bro.
That's
Yes.
Nuts, dude. The Fonz, what
Do you think he's in on the meme?
a legend.
The Fonz thinks I had
Do you think he's a HasanAbi head?
gay sex with Tucker Carlson.
That's awesome.
It's crazy. Like, dude, you were great in Barry. Fuck.
He was.
Yeah, the first time that video was posted, it was what's the other lib guy who, like the old the old gay Asian actor guy?
Hey,
George
Or
Takei.
George Takei.
Yeah, George
oh
Takei.
my.
Yeah, George Takei thought it was
Who
real
is
too.
that?
Is that your George Takei? I don't know what he
Good.
sounds like.
Oh my. Who is that Hasan Piker?
Yeah, he thought it was real too. I don't know what's happening.
He's been on Howard Stern a lot. He's like a total degenerate, like.
Oh really?
In terms, he's like. How would
His
you
sense of humor
He's
is
so funny.
He's like a he's funny and self-aware, but he's like a disgusting creep.
Do you have a nice cock?
Oh my, he must have a huge
Hey, yo.
one.
Dry oatmeal.
It's
Howard
very,
Stern.
He's very funny. He's very
Howard
funny.
Stern, Hillary's bravest soldier.
That's right. That's right.
I listened to that interview. I thought it was pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah, because you guys are both libs. He is such like. I mean, I'm
Lippers.
glad he hasn't done like the Bill Maher shift.
No,
But
he's not. He'll never do that.
Yeah, but
Not
he is
yet.
definitely like he's definitely very libbed up. Like he's libbed up out of his mind.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
He hates Bernie.
I don't think he hates Bernie. All right, whatever. Let's move on. Let's talk about some shit.
Yeah. We didn't even talk about Starfield. But it's
Starfield is fun.
Yeah.
I have criticisms of it.
Checking
Wait, I want to hear what your
pronouns.
criticisms are.
My criticisms is that, one, the fast travel system is so pointless and dumb.
So bad. I mean,
it's like, why do I need to jump to another star to jump to another star? That whole mechanism makes no sense.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you don't have enough fuel to go to this star. But if you go to the star next to it, then you'll magically have fuel.
Makes no sense. It's just tedious for no reason.
Yeah.
The other
UI
thing,
is dog shit. The inventory structure is awful. The UI is really bad.
Carry that much, and I'm 4 out of 4 on the weightlifting.
Same.
You know.
Yeah.
And so the other thing is like the space travel aspect of the game, which I was expecting to be the most fun and interesting, is actually the least interesting and the most tedious and not least fun part of the game.
Yeah.
Which is like still dumb as hell, man. That should be way more fun.
Yeah, especially because the shipbuilder, if you get into it, is incredible.
Yeah.
Like the amount of detail that they put into like shipbuilding, the lore behind like each individual manufacturer, company, like all aspects of that are so, they are so all encompassing, so immersive. And then for some weird reason, you know, oh, is she eating?
What is she eating?
Oh no.
Kaya, what are you chewing, you crazy?
No, it's okay.
What you got?
Olivia's running around
Is it dog
trying to
food?
keep up with Kaya.
Is it?
I don't think she
no,
has it anymore. What the hecking dog?
You think it's fine? You want to look?
It's probably fine.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
probably
What a
fine.
hecking dog.
She's a big girl.
She can eat anything.
She can eat anything and survive.
The goat.
I just don't want her to chew on the cables because she is sometimes.
She does what she wants, okay? Kaya is an ardent prison abolitionist, so let her chew through her chains,
Times a bit
i.e.
of a cord
cords.
cutter, you know, zoomer.
What is it? What was it? Oh, it's just a lot. What?
What the fuck?
Where did that come from?
Wait.
Yeah, where the fuck
What
did you even
the
find that?
fuck?
Wait, that's mine.
Oh, it's
She
yours.
stole that from me.
It's Cam's. We should have figured a small
What
little-
the
Hassan was about
fuck?
to let it happen, Cam.
Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry.
No, I'm sorry that she got to it. Thank you.
She
Horse
has
total.
a chew toy. Like I brought a bully stick for her in the bag if you want to give it to her.
Give me $200.
But like, I feel like, you know, they really dropped the ball in terms of like traveling into planets, traveling from planets. It's just the yada yada the best
agree.
parts, and that
Yeah.
sucks.
I think the main mission is underwhelming as always. Classic Bethesda. It's like not that good in comparison to the side stories that are fucking awesome. Faction quests are incredible. You and I both have completed one of my favorite ones, the Crimson Fleet one. That was such a banger. Main story is pretty boring. It's always the same. You're the chosen one, you know? Save the
What
planet.
difficulty are you playing on?
Normal.
So I'm on hard, and I find the game to be kind of easy.
Well, it's just like they're bullet spongy. That's it, right?
You
That's
just
what I've
run
heard.
out of bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the enemies are super easy.
Yeah, they're not very hard to kill.
I was thinking of moving it up to very hard.
I heard that like they don't get smarter, they just get more bullet spongy.
Yeah, yeah.
Which can be annoying. I don't want to do that. That's why I play on normal because I care about the story. I don't care about like it being difficult.
I feel like I don't know. I got this one pistol that's like so OP.
Which one?
It shoots like 4 bullets at once, and I just one shot
Oh,
everybody.
Keel Hauler.
Yeah.
Is it red? Like a red
It's a
revolver?
legendary one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, it's crazy, right? Just one shots everybody.
Yeah, there's at the end of the Crimson Fleet one, you get the rifle.
That shit's nuts.
Yeah.
But the pistol's better. It does more damage actually.
Yeah. There's a lot of I mean, I don't know, it's a good game. I like
There's not
it.
enough weapons. You're in space, man. Like the potential for weaponry is limitless.
Yeah.
And then you get what, a pistol and rifle? Are you
I
fucking
like
kidding
that
me?
though. I like the ballistic weapons.
Well, fine, but
I like the sound of it. I like the gunfights.
That's fine, but let's get more. We're in space. We're traveling between stars. You're giving me a rifle?
Yeah.
Stop it.
I don't mind that. I like it.
There's not enough guns though.
I do agree with that.
Oh my god, Kaya Lei is so cute. I'm excited for an updated Kaya Lei. We definitely need that. She's grown so much. But maybe we should just wait until she's done so we can have small Kyole and big Kyole.
There's like two viable weapons that you've both named.
Yeah.
What?
You know what you should have in space?
What?
Mechs.
Mexican checkpoint?
No, mechs.
Power armor.
Oh, mechs?
Yeah.
They're well.
That's what the game's missing.
So, and then that's another thing.
No cars, which is annoying.
I did the quest line for the Rangers, and the quest
Dude, and she's only 6 months. It's crazy.
line ends. This isn't a spoiler. In an old mech factory.
Yeah.
I expected the final boss to be in a mech. That'd be sick.
That'd be sick.
He's not in a fucking mech. He's just some dude with a rifle that I kill easily.
Such a joke, dude.
Like they gotta step it up, man.
Yeah, but
where's the fucking mech?
Bethesda needs to definitely improve
Get
their
creative a little
style.
bit,
I mean, there's a lot of greatness in the game.
It's better than most games. It's fun. It's worth playing.
It's not as immersive or as beautiful, I would say, as like RDR2. It's not as like alive of a world as Red Dead, in my opinion.
Skyrim is vastly superior game.
I don't know if I would say.
There's so many different ways to play Skyrim. There's so many different builds. There's, it's way
so
more
expansive.
open, like genuinely open.
You're right about that. There's not enough versatility in like builds. Like I saw a video of someone playing stealth build, which was actually really cool and really interesting. But that's the only other like.
The stealth is a joke in that game. Like they spot you in a second for no reason.
I think you need to get like one of those backpacks that makes you invisible.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And also, I don't need to go stealth. I one shot everybody on hard.
Yeah.
Your shit sucks, Bethesda.
Easy.
I'm only playing it because there's nothing else.
Well, there's a lot of games coming out. The Cyberpunk DLC's coming out.
Good.
There's the Life of Pi game coming out, or Lies of Pi. The
Pinocchio game.
The Pinocchio game that's like
I might play that.
It's
literally a
Bloodborne.
Bloodborne. No,
Bloodborne.
the Pauly Shore one, but that'd be awesome. Somebody needs to make a mod to put his voice in Lies of P. No,
Wait.
it's like a Bloodborne clone, but it's like you're playing like badass.
Is that a licensed
badass
game?
murdering Pinocchio? I think Pinocchio is a public domain.
Oh,
It is. It is a very. I think it's a very faithful Bloodborne clone too. I have some issues with combat mechanics.
Did you ever see the Winnie the Pooh horror movie? Because that's public domain now too. So someone made a horror film, like a Scream style type of slasher.
But I played the demo. It was very good.
Oh, okay.
Are you playing on your Steam Deck?
Yeah, which was.
I am too.
Did you? It was unbearable to play on the Steam Deck at first because, like, when you go into towns, it's like impossible. Cities are impossible to play in, pretty much.
It's not that bad.
But
I mean, I have it on the lowest of everything.
Yeah, same. I did, dude.
Saw the trailers.
Booted up.
Look terrifying, right? It's super weird. Yeah, I like stuff that is like uncanny like that. It's just like unsettling. Like more psychological horror than like body horror. Like it was like a nightmare creature, truly. I fucking sleep paralysis demon.
Put it up on your computer.
Yeah.
And then do remote play, which has other.
What?
Yeah, you can remote play off of your computer. It's insane.
What?
Yeah, it's like.
What's the ping?
No ping. It's off of your Wi-Fi. Yeah.
What?
I didn't know that either.
That's one of the big features on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. The only issue is that remote play is also kind of janky, and like randomly your audio will go out, and there's no way to fix it until you like turn off your Steam Deck, turn it on again.
I have issues like that even.
Yeah.
So you just have you're basically just streaming from your computer?
Yeah, I run it on my computer, and then I'm like upstairs in my bed playing.
What?
And the graphics are awesome. Yeah, it's not as good as like the PC graphics, obviously, but like it doesn't eat that much battery, like just to stream it, and loading times are like nothing. Towns you can just like walk around easily.
My problem is it's a little choppy, essentially.
It gets really choppy in cities.
Even
in the
on
Steam
the computer?
Deck. No.
That's what I'm saying. So if it got rid of that, I'd be happy.
Yeah, it kind of ruined it for me. Now I can't play it straight off the Steam Deck now, because like now I'm so used to like playing on the Steam Deck with like no load times whatsoever.
What the fuck?
Yeah. The loading screens are really annoying too.
There's
like,
so many for no reason.
There's like
dude.
8 loading screens.
You load to fly outside the planet. Then, because there's nothing to do outside the planet. So then you got to land on the planet. Then when you land on the planet, go into the like armor shop and you load into the fucking tiny armor shop. It makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah.
Then you go into a building, you go into somebody's office, you load the office.
Yeah. You know what I think the reason for that is? I think the reason why they made that is because of like the unimaginable physics engine that they have. I think that's part of the reason, probably because like every single thing that you can pick up is literally a fully 3-dimensional object that you can manipulate that interacts with you
really
in the world.
care if you drop like a pack of fucking eggs and it rolls?
I agree. I agree with you,
Yeah,
which
okay.
is why I'm saying like because they hyper focused on the
Yes. Yes, I do care. What? I want physics to act like physics. Are you kidding?
hyper realism on that front, on the physics engine. I feel like they couldn't create like seamless transitions from room to room, and there's always like a black screen or a loading screen every time you move from one environment.
Okay, no, that is annoying, but I do want a balance.
To the next.
Yeah. That being said,
graphics look cool.
Yeah.
Well, I've been playing on my Steam Deck. They look like shit.
Yeah, the UI is unimaginable. The fact that there's no travel options when you're on a planet is really bad. Planets are AI generated and they're fucking boring. It's always the same. You land on a planet, you click on the planet, you land on the planet, you scan the resources, and then
it's fun once.
You run 400 meters in the direction of wherever the fuck you need to go.
Yeah.
And then you either get your power or you go into the same abandoned mine or the same like facility.
Yeah.
And it's like all the assets are identical.
And for what? Basically nothing every time. You know, I explored one planet and then I haven't done it since. And you would think that would be a big part of it. Like if you go look at Skyrim, walking aimlessly across the map is you know,
Most of
great.
it.
You never know what you're gonna find.
That's like 99% of the game. It's just exploring shit.
But in this game, it's not the same. It's
yeah,
just a bunch
it's
of
very,
bullshit.
it's very frustrating. It's very annoying the way they like kind of drop the ball on that. I mean, I know that it's like not an easy task. It's not an easy feat.
Whatever.
But
They oversold it. They're like, we've been working on this for 9 years.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Damn it. My gain was turned all the way up. All the way. How long has it been like that? God damn it. I need audio perverts, okay? I need you. I need your criticisms. I need you. Please help me. I don't have monitor on. It wasn't that bad, okay. Alright. What did Hasan post? Hasan. Update! Oh. She's so big, dude. That's crazy. I can't believe he still manages to, like, fit her on his lap. She's so fucking cute. God, I love her. I love her so much. It's a good doggo. The way he just has to pause stream and be like, oh, you're so cute. Oh, I love you so much. It's so fucking sweet. Oh, I love her. Oh, I want a big dog. I want a big dog. I want it so bad. I don't have the yard for it, but I want that. Oh my god. Oh, they're so cute! I had like a semi-big dog before. Like large. I wouldn't say like as big as Kaya, but a couple of large dogs, and they're just so sweet. They're just so, you can just hug them and they'll just be so sweet. They're just the sweetest big bears. I love them. Oh, I miss having a dog.
You never know what you're going to get.
Which is ironic though, because everyone was shitting on IGN for giving it a 7, and I feel like
I think it's a 7.
I think 7 was such a fair assessment. Like I think it's an 8 because
Maybe it's an 8, yeah.
Because like I'm such a sucker. We're boomers though.
If
like,
Skyrim's a 10, in my opinion, it is. I mean, that game is. Come on. You
It's
really
great.
gonna say shit about Skyrim?
No, I love, dude. I've been a Bethesda fan since Morrowind.
He's
like,
an old head.
I love all the Bethesda games.
So
like, all the Fallouts I loved.
See, I'm not. I think the Elder Scrolls series is far superior to the new Fallouts. I'm kind of over that format. Like I played Fallout 4 and I beat it all the way, and I'm like, I think I'm over this shit.
I don't know.
This is the other reason I don't wear white. It's because I spill shit almost every day. Damn near every day. I just don't have coordination like at all, I guess. It's kind of a problem. I don't know. I think it's related to my autoimmune disease. Celiac. Wait, what's it called? It's called like gluten ataxia. Ataxia. A rare immune-mediated disease in which the body's immune system attacks the nervous system as a rejection to the ingestion of gluten. It just like fucks your brain and your coordination, your motor tasks. Yeah, just like in general. Ordering a bib. Thank you. Thank you. Dude, it's such a fucking issue. I will just be like doing the dishes and just like fall over kind of. Like I have to like catch myself. Like I just don't have balance. It kind of sucks. It's like it's not just because you had gluten recently, but like it's like additive. So like all the gluten you've ever had in your life gradually degrades your nervous system. And I think that's why I have like fibromyalgia and migraines now, because celiac has just gradually caused my immune system to eat away at my nervous system. It's coming from the inside the house. The call is coming from inside the house. So that sucks.
No, like one other aspect of it, I know that like there's no aliens, obviously, spoiler alert, except for like the xeno biology or whatever.
Bro, I didn't know there's aliens.
Well,
I know there's critters.
No, there's like critters.
Oh yeah,
that's
the
what I
critters?
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. My point is like I feel like if you wanted to make it more like Skyrim, you could have done different alien like.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe I should play Skyrim. I feel like that's like a game I could actually get into. I played it a little bit in college at like friends' dorms and stuff. It was fun to just like fuck around. It was like low stakes. Could spend a lot of time just like traversing. And it was like so pretty. I liked that.
Forms like Mass Effect.
Here's what they should have done. Instead of having like hundreds of planets that are empty and useless, they should have had like 5-star systems or less. Let's say even 3-star systems, where each planet and moon was, you know, designed.
Fully flushed out.
Yeah, that
and
would
then
have
you
been
could
awesome.
travel.
And you're like, oh, I'm gonna explore, you know, this moon on this planet because there's gonna be something good there.
And then when you went, to it, like space travel is kind of boring. It's like not comparable to, you know, riding on a horse in Skyrim, obviously, because it's like dark and black and there's nothing going on.
You can literally not even travel anymore.
But what you could do in that situation is like make jumps, like portals in between, like I don't know, you could do like checkpoints in between. So like you go to that checkpoint, you still have the fast travel option if you want, but you should be able to physically travel to an area in between long distances where there's like additional quests, like a bar, like a space bar, or maybe like a space casino. You know what I mean?
100%, man.
Like they could
How
have done.
cool would it be if you could actually drive? You just go into hyperspace. You can go in and out.
Road trip.
You're controlling your ship. You can actually fly to other stars.
Yeah,
That'd
they
be
have
fun.
they have all of that. That's the problem is that like the ship and
Okay, I'm over the Starfield. I'm sorry. I'm skipping it. I am.
I fucking hate it.
But it's old, yeah. Fair. That's fair. Is there any Skyrim-like game? I guess besides Starfield.
Tiger Belly, friend of the show, actually. Love them both. Avi Lee and Kalila just had a huge guest, huge exclusive. RFK Jr. and Cheryl. That's right.
Oh shit, dude, we gotta have him on.
1488 or whatever.
In your world,
Is
you
that what
don't
it
use
is?
a mic?
Yeah.
That dude straight up 1488'd us, and now he's on Tiger Belly.
Why isn't he coming on the? We gotta have him on.
We've been
Leftovers.
trying to invite him on, but these people are cowards, right?
Dude, it's because he's worried that your superior Ashkenazi Jewish genes are.
He should be.
Yeah, you.
We have
you're gonna give him
100%er in
COVID.
the building. We just found out.
We have what?
100%er. Zach took a DNA test. He's 100%.
That bitch.
Ashkenazi.
He's that bitch.
No, he's
100%.
that
Oh damn.
That's crazy.
He is literally 100%.
There's
Oh,
no
there's
way
gay?
this man is wearing a Rolex
Hold
hat. Just like the same one that
Do I need to know how to play the other Baldur's Gates?
I have, but not green.
I gotta call you out though, man. This is from the Concours de Elegance in Pebble Beach. Where's he from?
Oh no.
Hold on. Do
I
you
got it
have a
from my-
Rolex, Hassan? A
No.
watch? Because he does.
Damn, bro, he's got his whole house. He's got my whole house on his
I
wrist.
got your whole house on my fucking wrist, bro.
That's crazy.
Why would you wear a Rolex hat and not have the watch?
Yeah,
I'm not a big watch guy. I don't really care.
fucking
I have an
poser,
Apple Watch.
dude. Poser.
I'm not like I've never been that into watches. I think it's like silly. I do like I think Rolexes are much better than like some
Concours d'Elegance.
of the more annoying ones, like the Richard Milles. I hate those.
I love you, Hassan.
I
It's a
fucking
very good analysis.
Yeah, I fucking despise those. Well, Rolex is like originally a working class pensioner gift.
Zach, was this a joke when you posted this?
Yes.
You sure?
100%.
Wait, you changed the story because you originally said it. You didn't think about it.
You
at
didn't
all.
think about it. You did not think about this when you posted this.
I'll let you guys decide.
Yo,
But
this
yeah,
dude has a Rolex.
Having a bitchin' weekend. Also, Zach Louis? Zach Louis? Is that his last name? Live at the Roxy May 13th.
Rolex hat I got from a friend of mine, Miggy. He owns Riga. It was in the back of his. It was in the back of his truck.
You had a Rolex in the back of his truck?
No, the hat.
Oh,
That's kind of sick, dude.
And I guess his friend made it for some golfing event. Maybe the one that you went to.
Yeah, maybe.
Like literally.
Anyway, RFK tells Bobby that Jews invented COVID, and he's like, "Yo, that's pretty interesting."
Wait, really?
No, I watched it.
It just dropped like an hour before we went live. so.
Oh,
I haven't-
Cheryl Hines is there too. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Ain't no way.
Says yes.
Yeah,
And
Someone take RFK home. Take him back to the home. God damn it.
Did you know that, Bobby, that the Jews invented COVID?
All right, easy.
Dude.
Okay. Oh. Okay, Ethan. Okay, I'm not gonna do another ableism. I'm not. All right. Look, RFK has spasmodic dysphonia, but a rare disability affecting the way that you speak. Much like Tourette's, which also affects the way that you speak. I guess I can just leave it there. I think that speaks for itself. I think that's it. I think that's enough. Goes on for a while. Fuck me. God damn it, Ethan.
Easy. What do you mean? That's what it sounds like.
He did 1844.
No, it's game on. Ethan.
1844,
huh?
1844 is a new version of 1488.
1488.
Yeah.
But that is what he sounds like.
He does sound like that, yeah.
He goes, "Hassan, I'm not surprised you hit a checkpoint."
The fucking Jews.
You guys really have to work on your RFK impersonation.
Wow.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn.
Make it stop. Not like this, dude. Not like this. All right. All right. We're just gonna do a little education. That's all we're gonna do. Make it stop. The sound of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s voice has been in the news recently as his recent entry into the 2024 presidential race. Let's just skip to spasmodic dysphonia is a chronic neurological voice disorder in a focal laryngeal dystonia. It results in involuntary spasms of the muscles that open or close the vocal folds, causing a voice that presents with breaks and strained/strangled quality of breathy quality, depending on the type of spasmodic dysphonia, adductor or abductor. So, there are plenty of things that we can criticize RFK on. You know, like his shit takes on vaccines or 5G causing cancer. But I don't think the way that he speaks should be one of them. You know, he can't control it. He literally has no control over it. So let's just move on. Can we please move on? Oh.
It's very jittery.
Well, he's from
Very syllable.
Massachusetts, so he's got an advantage there.
Did you guys know that Hitler really did a lot of good for the country of Germany?
It's wild. It's wild because like RFK Jr.
Ethan, you have Tourette's. You have Tourette's. I'm sorry. Like, you know that people already make fun of you for your tics. Like, I don't know if you want to perpetuate this right now. I don't know if that helps you in any way. I don't think that's in your best interest.
Jr. One was friends with Sam Cedar back in the day.
I know that. How
and
weird.
two was like a major environmental activist.
Right, that was his like big thing.
Yeah, who like successfully sued on behalf of like indigenous tribes and shit. So
he's kind of a weird paradox. Like he is genuine in some ways, and I like, but like on other ways, he's completely so unhinged. It's like a cartoon character.
yeah, no, he's like a massive. He's a massive anti-vaxxer. Like there's no.
And apparently he likes Adolf Hitler.
I don't know if he likes Adolf Hitler. I think.
What the fuck was that 1488 shit or whatever?
I don't know. Maybe he has someone in his.
There's like no way that happened accidentally.
I don't think. I don't think.
What is that fucking soundbite of Hasan?
Like a Massachusetts lib from the Kennedy family is like secretly pro-Hitler.
Okay,
you know what
but
I mean?
then like he's close enough to somebody who is.
Who's he
Whoever running his social media account or something.
Yeah. No, that I agree with. He probably fucking hired some like.
And the post is still up, by the way.
Yeah.
So reminder: all of this was incorrect. Like,
yeah. No. I know. It was probably like a Ron
DeSantis
DeSantis style situation where they were like, oh, like, you know, I'm gonna sneak this in here. You know what I mean?
Right.
That sort of thing. But I don't think RFK Jr. himself is like. I mean, he's definitely weird. He believes like weird anti-Semitic shit, like Ashkenazi Jews can avoid COVID alongside the Chinese.
The Chinese and the Jews are in cahoots.
Yeah, that part is like definitely because when you're a conspiracy theorist, you have to become anti-Semitic. It's the OG conspiracy theory.
It's the only thing that glues it all together.
Yeah, exactly. There's got to be like a group of people that are like evil across the board and doing evil shit, and
that's me.
Yeah, it's the oldest scapegoat in the book. That's a classic, a tried and true classic. Even before Hitler, it was going on. Like the blood label conspiracy goes way back, way fucking back.
And they're not, you know, they're not creative or clever enough, I guess, to come up with something different. Like that's why I love talking about the Hibernian conspiracy. Like the real conspiracy is that the Irish dominate everything. You know,
the protocols of Scotland, or Dublin. The protocols of Dublin. You guys read that one?
The elders of Dublin.
You know,
Elders of
come up with
Dublin.
something fun. Like why? It's always
he's in a box.
It's always the fucking Jews, man. It's like
that part is like, let's get creative with this.
Yeah. Come up with something new. Talk
Originality.
about fucking Italians. How Italians run the whole shit. You know what I mean?
All right, let's talk about politics. But anyway,
Imagine if they started talking about Italians the way they talk about the Jews. It would be so absurd, right? Oh yeah, the secret Italian cabal. The Illuminati. They're all Italian. The banks, they're all run by Italians.
Okay, shout out.
This is politics.
It's true.
Order,
Actually, it is
man.
true. Bobby Lee, did you know that?
I'm worried about this.
You know what you got?
That's what he sounds like.
I know that's what he sounds
He tweeted
like.
out
They're gonna say you're
anti-Semitic
ableist.
shit, bro. He's
They're
on.
gonna say you're ableist.
Game on, dude.
Yeah.
How can I be ableist when I'm able?
They're gonna say you're gonna make fun of his voice as ableist.
Because I have Tourette's.
So you get a pass?
So I'm.
I don't know if I
I'm
can
an
do
ableist
that
king.
on
I
everything.
agree with Ethan because this guy's like a
Stop.
Jew piece of shit.
Yeah,
you
there's
know?
certain things where the gloves come off. you
I
know.
got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
But what do you, if I have a disability? What does that make me?
You're saying like you have the card.
But
I mean,
I have the ableism card for speech. Stop.
I guess.
I think it's more limited to like you can make Tourette's jokes. You have Tourette's.
Nah,
Right.
the card is kind of a blank check, brother.
Really? Okay.
I don't know if it works that way, my guy.
All right.
Yeah, you don't have the vaccine survivor card. You need to have a vaccine accident first. A vaccine injury.
Right.
Shut
no, but
up.
So am I able? Or no,
Shut
I'm not
up.
able. I'm anti-able.
What does that mean?
If you're ableist, it means that you're someone who's able, who's making fun of the people who aren't able, right?
Yeah.
And so if
Well,
I'm not
you don't have to
able,
be able. You can have a disability.
if
and
I'm
still be
not
ableist.
able, then I'm a anti-ableist,
No.
not ableist.
You're
No, you can have ableism as a disabled person. Unfortunately, a lot of it's often internalized, which I think we might be seeing Ethan projecting here a little bit. Just maybe.
confusing me now.
I'm not following.
Okay, you're the one who's like, let's talk about politics, and then you're just take the conversation away to like.
All right. Let's get off of RFK. Let's get off of RFK right now.
Stop it. Stop.
We haven't watched the episode. We don't. There's nothing to talk.
He still hasn't stopped, dude. He hasn't stopped. He started doing this at like 10 minutes ago. Bro.
About here. Let's move it on. Moving right along.
All right, where are we?
Please.
My
Please.
major problem.
Dan. Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
RFK Jr. is that like he's been weightlifting for years and
He's
years.
so jacked, bro.
And and he's so fucking jacked for no reason because like he barely puts up like 45 pounders on the incline dumbbell bench press, and I'm like, come on, dog, like.
You think it's stolen valor? He's on steroids?
I think he doesn't care about certain vaccines. I'll just say it like that. Certain jabs, it seems he doesn't have a problem with.
Look at him. This is why they love him on the Rogue.
Real. Yeah, I don't know if that's natural, my guy.
And
this is why I love him too.
Look at this dude. He's just out here being jacked.
Dude, look at this one. His abs have like an indent. It's like, wait, is that a scar? I don't know.
For no
I want to
damn
go.
reason.
I want to go lift with him.
How old is he?
Is he 7?
Oh, he has steroid nipple. His nips look like Joe's.
I have cones.
The Rogan nip.
Look at this fit boy with a slick smile emoji. I don't know what that
His
is.
son's hot and also kind of cool, from what I understand. He's an interesting guy.
His son?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Who's his son?
Does he also get blood from his son like that weird tech bro?
There's
RFK
look, New York
Jr.
Post.
Jr.
RFK Jr. Post. Doesn't have a
RFK
son.
Jr. Squared.
That's not his son.
Dude, he's got massive hands too. What the fuck? Look at his hands, you guys.
Whoa.
Are you kidding me? They have the same smile and everything. Like a younger version of him.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Look how fucking look at the weakness
noticed
on
that?
this.
Yeah, see this indent is what I was talking about. What is that? What is that? That looks like a scar, right? That can't be his abs. Is it? Wait, I can't tell. Is it bruised? Kennedys all look the same. Yeah, they do. Like, all, like, cookie cutters. Those are cum gutters. Oh my god. Stop. Those are, like, way too deep. Did he have lipo? That's like, he has 0% body fat. Like, how?
Those are some dad hands.
It looks
That's
kinda
what a
freaky.
dad's hand look like.
He's so hot.
Damn,
You know, I'd say he fucks if he wasn't a Jew hater, but like, you know, I don't know. I can't give him that. You know?
Okay.
Jeans at the gym.
Shut up, Ethan.
Look at me, I'm doing push.
Oh my god, does Ethan ever stop doing this? He never stops, even though he knew he was already being called out for ableism. He never stops doing it.
Jesus.
There's a million other things. A million other things you can criticize. A million. Keep talking about the Rogan nips. Keep doing that. You come on.
I don't know what that sound is, and I don't want to know.
The glizzy bot.
Oh, this is the glizzy bot.
Oh, it's the glizzy bot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
So we've been trying to get RFK on the show.
Okay, thank you.
Then
Stop.
Vivek says he only will come in person. Isn't that weird?
No, I love that.
You do?
Yeah, I think that's cool.
Well, I was like, let's do a Zoom because I don't. Sometimes it's better to have a little distance because I'm not sure I want to do a whole episode with him, but I guess we could. But do you find it odd?
It'd be funny if we kicked him out midway through and we're like, we gotta do our own episode. Get out of here,
kid.
Get out of here, Vivek.
Bye.
He did a in-person TikTok with Jake Paul.
Yeah,
Did you see that?
it's in the doc here.
Which is really funny. He's like, oh yeah, like our politicians are not in touch with the youth, and it's like
This is his son, all jacked at and
well,
fucking.
Kennedys are like kind of hot.
What is with them, man?
All the Kennedys are.
That's like
Take
one
a
of their
day off.
Oh my god, he was on C-SPAN and people were calling in to like ask him questions or whatever. There was at least 3 Barbara's fucking thirsting after him so hard. And at least 5 more just thirsting exclusively after his father. Like, oh my god, your father, Robert, I loved him so much. I had a poster of him up in my bedroom when I was a teenager. I celebrated him. Ah! Oh god, it's so cringe. I can't. And his face the whole time, he's just like, just despair.
Yeah.
He went to Ukraine too. I think he like literally.
He's fighting?
Yeah, I think he literally went to Ukraine.
Whoa,
shit.
what?
Yeah.
Gross. Yeah, it was so gross. They would not stop thirsting. Just posting thirst on maid.
What? Son Connor Kennedy's secret enlistment in Ukraine war? The fuck?
He's hot. And
Whoa, his right eye is what?
Okay, Jesus.
Wait.
Easy.
Wait.
Ethan, you know you're gonna age too. You are also aging. God damn it, bro. Oh shit. I switched to Doodle's chat. Dude, his eye. It's like okay, his face is on like a slant, right? So like, I don't know. It looks exaggerated. I don't think they're that asymmetrical. Did he have a stroke? I don't think so.
Wait. That's not photoshopped?
This is why they didn't assassinate him, dog, because he was already fucked up. They were like, we could let him ride.
Wait, his face is melting. The right side is
Stop.
swollen.
Okay, if you keep shitting on him, he's not gonna come on the show.
Well, why?
It's just ableism hour at the H3 podcast. Fucking please make it stop. I think I'm gonna smoke again. Fuck. God, I hate it here. Ethan has been like real hit or miss recently. My patience wears thin.
Why not?
No, he won't come on the show. We keep shitting on him 100%.
Yeah.
Am I
Of
seeing
course
things?
not. Obviously not.
I don't know.
His face looks like okay, all right.
It's literally
Here,
slanted.
I'll say
yeah.
this and then you button me if it's not good. His face looks like his voice sounds.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's not bad. That's fine.
Not bad. His face looks like this.
It's not funny.
I just,
Maybe I'm going too far.
So many people.
Maybe.
I hate that so many people just lost their fucking minds with the vaccine shit. Like,
yeah.
I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so frustrating.
Fuck, I need to enlist in Ukraine. If I'm gonna look like that when I come home. All right, yeah. So Vivek. Speaking of Vivek,
he went to Ukraine to lose weight. Yeah,
good way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Speaking of Vivek, let's see. Our boy, future guest and friend of the show, did a collaboration with Jake Paul. Huge way to. This man is really connecting with the youth, man. And you can tell that it's real genuine too. Like he really gets it.
It's sick because like it's a really cool way to lose support because like
I hate it. I hate it. That was all over fucking Twitter today. It was so fucking dumb. Why? Why? What timeline is this? Please make it stop.
Fuck is like a diehard Jake Paul fan.
You know, somebody had a great insight. One of Vivek's things is he wants to raise the voting age to 25, right?
Yeah.
Or 28, is it even?
I think it was 25.
And so at the same time, he's
25?
He's like, oh, I'm trying to reach the youth.
Hey.
The youth?
Hey, what's
you
up?
mean the
I wanna
people
take
you're
your
trying to
rights away.
disenfranchise?
Yeah,
You want to know
what?
something crazy? I
The
think it's a-
people you don't even want to be able to vote at all? Like, why are you wasting your time? He just wants to be friends with Logan Paul.
five-head maneuver because what do the youth love more than anything else?
Not voting.
Not voting. Exactly.
But
So
now
he
they
is
don't have to
saying
feel
like, hey,
bad.
vote for me one time and then you never have to vote again. So he's going to get like 100% of the youth vote. Everyone's going to go out to the polls and vote Vivek because they hate voting.
Look at what Jake Paul wrote.
Smart.
I love Jake Paul getting so active. Getting Vivek on TikTok because I believe our politicians of the future should connect with Gen Z and millennials. You mean the people he's trying to disenfranchise, right? On social, where
Makes
we all
sense.
live and breathe. It's bizarre that in this day and age, our presidents have no connection with us via social.
Damn,
so here
only-
he is pointing his finger left and right.
Damn, only 2,000 comments? Like, what the fuck? I mean, he's
Wow, what a connection. I really understand what his policies are now.
got 86,000 likes. Okay, that one
It didn't go viral, but
it went kind of viral.
well, Jake's. I mean, he has a big account. It didn't do well compared.
I don't get why I don't always get the notifications. No. Either. I don't know why. It's probably because of what's in my title. What did I say? I must have said something. Strike? Maybe it was the strike. Usually it's when I put something spicy in my title. But there's nothing that spicy today. I don't know. I always post on Twitter and on Insta. So you wanna follow me there and put your notifications on.
to his other 1.
Yeah.
It's got
It's on
less
the
than
lower
all
end.
these other ones.
Well, it's 20
the
hours.
newest though, yeah.
But the comments are actually pretty good. Vivek has terrible policy plan is number 1. Actually, there's a lot of
Dude, growing on me.
Jake brought Vivek on to have the one guy that has a worse hairline than him.
Look at this. Vivek just earned
It does make him look better.
my vote. I am 18 though. 18-year-olds, please come vote
Do you think they were just like grilling some burgers?
for me. It'll be the last time you vote for the next decade.
Yeah.
I promise. You just lost my vote. I don't know how this was greenlit, but somebody on his team is getting canned. This was a terrible idea. Not sure how I'd want to associate with Jake Paul if I was running for office.
Not
And then
sure I
Jake
want my name to
responded.
be Bill Wee.
What?
Wow.
Left Twitter feels like talking to a void so far. Yeah, no, same. 100% same. You have to like actively seek out everybody. It sucks. And yeah, don't fuck with the for you. Just go straight to following. That helps a lot.
It's just a dude's name, bro.
What an own. He's got some tape.
What?
Dude, that's a comeback. You
Dude,
know
your name's
fire.
Bill, dude.
That's a fire comeback. This is the smartest comeback you will get from an Ohio man. Okay, this is he used 100% of his brain processing capacity for that one. He put his whole bag into it.
He looks like such a stooge, man.
just fucking.
He doesn't look fun at all, and he's also not on beat. He's like not even synchronized with Logan.
Nothing behind those eyes. I love it. I love it.
Doesn't Ramaswamy also want to ban TikTok?
Okay, I'm a fan of that. Okay, well now I'm voting for him.
I think he's.
I'm voting illegally.
Wait, does he? That's crazy.
Ramaswamy and RFK Jr. Both of the guys that you showed.
His big thing is he's extremely hawkish on China, right? Like that's like the foreign
Yeah, I
policy
don't like
corner
that.
that
He said he
he's,
wants to preempt a war against China.
He wants to like fight against China, but he also kind of wants to like leave Taiwan to China. It's like very weird. He has like a very weird foreign policy perspective on it.
Right.
The obviously like xenophobic, anti-China.
Everything he says is weird. So
Chinese perspective is like shared commonly by the entire intelligence community, our State Department. Obviously, it's like American policy, but the whole like leave Taiwan, or first leave Taiwan alone and then give them all guns. Like make Taiwan like America, where every person in Taiwan has a weapon.
How do we feel about Taiwan, Hasan? China or not
Taiwan?
China? Or is it China or not China?
That's the American policy. Whatever the American policy is, whatever the American perspective
What's your
is.
opinion? You really won't say?
No, I'm saying it's like one country, two systems. You know?
No, it's not. It's two different countries.
Really?
Taiwan and China.
Is that according to American foreign policy?
No, what's your opinion? What's your opinion? Taiwan independent?
My opinion on Taiwan is that Taiwan is the Chinese concept of Taiwan should remain
pausers
in the hands of the people in Taiwan who
So therefore
believe
it's independent.
who for the record, for the most part, just believe to not disrupt the ongoing relations with.
Why are you being so carefully footed around
Because I know that there's going to be a
sensitive
subreddit.
issue.
There's going to be a subreddit post with like a million fucking comments being like, Hasan wants everyone in Taiwan to be killed because
he has to be, bitch.
he loves China. He's a Xi Jinping.
That's what I heard.
That's what I just. It's already over. You asked me that question, like in jest, and it's gonna. Already
No,
go
I was
there.
genuinely curious what you think about it.
I think that
Hasan Piker am using a gun.
I think that overall, it's contemporary history is complex. At the end of the day, if the Taiwanese citizens would ever put this up for a vote and we're like, we want to fucking be an independent nation, it's up to them. You know what I
Haven't
mean?
they
You
already
can't.
done that?
No, there is no.
No, what Hasan said is true from everything I've read. The most people in Taiwan nowadays support just keeping the status quo, like the kind of.
But they're
strategic ambiguity of
the
what's
overwhelming
going on
majority, the overwhelming majority's consensus opinion is that they don't want to disrupt relations with China, and they also like obviously if it was a situation between like full-blown independence versus like becoming a Chinese state, like becoming a part of the Chinese state.
Do the people of Taiwan like pay taxes in China? Like,
Yeah, like the only real answer is supporting Taiwanese self-determination. There's already been so much U.S. interventionism that has only exacerbated the issue. Let's be real. The same with many places in the South Pacific. It's not really like even like a matter of opinion, you know? It's like simply like none of our business. Like,
like do they vote? And
I don't know. I don't know
if they
the
even have
exact
elections.
details of that.
Do they have like travel status in China?
But the thing is, like, as far as Chinese Taiwanese relations goes, like the original inception of the country is
Taiwan
is a fascist dictatorship that America recognized as the real China until Richard Nixon normalized relations with China, and that's where they implemented the they call it strategic ambiguity, which I call lying.
Hold on. This says that the current administration of Taiwan maintains that Taiwan is already an independent country. This does not have to push for any sort of formal independence.
There are, well, that's because they don't want to do like a full blown.
Exactly.
They don't want to disrupt the status quo. That's why they're saying that.
Well, sure, they don't want to be invaded by China.
They want autonomy while simultaneously being under the Chinese banner, according
Seems like
to
they want
international.
independence, but they just don't want to be like attacked by China militarily.
Well, that's part of it for sure.
They've already kind of been invaded by China. Like, it's kind of too late, you know, like, to separate from China would be a conflict, let's say.
So you understand how Taiwan was developed as a nation state, right? Like, so Mao purged and defeated the counter-revolutionary forces. Taiwan has been a larger part of like China historically, and the original Taiwanese claim was that the entire mainland China belonged to what is now known as Taiwan. And that was the American foreign policy position as well, because, you know, China was communist and Taiwan was a fascist military dictatorship. So they were like, oh yeah, we're just gonna completely ignore China until Nixon normalized relations with China. And then Taiwan became a democratic country, of course, with still a lot of reactionary opinions overall, but like that's gone away in recent years. I think the younger generations have a different perspective on the matter. But overall, like historically speaking, Taiwan and China being the same country, it has been around for much longer than, like, as Elon Musk said, Hawaii being an American state. Much, much longer.
Taiwan is already independent. That's what I'm saying. People don't want a formal declaration just because they don't want a fucking war. But they're not wanting to be Hong Kong and be consumed by the.
I feel like it's kind of similar to like Puerto Rico or Guam. Like, yes, it's part of America. Yes, it's not a state. Yes, they probably would prefer to not be. You know, but that would be like devastating, and also, yeah, a huge beef.
The Chinese party.
They don't want to be Hong Kong? What happened in Hong Kong?
Am I saying the right place?
No, you
They
are
were independent, and then they got fucking eaten.
They were
up.
not independent.
Oh, they had some rights. They were less independent than Taiwan, and then they got eaten
Hong Kong
up.
was bought by you know.
Are you saying the people of Hong Kong did not want to be?
There were certainly people that did not want to be a part of China. Absolutely, that is 100% correct.
Most of them.
A lot of
people there took a lot of pride in not
enjoyed,
being.
A lot of people enjoyed having Western civil liberties, while simultaneously like being in a unique position. But now that China already does regular trade with the rest of the world, because like at a time in like the 90s, Hong Kong was seen as like this prosperous middle ground. But since the 2000s, like because of an insane amount of development and insane trade relations with the rest of the planet, there are tier 1 cities that are even larger and have more economic activity than Hong Kong in and of itself. And there was always a timeline where Hong Kong was going to be given back to China. They just accelerated it by like 2 decades, if I'm not mistaken, because that was a lease on Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm.
So the people of Hong Kong, there were certainly a lot of people in Hong Kong that did not want to be a part of the
Regardless of
Chinese state. But overall, if you look at the situation in Hong Kong right now, it's like they claimed that it was going to be devastating, and that has not happened.
Not that we know of, because they have no freedom of speech anymore.
Okay.
They can't talk. They lost
that
the
part
right.
is true. You're right. What
are we going to learn from them?
I will not.
They have secret prisons, bro.
I do not agree with China's social or civil liberties policies. I do not agree with that at all. That's why I don't live in China. I live in America. However, having said that, you can just go to Hong Kong, and you can just go to every part of China pretty much and see for yourself. This is no longer like the North Korea style hermit kingdom where like no information comes out. Like we have
regardless,
we have a shit ton of Chinese people that live in America. And
regardless, bro, it's not that
China.
they had rights. They don't have rights now. They lost a lot of rights. But whatever. I mean, you're. This is interesting that you're very soft. You're very soft-footed around the issue of China. You love China.
I think China.
If you love China so much, why don't you marry it?
Once again, I
Shut
don't
up.
live there. I choose to live here because of the issues that you just brought up, which
Yeah, he easily could just move there if he wanted.
is civil liberties being taken away, no freedom of speech, walled garden internet. Like there are certainly parallels to the American state or the Western world that there are certainly comparisons that you could make, but overall, that kind of mechanism of control is one that I do not appreciate personally, which is why I choose to live here. But as far as like cruelty, oppression, like what you're talking about with respect to Hong Kong, the promises that Western media overall made about like
Taiwan has indigenous people that got fucked by fascist KMT. Not sure if Guam and Puerto Rico have the same issue. Yeah. I think they do. What is KMT? I mean, they definitely got fucked by fascists, like fascist imperial American government for sure. And it may not be like a 1-to-1.
like how China was going to crush Hong Kong under its like ruthless, oppressive thumb has not
I'm sure-
happened.
I don't think that was the point. I think the point was just that there's whoever was, vocal about wanting to maintain certain rights in Hong Kong was probably thrown in a secret prison and never heard from again.
I mean, certainly there was political
Yeah.
dissidents are
Yeah,
definitely
not the
political dissidents are definitely like
taken out back.
They're not killed or anything, but even then it's like completely
They take a
unacceptable.
walk and
Yeah.
and they go for a beer and they don't come back. You
Yeah,
know what
they
I'm
are
saying?
they're not good on that stuff. 100%.
But well, anyway, I was just curious. I didn't mean to open a can of worms, but you say you think the people of Taiwan whatever they want, and it seems to me that the people of Taiwan want independence. So I'm right with you there,
State
brother.
military.
Independence for Taiwan.
I think one nation, two systems.
One nation, two systems.
Yeah. Which is the current,
like Israel and Palestine.
Oh my God, you don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Come on.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just trying to get you.
Stop.
That part is like literally. I mean,
Man, Ethan is just progressively more and more off the rails.
that is a. I mean, that's a advocacy in the opposite direction, in my opinion, where
independence for Taiwan. You heard it here from Hassan.
Because remember, like the overwhelming majority of people living in Taiwan are still Han Chinese. Therefore, despite the fact that it's a separate country, it's still like the same people. The language is the same. People will say
Ukraine belongs to Russia for that exact reason.
I don't think Ukraine belongs to Russia because Ukrainian nation state, the Ukrainian nation state project, there are similarities. You're not wrong about that. But the Ukrainian nation state project as a well-defined nation state has always has been around for much longer than like Taiwan being an independent nation state.
So the people's entitlement to freedom.
Like you can make a better argument for Crimea being a separate country than like.
But what I'm
Ukraine.
hearing is that it's just a function of how old their culture is, how entitled they are to freedom.
It's not. I don't think that it.
I mean, no. I God damn it. Why is this conversation so long? Like, I support the Taiwanese in whatever they decide. Whatever they think is cool. Ditto. Same, dude. Samesies. Like, I don't have enough energy to extend like the effort to learn about all of Taiwanese history to like to know where they should go from here. Like America's going up in flames. Like, why do you give so much of a fuck? I don't know. You should be worried about the self-determination of the homeless people that are literally outside of your building that you're recording in right now. Can we worry about that? The freedom of those people? Maybe.
It's like those two concepts are not the two concepts at play here. Like it's not like entitled to freedom versus what was the other thing that you said?
Well, it just seems like you're talking about like their they have some kind of national heritage or identity.
Well, the thing that I was mentioning there, the reason why I mentioned that is because you were talking about making a comparison between like Israel Palestine,
No, I was being more silly about that,
being the same people, I think makes that kind of, especially existing under the construct of having like one nation state regardless with freedom of travel in between. It's literally like a mile off the coast, you know what I mean, of China. Having all of that factors into like whether there's going to be assimilation or not. And there is no need for assimilation even. They have like normal trade relations with Taiwan, you know what I mean? It's like, that's why it's considered to be.
Hollywood star and former pro wrestler John Cena has touched off an international controversy.
Always think of this.
Cena apologized to the people of China after calling Taiwan a country during a promotional interview with a Taiwanese broadcaster.
Taiwan is a country. I mean, it's an
is it in
independent
here?
country.
Joe
It
has
is.
acquired the full apology.
你好，中国，就是叫西娜。我做很多采访，很多。所以在一个采访，我有一个错误。所有人问我，如果我可以用中文，速度与激情有人给我，所以很多采访，很多我有一个错误，我必须说现在就是很重要。我爱更尊重中国跟中国人。中国跟中国人。不好意思，再见。
Oh my god. I forgot about that edit, which is so good, but not what I was looking for. I was looking for the original clip.
你好，中。你好，中国，就是叫西娜。我必须说，现在，在《速度与激情》中，我做很多采访，很多。所以在一个采访，我有一个
I made a mistake.
错误。所有人
Everyone asked me
如果我可以
if I can use Chinese.
速度与激情
Speak Chinese?
中人给我很
People at
多
Fast and Furious 9 gave me lots of interview information. I made a mistake. I have to say right now, it is so important. I love and respect China and Chinese people. I'm so sorry for my mistake. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. You have to understand, I love and respect China and Chinese people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cena really bootlicking like that? So weird, man. Yeah. No, this is real. This is literally real. After an interview he gave and he mentioned Taiwan being a country. And that's it. That's all he said. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Be a delicate political conversation, but one that currently the current system benefits both.
And so, if
places.
China takes military action against Taiwan, as some people speculate may happen,
yeah, I mean, that would not be good. I don't think that would be good. I think that would be really, really terrifying. It would be disruptive for the entire global economy as well.
right? But I'm just mean like from whose army are you joining?
No,
Whose front line are you fighting?
I'm fucking moving to
Taiwan.
I'm moving to an undisclosed location. I'm moving to an undisclosed location.
Yeah.
I'm on the front.
I'm gonna be on a
line.
fucking ship.
Yeah, I'm just running away. Just, I don't know, Mexico, Canada, anywhere.
Whoever has the
Screaming.
best computer chips, I'm fighting for.
Okay.
I'm a chip boy
Well,
myself.
If it wasn't for America, China would have some pretty solid chip technology, but America's like regularly trying to stop that process. Like they went to the Netherlands to be like, you can't sell China your chip technology, which is fucking insane if you ask me.
It's incredible the takes in chat. How many people are like, just the polarization of this topic. It's fucking insane.
Well, of course there's going to be polarization on the topic because
the
American media has been gearing people to be across the board like vicious no matter what to any foreign adversary, China being the main foreign adversary now. So people are going to be very passionate in their defense and start saying, we care about the people in Taiwan. You're not talking about the people in Taiwan. You don't care about them.
It's the media. If it weren't for the media's propaganda, people would not be siding with Taiwan.
Yeah. I mean, think about it this way. Why the fuck does no one care about Yemen? You know what I mean? Why? Because Saudi Arabia is the one, our ally, Saudi Arabia, is the one doing the genocide in Yemen. And you never see people get this passionate about Yemen. You don't see people get this passionate about Syria.
I think Taiwan has more relevance to the United States, like in terms of economical, and social.
Yeah, that was developed.
Well, that's only natural that people would care more about something that affects them more. I don't think Yemen. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just don't think Yemen affects.
But it's still people. There's still people that are being mercilessly slaughtered, whereas no one is being slaughtered in Taiwan in a similar capacity, and yet there are way more passionate because.
Not saying it's
like
right or
you
wrong.
said,
I mean,
it is designed to have this kind of.
And you think that if the only reason
consent.
people care about Ukraine is because of the media?
Absolutely, 100.
I mean, that's kind of a dumb question, right? Like, you care about the news because of the news? Sheep? You dumbass sheep. Just following whatever the news tells you to care about. But, like, how would you know about anything else except for reading about it in the news? What are you talking about?
100%.
Nobody would care.
Yeah, of course.
Did anybody care about Georgia?
Yeah. That's a great
Probably,
question.
I don't know.
No one gave a shit about Georgia. That's crazy.
Hold on. Well, I mean, what about in Europe? They seem to care about Ukraine a lot.
It's the similar principle. Media is still media everywhere around the world.
I mean,
it plays a very significant role in people's lives.
Hold on.
in
Ukraine
manufacturing.
borders Europe, and I mean, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but Georgia is not really in such a geographically, strategically important location as Ukraine.
Okay.
Well, I'm just explaining why people might care more about Ukraine than Georgia. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying
Still
why.
people. It's the people
I'm
that
not
are being
saying it's not
ruthlessly
people.
slaughtered.
I'm just saying because your theory is that the support for Ukraine and Taiwan is essentially manufactured, that it wouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist.
I'm not saying it shouldn't exist. I'm simply
Nobody
stating
said
that.
that, yeah.
I'm simply stating that.
It's manufactured. People only care
tremendous
about
amount-
it because they've been tricked to caring about it.
It's not tricked, but dude, like, normal people don't think about foreign policy. Are you saying that you don't think that normal people's opinions about like international matters are shaped by by what they see on the news and what's prioritized.
I'll give you a better example.
Of course it is.
Hold on, because I'm being double teamed now, so I need to speak.
Okay.
Of course it is. But this implication that you're like, if you say nobody
Being double teamed by common sense. Oh no.
cares about Taiwan or Ukraine because of the media, it implies that, you know, the support for those two countries or care for those two countries is like,
Nobody
you know,
implied
manufactured. That it's really not sincere. That's what it sounds like.
You jumped to that. Nobody
I'm
said.
sorry.
No,
but-
I am saying
No,
that.
yeah,
I think,
he is saying
yeah,
that.
I'm saying that the support for the overwhelming majority of Americans,
Yeah, it's
for any
manufactured,
country
it's not
that
authentic.
any country that the United States of America has a genuine interest in is manufactured in either direction. It can be manufactured carelessness and inconsideration, like being inconsiderate and ruthlessly violent at certain points, which is the example I was going to use with 9/11 and what we did post 9/11. Or it could be manufactured in the other direction, where it's like, this is the just war. This is the just war that we have to fight, like we did in Vietnam originally, when there was need to generate popular support for whatever kind of action America consistently takes. Now,
I'm not denying that propaganda exists.
Yeah,
but I am saying that like the comparison of Ukraine to Georgia is not. It's not apples to oranges. That's all I'm saying. It's not.
What what do you mean by this? That
Ukraine borders like mainland Russia or Europe.
Okay.
Europe cares a lot about it.
Okay. I would say that it's probably more.
Even with manufactured media attention and support, people still don't care. They care on Twitter, that's about it for most people. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If you just like ask people on the street randomly, hey, what do you think about Taiwan? You're gonna get a lot of I don't know. I'm trying to go to McDonald's to get breakfast. Like, you know.
I would say that in Europe, there's probably more of a not controversy necessarily, but it's a more divisive issue in I think Europe than it is in America, most likely.
It's also like, you know, not the best
look,
precedent when like tyrants start land grabbing in Europe. Generally
I don't
doesn't
disagree
have a
with
good
that.
precedent.
I agree with you. I think that
And so I understand why people don't like
completely
the Ukraine thing.
unjustifiable, and it's also, even if you're like pro-Russia, pro-Vladimir Putin, anti-NATO.
Gotta get my McDouble and my hashies. Oh my god, hash browns sound so good. Fuck.
Right? Even if you're all of those things, it is a laughably idiotic thing to do, because all you've done is now galvanize NATO support in Europe and justified it. Because that was the entire reason for NATO's existence, is to stop the USSR, stop communism from thriving. And obviously, Russia is a very different country than the USSR was, and is no longer ideologically aligned with communism at all. It is a state that Western capitalists basically redesigned and propped up oligarchs, including people like Vladimir Putin. So, despite all of that, it's still utilized as a protection racket that you basically justified its existence of by doing such an unimaginably cruel, inhumane, unjustifiable act, invading Ukraine. So it's a strategic blunder, even if you're like pro-Russia.
I do think that I just think people are capable of caring about it without.
Well, I mean, I care
being
about
like,
it.
you know,
I care about it.
People sincerely care about it, even though, you know, you think it's unfair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is such dumb conversation. Like, how are we gonna care about something that you don't know about? Like, that is the ideal job of the news, is just to like let you know what's going on, right? Of course you could care about things. Generally, you could care about things on the other side of the world, hope they're doing well, but you wouldn't know about the war in Ukraine unless it was reported on. You know what I mean? And the way that it's reported on definitely shapes the narrative that you have.
unfair that people didn't care as much about Georgia. You know, that's my point.
It's not necessarily just not caring about Georgia. My opinion on this is that we, as a nation here in America and all around the world, are not immune to propaganda.
No.
As a matter of fact, every piece of information that we analyze has a great impact on our decision-making process, and therefore, doing a full media blitz on any particular issue is usually going to yield these kinds of results and this kind of support, which without that kind of media blitz would not exist. Does that make sense?
Again, I'm not denying that propaganda exists and that we're all, you know, influence.
And the example I was going to use was our justification for the invasion of Afghanistan and the invasion of Iraq.
But enough people have heard of Houthis, just because of orgs like Hezbollah and Houthis. Get demonized so much. Yeah, that's true. Even if no one knows about either country, I don't know much about either. Real. Yeah. Manufactured consent. All the way down.
These were both unjustifiable wars, in my opinion. The war on terror was across the board, wholesale, ruthless, cruel, led to millions of people dying, led to tens of millions of people being destabilized, and we're still living in the rubble of that kind of cruel and unusual action. And it was championed by a majority of the American population, and until like the past like couple of years, where
Hi, Bill Peanuts. How are you?
What does that have to do with Ukraine being invaded by Russia?
Where do you think that kind of attitude came from?
Okay.
Where do you think that justification came from? There was $1 billion industry.
Same thing, man. Ukraine was invaded by Russia.
No, it is exactly the same thing.
It's literally a tyrant grabbing land in Europe.
I agree with what you're saying. My point is,
You're saying propaganda exists? Yeah, I know.
No, my point is that Americans think that they are independent thinkers, and yet they are motivated into believing things no matter what it is. It can be a just cause.
I agree that
it can be a just cause in the situation where you're supporting Ukraine and Ukrainian independence, which is an independent nation.
No one is immune to propaganda. None of us. Not a single one. That's why you have to always be so cognizant of like the media you're consuming, the bias they have, and how that might affect the narrative that they have.
State, you know what I mean? It's been an independent nation state in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR. It's been an independent nation state. You can't just like turn around and be like, all right, it's mine now, right? I agree with that. And that it can be seen as a just war, an understandable war. It's not even a war that the Ukrainian people wanted, right? But having said that, the American support, the full-throated support, is absolutely a.
It doesn't seem like there's full-throated support. There's a lot of people that don't support it. There's a very diverse opinion of.
Always being vigilant about Lainie's bias. Good, and you should be. I never want to be like in an echo chamber. No, really though. Like, please do check me. I don't know everything. As much as I might seem like it, I don't know everything that there is to know. As a matter of fact.
If you looked at polls in the original invasion, the amount of support
seems like there's a lot of conservative people who are like Putin simps, and then there's also a bunch of like lefties, like and I don't mean that derogatory.
Those aren't real leftists.
Who aren't like who are like the guy we were speaking to, the communist professor.
Wolf?
Yeah, who's like kind of he people like him are also very anti-Ukraine in general.
I don't know his entire perspective.
He doesn't seem very bullish.
I don't think you can be pro. If you are offering even critical support to Russia, or not Russia, but like Vladimir Putin in general, I don't think I don't think you're doing the right thing.
I don't
think
know
that
what's
you've
his
got,
position because he didn't really flesh it
Yeah,
out.
I think you're lost in the sauce. I think you're lost in the sauce in the sense that
me or him.
No, like anyone that is like, oh no, Vladimir Putin did the right thing. He has to have this.
I don't
like,
think people are
righteous
saying that.
conquest.
I think what I hear is like Ukraine, Zelensky is also, a shit starter, and it's their problem that we shouldn't get.
Yeah, people always point to the Nazis in Ukraine, which it's a very complex issue. There are factions of Nazis in Eastern Ukraine. That's true. But at the same time, plenty of people in Western Ukraine are not Nazis and just want to have a democracy. So, I don't know. It is complex, but not that complex.
Involved in.
I don't know. I think there's a lot. There are people who like claim to be socialist or even communist that are like, defending Vladimir Putin, but they're marginal.
What, Dan? You seem to think that the Ukraine war isn't something America should get involved in.
When did I ever say that? What are you talking
just
about?
based on what you were saying about Georgia.
No, we were having a discussion about how media shapes narratives in the United States. And I was saying that, again, I'm not talking about in Europe, I'm not talking about in the rest of the world. In the United States, the Russian invasion of Georgia was a non-story. Nobody gave a shit here.
But it's different. It is different. There's difference.
It was a sovereign nation that Russia invaded.
Because it doesn't have the same proximity or the same importance within as Ukraine, I think.
Right, but we're talking past each other like that.
I'm not.
Yeah, Ukraine is more important to the United States strategically. That's why it gets attention. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. But okay. I know
agreeing.
people are influenced by the media.
Yeah.
Right, but you were saying you think that people,
are allowed to care about things genuinely.
I don't even know if Ethan knows what he's fighting for half the time. He just wants to argue.
Nobody's saying
that you're not allowed to. I mean,
not allowed to. But Hassan was saying.
What was I saying?
That it's a manufactured support.
It absolutely is.
Yeah, and Dan,
that is something that the U.S. media does. They manufacture support for U.S. foreign policy.
You were saying I jumped to conclusion.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that all U.S. foreign policy is bad, but I think it is unquestionably true that the U.S. media crafts people's.
Of course.
Yeah, it crafts the narrative.
Yeah.
So what is the disagreement then?
And
Like,
they
what
do.
have I? Maybe I'm not using
There's
appropriate
the
language.
implication that support for Ukraine or Taiwan is not authentic.
Right, that you're purely falling for U.S. propaganda. That's not necessarily true.
I do agree with that. Yeah.
And then you, Stan, said,
I don't think that
I was
and
jumping.
the examples I use,
so
and the
just make-
examples I use are always like, America has what 800 military bases all around the planet. We have our hands in everyone's pockets, right? And there's active conflict happening everywhere around the planet all the time, and the United States is involved in it. If you are not thinking about it, if you're not thinking about something happening specifically, that is because, for the most part, the media has not covered it. For the most part, the media is.
All right, I'm over it. Let's move on.
And I think that
I don't want to talk about it
strategic.
anymore.
That is deliberate. That is by design.
It's like just not even fun to watch probably at this point or talk about.
Okay.
You want to talk about Lauren Boebert?
Just going
being a
in
psycho?
circles.
We can do that.
Sure.
Here she is.
Getting milked live.
It looks like a fucking Nazi era vintage video.
What?
It does, doesn't it? It looks
Yeah,
like
kind
they're.
of. Oh, like the
This is black and
rallies?
white.
Like,
Yeah, what the
Nuremberg
fuck?
rally?
Oh, the what is it? Night at Madison Square Garden.
Surveillance footage of Boebert being kicked out of Beetlejuice in Denver. She's literally just a hooligan, drunken patron freak who's also a congressperson. Powerful one too.
Apparently, she was ripping vapes.
This is.
Here she. I'll just
This is so crazy.
And hooting
Hitting
and
the
hollering.
Blinkerton.
Taking pictures, ripping her vape, singing along with the musical, which I think is the funniest part to me.
And I think that this is 1984. This is 1987 George Orwell. Okay, that's what's going on. This is Animal Factory. This is Animal Crossing, brother. Let me tell you why.
Animal Crossing.
So the usher's
I thought
telling
this was
her,
America, not China. Okay, I thought this was America and not the Chi-Com leadership.
Oh, this is a free country.
so the usher is saying, "Hey, listen, you gotta go. You have to leave. You're ruining the show for everyone." Yeah,
She was
you
so
congresswoman,
miserable,
famous
dude.
congresswoman, powerful. You have to leave. You need to leave right now, you drunken freak. And of course, she busts the, "Do you know who I am?" This is awesome. Is there a video of it or just a recap?
No, there's more. There's more. There's like other
you
cameras that
even
they
know?
posted.
So many camera
There's
angles.
different
It's
angles.
crazy.
It's pretty fire.
I've only seen when they put all the camera angles together on like Dateline and shit, like police
I don't know how they
reconstruction of
managed.
events.
Classic.
That's what they did here. It's wild.
She's on a date. Good for her, queen. She
Traumatized by all the Ukrainian and sock dem flags on Twitter. Yeah. Yeah. Real.
you know, is
recently
divorced from her
right.
sex offender husband.
Yo, they prepared the fucking big guns out here. It's Larry and Jeff out here. The all-star usher is about to kick her ass out.
I'm telling you, it's bullshit, okay? If you want to rip fat vapes and sing along to your favorite theater, to your favorite musical theater, you should be able to do so. It's your God-given right.
This is America.
What was like, I think she was getting like felt up or possibly fingered? I'm not entirely clear on the story yet. But in any case, doing that during Beetlejuice is wild. That is a wild choice.
America.
Constitutionally protected. She wasn't yelling fire in a crowded theater. She was simply enjoying the show. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
This is awesome.
Olivia is our resident musical theater expert. Have you ever sang at a musical when you were in attendance? Just out loud?
Is Beetlejuice encouraged collaboration?
She looks
Absolutely not.
faded.
No. That would be considered poor ethical,
Very poor etiquette.
poor stage etiquette.
Yeah.
Got it. So that's kind of embarrassing to be kicked out of the show halfway through, huh? And
think that's
escorted
so
out
funny.
too, isn't it? She's been escorted out by the big boy ushers.
She just thought she was going to a concert.
She is ready for the
She
club.
wasn't
Look at her
sure.
outfit, dude.
Her date is trying to
slaying.
Dude, he's carrying her bag too. That's crazy.
Let me get a look at her date. Is this
She is in a little club dress.
She's definitely got her.
Her pumps.
She's having fun.
She got all. She got the
Fun
goods out.
illegal now?
At the Broadway.
Hold on, let me see her date. I'm gonna peep this guy. It's
the guy in the blue.
This guy here with the bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, you better defend your girl more than that. What's this little hand wave? What's in the bag anyway?
The vape.
A Blinkerton.
Yeah.
Yo, they got the whole gang up on this. Look at all the ushers.
Mom, I want a vape.
Time to go. Enjoy
She looks
Congress.
so pissed.
Enjoy impacting the process of American democracy. Then it continues outside where I think there was a. Oh, look at this. This is what. This is the walk of
This
shame.
is wild.
Oh my god.
Oh, the twirl.
Yeah, do you see the twirl?
I had a
Aw.
great time.
Dude, this is a walk of shame.
Good for
That's kind of cute. Why is that so humanizing?
Oh, she's like, I will not. I'm gonna act like I'm not bothered that I just got ejected publicly from Beetlejuice.
Good for her. Who amongst us hasn't gotten fucking shit faced drunk and wanted to rip fat vapes in the middle of musical theater
Dude,
happening?
she is trash. She's like a certified mess right now.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where it really starts to trip me out. This video, it keeps going. Like how many security cameras?
I have more.
do they
I have
to
more
get?
respect for her now.
God damn.
Yeah, no, went way up in my
Yeah.
ratings of
I think
Congress
she's.
people.
I think she's living the time of her life. She's living La Vida Loca. Okay.
She's awesome, man. We pay her
Real.
a fat salary, and that's good.
Yeah.
for sure.
How much does she make you? Like
$174,000. $174,000
a raise recently.
Maybe. I don't know what.
This definitely
Let's see.
seems like some shit I would do. So I can't even hate. I can't even hate on her for this. God damn it.
I thought they make more than that.
House salary.
Bober.
174?
She's on the street, bro. She's on a public street, and we still got her ass on camera.
Like that's what I'm wondering. 9 News. Like, how did they get access?
Dude,
to
we
all
got
of
our
this?
eyes on you, girl. Don't even
still
try
going.
shit.
It's still going. She's like a block away.
Also,
That's
nothing's
crazy.
happening. It's just like they're just flexing on.
Yeah.
her.
No. It's 174,000 still.
174 grand.
Yeah. Since
She deserves
since
it.
2009. Damn. Since 2009, Brandon's inflation. What's happening? They got to raise that
they gotta
salary up.
Jack that up.
She deserves it. She deserves every penny.
Yeah.
And how long? And how many times? When does she work? When is she quote in the office?
I don't know.
Or does she even have to go to? She doesn't even really have to.
Well,
go
I
to
mean,
floor, does she?
Yeah, you don't have to go. It's a much freer process than like the average salaried employee. When you're a salaried employee of the state,
You don't have to go.
Yeah.
According to Denver police, they said the 2 patrons were escorted out and reached the building's vestibule. They resisted leaving and said stuff like, "Do you know who I am?" And she said, "I am on the board of yada yada, and I will be contacting the mayor." Shut up. Shut up.
Oh my God.
Contacting the mayor.
Oh, I want to use
That's such a
Karen.
drunk person thing to say.
Not the fucking Karen, but she is actually in Congress. I'll be contacting the mayor.
It's like, what are you gonna tell the mayor? Like, I should be able to vape in the theater and be loud and drunk. Like, Denver, this is not communist China.
I will have you know that I will be driving home drunk right now, and any of y'all try to pull me over, I will be telling the mayor.
Oh God,
mayor
that
of
would have
Denver.
been so fire if she got pulled over. Oh my God, she probably
She
would.
drove drunk.
She
100%.
Okay, here's the thing.
Bobert is pretty decent looking. Yeah, she's all right. You know, she's not bad looking, but she's just evil, and that's a huge turnoff for me personally. And she's also pretty dumb.
She almost lost. She almost lost her last election, if you guys remember.
Yeah.
Like she won by a very tiny margin. If she drove drunk and got arrested by cops, she would literally win in a landslide. Even after
so?
the redistricting that happened. Like she would literally win other districts. They would form a new Rifle, Colorado district that was
a
mega district.
Why? Because there'd be a theory that it was a Democratic hit job to arrest.
No, Americans love drunk driving.
They love drunk driving.
Yeah.
It's a pastime.
It's a national pastime. Yeah.
I heard this clip is great. There's another Kennedy. Is he not related?
Why are you playing this phony?
What do you mean?
This phony fucking folk hero who
talking about?
went to Burning Man.
He didn't.
No, we got duped.
Oh, he didn't. We got duped. He didn't go to
Yeah.
Burning Man,
I
but
didn't
he's
go to
like
Burning
charging.
Man.
There's new drama on him. He's charging 120 grand per show.
What?
Yeah.
That can't be true.
Oh.
Tim Pool ripped him a little bit.
Really?
Wait, because
Hold
he was
on.
Mr. Like, I don't care about the money. I just care about
Yeah.
the people.
He
120K.
He canceled the show in this like smaller venue because apparently the venue was charging $200 and $90 a ticket.
That's
and
expensive.
Yeah, he was like, "This is bullshit. Like my tickets need to be $25 to $45."
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime, Howard. Bullshit cut.
Sorry, I can't just listen to a portion of the song. I have to.
So I can sit out here and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. So people like me, people like you, wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is.
It is.
Living in the new world with an whole soul. Do These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar hates shit, and it's taxed to no end. Those are rich men, those are rich men. I wish politicians look out for minors. Not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the whole beast milking welfare. God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge round. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. Cause the rich men north of Richmond.
The way it sounds like Hank Pecker, it's so good.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
Okay.
Except what he's charging the venues apparently is 120 grand.
And then complaining that they're
charging
too
and,
much.
And the venue was like, bro, what are you doing? Like, we have to make these ticket prices.
Please let that be true. Because the Burning Man thing wasn't true.
There's drama.
Yeah, no, I'm reading about it right now.
125? What a phony bitch.
So it's damn shame.
That's a lot of fudge rounds, dude.
The venue, which promised to refund ticket holders within the next few business days, went on to explain the details surrounding Oliver Anthony's contract for the concert. The North Man of Richmond contracted to play the Cotton Eye Joe for $120,000 for
The
6
Cotton
days.
Eye Joe.
What?
Yeah.
Come, them Cotton Eye Joe. Here we
Yeah.
come. You guys see it. I make fun of the South but too much, but this man's about to play at a venue called Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah. Where did you come from? Where'd you go? So he charged 120 grand
For a 40-minute show?
660.
But let me
I
tell
thought
you
I said
something.
40.
Let me tell you something, okay? So he came out and was like, I've only made $35,000 from a show, like not
That's a
100.
lot of guap.
No, that makes sense. 35 grand.
No, he just did a whole thing
He's
about
selling out-
I don't care about the money.
Yeah,
well,
but, I mean,
he
he's
does
selling
like
out big
free shows
venues
as
and
well
stuff.
too. But like obviously, it makes sense that you would charge for.
He should be doing free shows the way he talk about those fudge rounds.
He does do free shows as well. I'm being super fair and balanced to
Okay,
Oliver
fair
Anthony.
and
I know
balanced.
there's a lot of Oliver Anthony heads out there that get very mad at me whenever I like call him like a.
This is not a friend. We're not a pro Oliver Anthony show here.
I just like.
Sean is only slamming him because he didn't come on the show, though. I mean, yeah, probably. He would have done it after he came on the show, I imagine. I like to think, at least.
I don't really care personally. I think he's like a. I mean, there was a video where he like
Do we
actually
fudge rounds?
No.
Okay.
But
so it doesn't affect you.
It doesn't. That's why I'm That's why I'm not passionate about this.
I see.
Because I'm not using my EBT
Snap.
on fudge
Yeah.
rounds.
So, can you do me a favor? How much fudge rounds does 100?
Damn it, Zach.
How did you say 120,000?
120,000.
How many fudge rounds can you buy with 120,000?
Well, anyway, look, I think what's going on here is that the drama is like a little bit manufactured, and that overall, the situation happened because he probably has like bad management who's like charging 120 grand, but then maybe he's not seeing all of it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably those right-wing grifters that jumped all over him to like produce his next album and all that, right? You could see that.
I didn't pull this up in time, but when we were talking about Starfield,
No, they showed it.
Oh, we showed it.
Oh, you did good.
Yeah, we
didn't
showed
see it. That's
So a box of 8 fudge rounds is
good.
about $10.
So it's about like $1.
So
$12.10 per fudge
They're
round.
so cheap.
Right.
Oh my god,
Okay,
yeah.
Right, yeah.
So how much is? So you're looking at 130,000. We're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're looking at like
120,000.
100. We're looking at like 110,000 fudge rounds.
It's a lot of fudge rounds, brother.
My friend.
A lot of fudge.
I don't work for money. I work for fudge rounds. You can send the fudge rounds to my people.
He really went off on the fudge round.
God damn it, Zach, stop.
Like,
He hates fat people.
You know, it's just
Jesus, Zach.
His counter to this was so funny because like it's really interesting because like he never had to like do a correction on this. He could have just like leaned further into the right wing shit, which he kind of didn't. So I do have like some kind of respect for him on that front where he was just like,
yeah,
no, actually what I meant
that's
was
true.
like the food that people are having is like really
That's
bad
bull-
for them, which
that's
was
all-
bullshit.
bullshit.
His counter was bullshit.
But he didn't
know
lean
her.
into it, which I think
Yeah.
is commendable.
His counter was fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
But yes, coming out and saying like, no, actually, it's not like that. I respect. It's commendable. Interesting guy overall. You know, big fan.
Back to glazing him. Oh, you respect that? You respect that when he said, "Oh yeah, both sides 5 head centers."
Love hearing his voice, his beautiful voice. You know, looking forward to his career prospering.
Gonna be big.
300 pounds. I could make a lot of fuel from your old fat rounds. Want to use your oil to burn my candle. I don't know. You want
Zach,
to
stop. It's permanently stuck in my head now. I just got it out of my head from the last time.
This guy John Kennedy, is he a Kennedy or like a fake Kennedy?
Well, he is a Kennedy, but not.
He's a Kennedy, but not from the family.
Yeah, not a Kennedy.
Wait, you don't know about John Kennedy? My favorite Louisiana's finest.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fake, but phony bitch ass fake Kennedy.
How dare
is he
you?
even anti-vax?
How dare? Yes, he definitely.
Okay,
is.
good. So he's in good
What do you
company.
mean? He's he's
So-
a Republican congressman from Louisiana.
It's a safe.
So anyway, there's a clip of dear
I will quote from it.
Senator John Kennedy, who is protesting the usage of lewd books being shared with our dear kids.
Well, technically, it's not even like little children, and this is not a part of the curriculum. This is George M. Johnson's book about growing up. It's a memoir about growing up black and queer. And John Kennedy thought it was so unimaginably unacceptable to have this kind of pornographic material that he chose to read an excerpt in the Senate hearing.
Let's see. There's certain excerpts from the LGBT book that conservative parents have been seeking to remove from schools so they aren't accessible by kids. So here, let's read. Let's hear. I mean, maybe he's got a point. Let's hear him out.
All boys aren't blue. And I will quote from it. I put some lube on and got him on his knees.
Mm-hmm.
And I began
Go
to
on.
slide
Look at she's
into
laughing.
him.
Hey, yo.
Oh, who are you? I like her.
This is awesome.
I like her, whoever you are.
Immediately, she's like, "Oh fuck."
Him from behind. I pulled out of him and kissed him while he masturbated.
Go on.
He asked me to turn over while he slipped a condom on himself.
Is this bring your own fanfic day? What is this?
Mm-hmm. Keep going.
This was my ass, and I was struggling to imagine someone inside me.
Right.
The way he just put this soundbite out there for everyone to enjoy for free.
He got on top and slowly inserted himself into me. It was the worst pain I think I have ever felt in my life. Eventually, I felt a mix of pleasure with the pain.
Oh, God.
Close quote. All boys aren't blue.
Oh my God.
All boys
That was quite graphic, sir. And also,
It's like my favorite thing is just like reading and showing things that you find are like unimaginably like gross and unacceptable in a congressional hearing.
You're going to look
There's
called genderqueer.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Let me read an excerpt from that. Quote.
This is a different
I
book.
got a new strap-on harness today.
Okay.
I can't wait to put it on you.
Okay.
It will fit my favorite dildo perfectly.
Nice.
You're going to look so hot.
Okay.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth.
Nice.
All these sound bites for free.
You're gonna pull that, right, Zach?
He put that with a little too much emphasis.
I'm
getting into
wait
this.
to have your cock in my mouth, sir.
He's like licking his lip.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a bits alert. It's good. By the way, I have bit alerts in case you were wondering.
His mouth is salivating while reading this. He's like, I cannot wait.
Oh wait, I missed a good line here.
In my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Oh yeah.
Hey
Wow, that is graphic.
Yeah.
Like, so what's the goal here, right? Like, is the question you must be asking yourself. And the goal is to like ban these books in libraries and shit.
Yeah.
And it's so fucking stupid. Okay, it's so entirely stupid.
That was hell.
The allowance of books like this in libraries is perfectly valid, perfectly reasonable, especially if you're like a queer teenager. This could be formative. Nobody's fucking reading books anyway. But like, this is not this is not fucking pornographic.
Right.
Okay, if you're getting horned up by this,
It's a lot easier to find
that's
porn.
You were already gay. Yeah.
you. Like that's on you.
You
Like
know how
they're
much harder it is to check this book out than just pull up porn?
I know. Which, well, you know, they want to ban that too. But like the free speech defenders, which Republicans claim to be, right? That's what they did throughout the second term of the Obama presidency. Everyone was like, "Oh, SJWs, like they hate free speech. They hate free speech." Even back then, while they were doing that, conservatives were propagandizing that they were the real free speech defenders, while simultaneously trying to fucking ban books like this. And they've been doing it. They have never stopped doing it, and they are doing it again. And it is deeply frustrating because, like, they portray this as like a 6-year-old will like go pick up this copy and like read it, and then I don't know what will happen to the 6-year-old. I guess like
They'll be gay. They'll turn gay.
Be gay, I guess. But like, it's really
Not all boys are blue.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. It's not a part of the curriculum. It's just a book in a fucking library, okay? And
There's a
books
lot
should
of books
be
in
allowed.
libraries.
Yeah, and they should
They're
be
big.
allowed.
But
Like,
you know, I don't know the context even of the whole book. I'm sure that you can't just take one line out of a book. You know what I mean? Like,
no,
there's
it is a memoir.
Yeah.
It is a memoir from George M. Johnson and their experiences growing up black and queer. That's it. And it was written with the express purpose of like helping other black, queer, questioning teenagers and adults, you know, form and shape their identity a little bit better, or at least have like the terms to communicate their gender expression.
I'm gonna give you the blowjob of your life, sir.
It's just so fucking annoying.
Clip that.
Senator, and the words you spoke are disturbing, especially coming out of your mouth is very disturbing. But I will, Senator, and the words you
Indeed. Especially coming out of your mouth. Indeed.
spoke are disturbing, especially coming out of your mouth is very disturbing.
Thank you, King. Who is this?
He's actually the Secretary of State.
Is he
of,
pro or
Illinois.
against?
He is
pro grooming or anti-grooming.
Yeah, I'm not sure which. He is against banning the books.
Okay,
that's
so-
what I'll say.
so that
He's
was a
against,
good-
he's
Yeah, it is.
testifying as-
I am too. I think it's fucking ridiculous. And the irony here is that like the first book burning that happened in
I
Nazi
put some
Germany.
lube on and got him on his knees.
I didn't.
Yeah. The first book burning that happened in Nazi Germany was literally transmedical research. They went into this. They went into a medical facility that was like doing cutting edge research on trans people.
Somebody said, "Hold on, Ethan, would you let your kids read those books?" I mean, I don't know anything about the book. My kids would not read that
And it's
book.
not about
He's 4.
kids. It's not for kids. Like,
yeah, it's not.
it's not
No,
for
I would not let my
4-year-olds.
4-year-old read that book.
Yeah.
Why would I?
Yeah, that's an insane question. Insane. Come on.
He can't read, by the way. He can't read. My son can't read. I'd have to read it to him. He's 4.
It's just like, but that's such a stupid fucking counter. You know what I mean? That's such an idiotic fucking counter because, like, the reality.
Complete the logic. So a 6-year-old or even a 12 or 14-year-old gets the book and reads it and becomes gay. What's wrong with that, right? I'll tell you what's wrong. Christianity says it's wrong. Islam says it's wrong. Mormonism says, yeah, right. Yeah. Seems like there are other books we should be banning. True. True. Even the Bible mentions like sodomy and shit. Like there's a bunch of shit that should not be mentioned to kids within the Bible. Like if we're doing that route. And like, yeah, like if you could become gay through a book, so what? So what then? Is that the worst thing in the world? Like
reality is, even if I don't want my potential child in the future, fucking, I don't know. This is not even a good example. I was gonna say Ayn Rand, but like, I also don't give a shit if they would read that because I would expect them to be smarter than.
Yeah, like if I had a kid, I would hope that I already armed them with the critical thinking skills. By the time that they're reading Ayn Rand, they would know that it's all bullshit, that it's all full of racism. Like, you know what I mean? That she's like a full-on eugenicist. Like, if they're picking up that book, then I would expect them to know that already. And if they didn't, then I would like have like an open dialogue where they could ask me questions about shit. You know what I mean?
Believing in that dumb libertarian nonsense.
The truth is, like, we're talking about a whole library full of books. If you want to go through every of the tens of thousands of books in there for sexual passages and ban them all, go ahead.
You ban the Bible.
Yeah, ban the Bible.
Ban the fucking Bible.
But
then.
that book is there to help some people. There's a group of people that book will help. So, and the other people are not looking for that book, right? So you wanting to ban that book because you're afraid I can't imagine that anyone under the age of 10 would stumble upon that book and just start reading it.
No, there's
no reason.
There's no world in which, and plus there's like a structure, like the librarian will be like, no, you shouldn't read that book. Read this book instead. You know what I mean?
Maybe,
like, that's
maybe
the whole
not.
point.
Maybe not. But the point is it's there to help some people.
Yeah.
Okay, the people who is very niche. I mean, listen, if your kid's reading that book, they probably have a curiosity, and they're probably old enough to understand what those concepts are.
This was actually later in the same session.
Holy
they're
fuck,
also
what
trying
is
to
that
they're also trying to ban what is it? Is this like
Is that
inflation
pregnant
porn
Teenage
or
Mutant Ninja Turtle?
Stop.
Yeah. Is it a pregnant
Looking for someone?
That's really fucked up.
By the way,
dimmified,
What? Why? Where did they find?
Leonardo?
I'd like to titty fuck her, dude.
Oh God. Oh Jesus. First of all, that'd be like.
It'd be hard shell, right?
That's what I'm
right
into.
behind you, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like laying right,
By the way, I
right
saw a
behind
Ninja
your
Turtles
chair.
movie
Stop it! Please stop.
with Theodore. It was really good.
Oh really?
It's fucking awesome.
I heard.
It's
I
really
heard
good.
Good things
Not like
about
Yeah,
this.
it's good. Like the man, look at the rack on that turtle. Anyway, here's more.
This is the one that we watched.
Oh, we watched this one already?
Yeah, that was the part 2, yeah.
Oh, so wait.
Got him on his knees.
Yeah.
Hold on.
And
you
I
just wanna hear it again?
began to
I'm
And
trying
then
to-
she's
slide into
laughing.
him from.
So wait, there's more. There's more.
I can't. I got a new strap.
Wait, we watched all these.
He reposted just that part because it's so funny.
I got myself a strap-on dildo, and I like the size and feel of it. Right? Put it on.
I wanted to show you guys this.
Looked
I'm
at
dying.
myself on the mirror
I'm
for
dead.
a good 10 minutes.
Here we go.
Boy, I really like the side of that. look down at my old small pecker there and wish myself had a big old one like this here strap-on. Well, I like to wear the strap-on out sometimes, make me feel like a man. I go outside with a big old strap-on, boy. Woo-wee. I ride the subway, see the package there? And I'm not talking about Amazon. Know what I'm saying?
I've just like had a memory pop up. Like my first like gay awakening was watching Brokeback Mountain. Strangely enough, it's a 2-for-1. Realizing I'm gender fluid and also gay. You love to see it. Like, even if you ban all the books, like, there's gonna be a thing at some point that makes someone realize what's going on with themselves.
I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I will go out to the club, meet some folks that notice my package. I tell them, come home, find out. That's right. I never take it off, folks. I haven't taken off, I haven't washed.
A tiny Ethan.
Without it, and coming on 1 year now. A little bit of the smell coming off it, but the size is all worth it. Sometimes it's so long and nice, I can twist it around, penetrate my own ass.
All right.
Did you watch Brokeback when it came out? I think it was a few years after. When did it come out? I think I may have seen it when it came out, but I watched it again, and that's like when it happened. 2005? Oh yeah, maybe. Actually, yeah, it may have been around the time it came out.
That's what he said.
I think going back to the serious thing is these guys are out of fucking control.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in high school too.
It's not about banning a specific book. It's only one aspect of a full-throated war that the Republicans, the conservatives, are waging against all.
Or wait, I guess I would have been in middle school. Wait, 2005? 11. Yeah, so I would have been in middle school when it came out, but I watched it in high school. So I watched it like a couple of years later.
All matter of gender expression or all matter of the expression of sexuality that does not correspond to male, female, heteronormative standards, cisgender heteronormative standards.
There's got to be like
ridiculous
straight sex scenes, tons of them in that library.
The example I used, and some of them want that banned too. They want 50 Shades of Grey. You can't have in a library, and it's like
50
laughable.
Shades of Gay.
Yeah, it's laughable to be like, you should ban that. Like, you're a fucking psycho, okay? If that's your goal.
Did you show this yet? Awesome.
Beetlebert.
Beetlebert.
Beetlebert. I hate this fucking banning books nonsense. They do it with television as well. They did it with like PBS in Alabama. If you remember the episode of Arthur where there was like gay marriage happening.
Was that the one that Crowder was in?
No. I don't think Carter was in that one. But
they censored Arthur? That's so dumb, dude. What the fuck?
Overall, all this stuff is nonsensical, is bullshit, but it is only one flank of a much larger war.
Take it off, bro. That's offensive.
Yeah,
shit.
much larger war against queer existence in general. They're doing this on the legislative side by making it basically illegal to be trans in public, making it illegal to transition, all this stuff. It's really fucked up. There's not enough support for it either. They're just kind of doing it for the fun of it. They're doing it because they want this level of control. They're doing it to appease some of the more radical factions within the base of the Republican Party, all of those lobbyist groups with family in their names.
I mean, I think it has a little bit broader appeal than that. I don't think it's just like the radicals. Like, transphobia is the default. Like, Hasan has said this before. He knows this. transphobia is the default position. So if you appeal to that and enable that that impulse in people, then of course they're going to be drawn to that, especially if they're already Republican. I think you underestimate how popular transphobia is.
The Christian fundamentalists, and I just fuck, I get really frustrated when I see stuff like this, especially because that's not how gender works. You don't like see gay marriage and become gay. You know what I mean? That's not how that fucking works. They know deep down inside that that's not how that works. They want to stop it because they don't want that expression. They don't want someone to be comfortable with their own identity because they themselves are not comfortable with their own identity. That's it. They just want to make it as hard as possible to come out, and they want to cast it aside, and it's very frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it's almost like confirmation bias, but like a step beyond that, where you want to confirm your bias by like imposing it on others. Crazy.
Yeah. I mean, like we said, how much there's like straight incest, like nice, good incest, like they would make, Team Skeet blush in the Bible.
Yeah, like there are so many books that you read from 8th grade onward, even in the American curriculum that has like brutal depictions of sexual assault. American.
Transphobia is the default of everyone, you think, or just right-wingers? I think everyone, to a certain extent. Even liberals, you'll see a lot of it. Some liberals will be like rad femmes, where they're straight up TERFs. A lot of liberals just don't know any trans people or know anything about the issues, and they end up perpetuating transphobia without really realizing it. Yeah, I think it's extremely common. I don't know. I think just recently that there is more awareness about trans people and their struggles, but by and large, I think a lot of people have internalized bias. Ignorance. Transphobia implies fear or anger towards trans people, doesn't it? I think they can kind of go hand in hand, right? Like the ignorance leads people to have transphobia, where like they don't realize that trans women are more likely to be the victim of sexual assault than to be the perpetrators of sexual assault. Stuff like that, and they might inadvertently make a talking point like, oh, like we should have female only spaces, like AFAB only spaces. And that might be, like motivated from a place of trauma or just implicit bias against men, which is completely fair, but shouldn't be an excuse to be transphobic towards trans women,
History or history in general has brutal depictions of genocide, torture, rape, all of that stuff. Like, how are we sanitizing this? Why are we sanitizing it is the first question.
Because
and then how are we sanitizing it? Yeah, exactly. It's fucking bullshit. The Bible has way more brutal depictions of everything I just mentioned.
Have sex with your father, with your sister. Isn't there one like that where the two girls fuck their dad?
There's one in the Bible. There's in the Old Testament. There's a passage. In the Old Testament, there's a passage of what Hunter Biden did, basically, which is having sex with your recently deceased.
I think blanket terming everyone as transphobic by default could risk pushing them further into actual transphobia or actual ignorance. Not as educated as you. Defer to your transness wisdom, yeah. Yeah, I think like calling someone transphobic or racist or bigoted, it can like immediately like make them defensive. And that's fair. I don't know how to like how to ease that, you know? Like I don't mean it like, oh, you're racist, you're transphobic, you're inherently a bad person. I just mean it like you're saying things, the points that you're making are transphobic. And it doesn't mean that like you're afraid or you're angry or you're too much of a snowflake. Like there's like so much attached to that like accusation. I don't know. Like if I am like calling out a person I know IRL and saying like, "Hey, that was like sort of a racist thing to say." It's not because I think they're a bad person and I think they should be like punished or publicly shamed. I just think that like I think I expect better of them and like I think they could grow. I think this is like an opportunity for them to learn something new, like a new perspective. I don't know. I think that is a huge problem with leftism is that people think that we're like virtue signaling or like putting people down or like I don't know, like making like claims about morality when it's more about like I just want you to have like an informed stance on things, you know? Like the same that I would expect people close to me to like inform me on perspectives that I may not have. Like I will like straight out ask chat sometimes like, "Hey dudes, what is your perspective on this? Like, hey men, what do you think?" Because that's just not an experience that I have as a person. And I think the diversity of experiences actually, you know, it makes us stronger. It makes us smarter. That's like why we developed language. You know? I don't know. I don't want it to be like so combative to just like discuss the facts of things.
Brother's wife. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's a victimless crime.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, but that's sex. Like, the Bible has sex and depictions of fucking your sister-in-law.
But that's a good thing, right? Because you're supposed to take them when your bro passes. You take over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, that's fine. That's allowed.
That's good Bible shit.
Like, oh, the example I was going to use, the last example I was going to use before we move on to Kevin McCarthy's, incredible Biden impeachment inquiry, which will certainly yield positive results. In Florida, when the "Don't Say Gay" shit was popping off, like one of the examples.
Debate is now a combat sport, though. Yeah, I guess that's why people call it blood sports, right? Yeah, for the content, though. You know, I do hate that. I do hate debate culture, just in general.
That was used commonly was like, oh, if you're a queer teacher, you're not allowed to have, like, if you're, let's say you're a male teacher, you're gay, you're not allowed to have a photo with your husband at school, right? And like conservatives do this thing where they go, oh, if you're gay in public, you're promoting gay sex. Like if you're holding hands in public, you're promoting gay sex because I can't stop thinking about gay sex, right? Like that's the mentality. And you would never say that about like a pregnant teacher. You know what I mean? Like, oh, my daughter's teacher.
Yeah, that teacher's pregnant. That means she had sex. Straight sex. That fucking degenerate. Put it away, slut.
In kindergarten's pregnant. You know what that means? That means she fucked. which means she's walking around showing everybody how much she fucked. Had heterosexual.
Hi, Dapper. It's good. How are you?
It's
sex.
Well, it's kind of a self-report because their very existence in their mind is sexual.
That's what I mean. It's like
you know,
hypersexualized.
I see a gay man, and I just think about wanting to suck a man's penis.
It's-
I think
it's
about
so-
that's
yeah.
what they do, and it gets me thinking.
And that's the thing, like, making it more taboo only makes it, like, more hypersexualized. You know? Like, oh, it's just like a weird kink. Like, you know what people love thinking about? Kinks. Like, I don't know. You can't just, like, de-gayify people with rhetoric. Streisand affecting themselves, yeah. Real.
Thinking about it makes me uncomfortable.
But that normative standard is the reason why a lot of people are able to get away, or a lot of people are able to get away with like bigoted perspectives while shielding it under our puritanical values. Like, oh, I just don't want any mention of sex, and it's like, no, you don't. You are the one who's, connecting the dots there and saying that like queer existence is inherently sexual when it's not. You don't think that way about heteronormative cisgender.
Yeah, like if you tell a conservative about asexual gay people, they'll lose their goddamn mind. What do you mean? What do you mean you're an asexual lesbian? What do you mean?
Gender relationships.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, you're right. I'm with you 100%, brother. You know what I'm saying? Dicks out, brother.
Oh my god. Look at Kaya's tail. It's so fluffy. It's
You know what
so
I'm saying?
tall.
Dicks out.
Look at that thing. Floofy. Interesting place to come in. Fair enough though, yeah. Or we're coming in hot.
Out, brother. Here is we're gonna hit on these main topics real.
I think it's about to be the debate time. Wait, when did they start talking about communism? When does that happen? Did I miss it? Did I blank out? Did I just black out?
Fast. So, Kevin McCarthy is getting desperate. The Hunter Biden thing isn't providing any juice for impeachment. That's apparently turning into the thing now. We just got to impeach whoever's
Well,
in
probably
office.
just said they were going to do that. They were like, oh, yeah, if you do this to Trump, we'll do this to you.
Right.
And it sucks for them because...
The debate was about Taiwan and media. Oh, it already happened. Oh, okay. Wait. The clips I saw, they were debating, like, socialism and shit. Did I miss it? I don't... It's been a whirlwind.
It's like Biden is really hard to do this with because, like, he's kind of boring. He's a little too boring.
But so this is an interesting
okay.
strategy. Usually, right, you need the House vote to impeach a president. But Kevin has said, what if we...
Kaya is such a good girl. She's so cute. Oh, I want to pet her so bad. I want to meet Hasan. Not to meet Hasan, but to pet his dog.
We don't. And that, I think, is a compelling argument, legally speaking. So here he is announcing that.
Despite these serious allegations, it appears that the president's family has been offered special treatment by Biden's...
Never seen that before. President's family being offered special treatment?
Yeah.
That's never happened.
Yeah.
Especially not in Trump.
Thank God they're addressing nepotism finally in familiar relations.
God, dude.
Treatment that not otherwise would have received if they were not related to the president.
Right. Huge problem.
These are allegations of abuse of power, obstruction, and corruption. And they warrant further investigation by the House of Representatives.
But they did that.
That's why today,
exactly.
I am directing our House committee to open a formal impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden.
Without support of the House.
This logical next step will...
He's just wilding out. What is McCarthy doing? He's just doing whatever he wants. He's just doing his own thing. It's fine. Whatever, I guess. Sure.
will give our committees the full power
Well, we
gather
support
all
this
the
motion.
facts and answers for the American public.
I
It's
just
exactly
see two
what
brave
we
men.
want to know.
There's such
Two heroes.
The answers.
Ah, hey,
I believe
Daddy,
the
nice to see you.
president would
Well,
want to
yeah,
answer these
one
questions
is
and
dead, that
allegations
piece of
as well.
shit.
How many
This
Iraqis you
effort will
killed,
be
Papa?
led by Chairman James
Bozo.
Comer at the Committee on Oversight in coordination with Chairman Jim
Okay,
Jordan.
so can we pause for a second? A couple things here. Okay, number one, the investigation committee, which was done behind closed doors for a very specific purpose, and the purpose was to like muddy the waters and lie about all the information that they couldn't find connecting Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. That's number one. Number two, Republicans in Congress have said that there isn't enough information connecting Hunter Biden to Joe Biden.
Literally everyone says this. Like, they may find the evidence, but they haven't found it yet. And you might want to find the evidence before you try prosecuting somebody, before you try impeaching a whole president. Like,
as far as like Hunter Biden's level of access and influence in the decision-making process of the American government as it pertains to foreign policy, specifically in Ukraine. So that's number two. And number three, Kevin McCarthy himself personally gave a quote to Breitbart last week where he said, of course, we're going to hold this up for a vote. Okay, hold this up for a vote to launch this inquiry. And then obviously didn't have the fucking votes to do that. So now he's trying to do it without actually
do it anyway.
Putting it up
Just
for a
doing
vote.
it.
So every
fuck it, we'll do it live.
aspect of this is so haphazardly put together. Mitch McConnell himself has openly stated as of like 2 days ago.
And that's interesting because he can't really openly state anything.
I can't believe Mitch is running for re-election. I can't. Please don't. Please make it stop.
Yeah, he's just
That was a big effort for him.
he gathered the last remaining health bar and juice that he had to say, yeah, we'll wait for the House to do its thing. The Senate is a whole different kind of issue. You know,
He went like this.
Yeah.
The House Republicans.
Yep.
I don't know why I keep making this joke because the doctors cleared him. So
yeah, he's healthy.
He's a beacon of health and
He
prosperity.
bumped his head, apparently.
Yeah, he's fine. He had a little oopsie. He pooped his pants. That would have been way funnier if the medical professionals were like, yeah, he had a sharding incident.
It'd be more
The
believable.
first time, that's what I thought happened. My pants. I straight up just thought he shit his pants and he was like froze up, not knowing what to do. But
My client bumped his head, and he just likes to veer off sometimes mid-sentence, like. Sometimes happen to the good old boys. Had a little too much sweet tea in the morning, know what I'm saying? Anyway, so that's pretty fun. Yeah, there didn't seem like a lot of support or juice at all for this.
So here's what's going on. Did Hunter Biden utilize the Biden name to get jobs that he had no business having
Definitely.
in positions of power?
yeah.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
One of those was in Ukraine in an energy company called Burisma. Okay, where he got a job without any fucking
$500,000 a year,
prior,
right?
Yeah, but without
go,
any
dude.
prior experience whatsoever. Part of the reason why he got this consulting gig was because he lied about having access to his dad. Part in that process, he also, in an effort to show everybody how much access he had to his dad, he had like phone conversations with his dad in front of those guys.
Oh,
but
that's
according to the
crazy.
actual testimony from Devin Archer, the other person that was investigated by the House committee, the Republicans,
his business partner, right?
his business partner,
Yeah.
yes. No, in none of those conversations did they ever actually discuss work, and it was more so like him putting his dad on speakerphone, telling everyone to be quiet to show that he had to show that he could have a phone conversation with his dad.
Yeah.
So
That Hunter Biden is a piece of work.
yeah,
It
it's
really
pretty
is.
funny. It's pretty funny. This is like while Beau Biden was also like dying of cancer, so his dad was probably more likely to fucking pick up the phone call.
Dude, that
So-
Hunter really is something.
Yeah. So yeah, the GOAT. So all of that stuff is true. Like nepotism, all that stuff is 100% real. The point is, if you want to impeach,
Yeah, Trump also did a ton of nepotism. He hired fucking Ivanka and what's her fucking husband's name? God damn it. What's his name? I already forgot. He's so forgettable. He also put Don Jr. on some shit. Like, I don't know. I don't think all of that was above board.
You know, a president for having a fail son, you have to somehow tie the fail son back to the president. And there is no paper trail that they've been able to find. There's no conclusive evidence that they've been able to find. And now they're just kind of saying, like, they've decided the way to massage the narrative in the absence of evidence, hard evidence that could directly tie you to the wrongdoing that you're alleging, specifically that, like, Brandon pressured the Ukrainian government to fire Viktor Shokin, the Ukrainian prosecutor at the time, right? He did this because he wanted to help his son Hunter and justify Hunter's salary. That is the argument. In order to make this argument stick, you have to have a couple different pieces of information. You have to have some kind of paper trail, or you have to, at the very least, have some like conclusive evidence that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden had conversations specifically about his Burisma job. And last but not least, and this is probably the most important aspect of this, because this is something I covered all the way back in like 2019 when the original Trump conversation was happening with Ukraine.
I don't even know, like, they would already have to have those recordings, you know? Oh, Jared Kushner. Yes. The $2 billion Saudi investment. Just saying, right? Right. Yeah. It's all such a joke. Such a joke. Yeah. And, like, that isn't abnormal. I'm sure there's other presidents that did the same thing I just don't know about. Very forgettable indeed. Indeed. Just a cookie cutter man.
If you remember, the impeachment trial happened because Trump had a phone conversation with Ukrainian officials where he said, give me dirt on Joe Biden and Hunter Biden as it pertains to Burisma, and if you don't show me dirt, I'm going to stop giving you military support, which was already congressionally approved, so we didn't even have the presidential power to be able to stop that from happening, right? So that's why he got impeached, if you guys remember.
The first time,
and
yeah.
at the time, it was already known, it was already well known and well established that Viktor Shokin was a corrupt prosecutor that literally Ukrainians wanted to remove from position. Civil society organizations that are involved in Ukraine wanted to remove from that position. The international community wanted to remove him from this position. The IMF and the World Bank wanted to remove him from this position of power, and they were even saying that they were going to stop giving loans to Ukraine unless they removed this prosecutor from a position of power. So they claimed that, like, it was Hunter Biden that got this prosecutor removed, but that's fucking idiotic because the CIA wanted him removed. Right? The civil society organizations that had interest in Ukraine wanted him removed. Ukraine was already Ukraine was already, like you've mentioned, an important country for American interest in the nation. It was both simultaneously in the Western sphere of influence on the one hand, but also in the Russian sphere of influence on the other. And Viktor Shokin was a longtime Ukrainian official that was, you know, on this delicate tightrope, and he was leaning too much in the Russian direction for the Western interests in the country to be comfortable with, right? And that was the major reason why they wanted him out of this position. And also because he was corrupt, but everyone's fucking corrupt. Like, let's be real, right? So at the end of the day, the one aspect of this story that I find really hilarious is that Viktor Shokin, the corrupt prosecutor that Biden pressured Ukraine to remove, was also holding up investigations on Burisma.
Yeah.
So he was literally working in favor of Burisma.
Yeah. Interesting. Him being fired was bad for them.
Yeah,
So
him
like,
being fired was bad for Burisma because he had held up an investigation that the UK officials were conducting, where they stopped the UK officials from actually seizing Burisma executives' assets to the tune of millions of fucking dollars. So why the fuck would Hunter Biden want this guy fired? If anything, if he didn't get fired after all of those civil society organizations that had interest in Ukraine wanted him to be ousted from his position, If he didn't get fired, then it would be improper. Then it you might have had a leg to stand on with respect to like what Biden was doing, because Joe Biden acted on the opposite interest of his son in that situation.
Another interesting thing that I read was that when Biden administration found out that Hunter got that job, they launched their own internal investigation to figure out like what the fuck was going on. That's all pretty well documented.
You mean the Obama administration? Because Biden was the VP.
Yeah, he was a VP. So there was an Obama administration investigation because they were worried about it at the time. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, y'all got to get your son in check.
Yeah.
Because it makes us look, this looks horrible. Yeah. And it's all well documented.
You want to know another really funny thing? K-File on CNN found this, Andrew. There was a bipartisan letter of support from Republicans and Democrats alike at the time pushing to remove Victor Shokin from his prosecutorial powers. So fucking Republicans wanted this.
Hunter Biden delivered on our promise.
And here's the thing. The reason why there was so much bipartisan support for Ukraine at a time when no one was talking about Ukraine, even though Russia and Russian involvement in Ukraine was already happening in the eastern territories of Donetsk and LPR and DPR, right? There was back and forth shelling. Thousands of people were already dying, even though people in America did not know about it or care about it at the time. But there was bipartisan support. Why? Because it was in the American strategic interest. That's why there was bipartisan support. That's why when we were funding the
because Russia bad. Very simply, because Russia bad. We hit Russia, so we fight Russia with Ukraine. That was like, it's so like grug brained. Like that's it.
Azov part of the Ukrainian national defense, for example, that it became a big problem from an optics perspective, at least, when you had John McCain and
It's quite literally just the logic of, oh, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Amy Klobuchar going to Ukraine and hanging out with these guys and giving them fucking weapons and training and logistical support, and that the Obama administration had to actually go back on and specifically carve out a clause that would dictate that none of the weapons that we were given to Ukraine would go to the Azov the Azov brigade because they were Nazis or are Nazis.
So, okay, I mean, we've thoroughly, I feel, debunked this thing, but there are people on the right with really fresh perspectives on this. For example, Tim Pool, who always has the best insight. Let's see what he has to say about this.
Let's break it down for you because
God.
Here's from the Washington Free.
But pause it. Wait, go back up, please. I'm sorry. This is so dumb. But no. Go a little bit further. Tim Pool's ads are awesome. Do you support our Second Amendment?
What is that? Yes or no? Just a gun with the Declaration of Independence. Epic.
Yes! No! The no one's so small. They make the no one so small.
Yeah.
Oh, I misclicked. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
You know where
I misclicked. I'm gay now. It's like, well, he does. He supports
Oh my
everyone having
God.
nukes even, so.
Right.
Yeah.
For you, because we do. Here's from the Washington Free Beacon. Oh, you're going to complain about this? NewsGuard certified. Hunter Biden called D.C. to get Ukraine prosecutor.
NewsGuard certified. What was that? Oh my God, Tim, are you okay? Is there anything under that beanie at all?
Fired for Burisma. His ex-business partner reportedly testified.
He did not.
Which makes no sense.
No, he did not testify that.
Yeah.
He did not. This is
Are you telling me
Dude, his beanie gets lower and lower every day. His eyes are gonna be under the beanie soon.
With the do you support Second Amendment?
Well, the funny thing is,
freebeacon.com.
This was so easy to debunk. This article was from August 1st. The transcript of the testimony that he's talking about was released on August 3rd, 2 days later. And so we didn't know. This article is talking about...
Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes. If you guys ever want to send me jammies for stream that are copyright free, please do.
Might never cum, it might come and you weren't ready for it. You got to be ready for the cum.
I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready.
Ready.
Hey, thank you for the raid. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, "Oh, I killed a cow out back, baby." You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will. Globalists to know, I will eat your ass first. I swear to God.
I will eat your ass.
I do. I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
Hey, yo.
Oh, it's a good song too. But we gotta finish this. We're so close. We're so close. I think it's about to get into debate territory, unless, I mean, I don't know.
Speculation. Then it came out, and the testimony
Alex.
directly contradicted everything Tim is saying.
That was the smoking gun on the Devin Archer testimony. Turned out to be a massive fucking nothing burger, which was why this was being conducted behind closed doors to begin with. Because if they had evidence, you think the fucking Republicans would not have wanted to televise this trial on Fox News every goddamn day? Of course they would. The investigation was so bad like that it didn't yield the results that they wanted to get out of it.
No, we're doing Dark History next, just in time.
So much so that like the Republicans on the committee stopped going to the fucking meetings where they were just like, yeah, this sucks. Like there's nothing going on here. But of course, they still gave at least enough information for Fox News and Kayleigh McEnany and all these other people to like run with and claim was you know, real.
Yeah, I think the debate is about to happen. Unless I don't know. I blacked out? I don't know. I've been waiting for it to happen the whole show. Maybe it wasn't as big of a debate as I thought. Or maybe it hasn't happened yet. I don't know.
Accusations and hard evidence of misconduct.
Did they really both roll around in aviator glasses together? That's kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's badass. You know it's badass. Come on.
Get in, son. We're going to smoke crack.
Get in, son. We're going to go.
Get in, loser.
Get in, Jack. We're going to...
They're so cute together. I don't know why I find that endearing with the Ray-Ban aviators.
Victor Shokin.
2015 to get a Ukrainian prosecutor investigating his employer fired. Archer, who sat on the board of Ukrainian gas company
Bro's
Burisma
literally reading freebeacon.com right now.
But it says, look.
It's NewsGuard certified.
Click on this. Click on this. Click on this.
Click on what?
Okay. Fox News reported. Oh, you can't.
It's a video.
Fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I linked to it though. In the doc.
Let's see if you can find what the Fox News report was saying.
Which again was from before.
But look. Archer also testified Biden called his father more than 20 times during
Here,
his meeting
I've got
to
the
sell the
article.
Biden brand. That part is real.
Here's the article he's reading from. So we'll go down to Fox News report.
Yeah, because they're
a source told Fox News Hunter Biden Burisma execs called DC to get Ukrainian prosecutor fired.
Right. So
July
a
31st.
source told them this. A
Sure.
source.
Go down.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think I looked for. I don't.
I told you the story. I told you what he did, and it's exactly what I said. Because Devin Archer was directly asked, "Do you believe that like Hunter Biden had any phone conversation with Joe Biden that would be like incriminating, damaging, or was like genuinely trying to change Biden's perspective on his affairs with Burisma?" And he said no, straight up. He's like, no, he did not.
Oops.
Oh, yeah, see, the White House president said he was never in business with his son.
I mean, of course. Like, if that conversation happened, it probably happened in private, and there's probably no recording of it. You know? I don't know.
Archer's testimony also openly confirmed that as well.
You're reading here. President, the House Republicans' own much-hyped witness today testified that he never heard of President Biden discussing business with his son or his son's associates or doing anything wrong.
Oops.
In their much-hyped witness testimony, House Republicans keep promising bombshell evidence to support the ridiculous...
I don't think Biden has ever done anything wrong in his life. Everyone is saying this.
attacks against the president, but time after time, they keep failing to produce any.
If they had the bombshell evidence, they would have televised this on Fox News.
There would have been a bomb.
Constantly cut videos about like Devin Archer openly stating, yeah, Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are corrupt. So the one little nifty rhetorical trick that a lot of the Republicans in positions of power and also Fox News is engaging in is...
Republicans hate this one rhetorical trick.
Notice, every time they talk about this situation under the impeachment, right, they always say the Biden family. Why are they not saying Joe Biden? Why do they never mention Joe Biden directly by name?
They're trying to make it seem like a mafia family.
And how he is related to the Hunter Biden misdeeds. Because that connection is alleged. They've made it up in their minds. Which is why instead of saying like, look at the amount of money that the Biden family got from Burisma and substitute the Biden family for Hunter Biden, because all of that other stuff is only done by Hunter Biden. There is, at this moment, and maybe there will be new evidence somehow, somewhere down the line, but at this moment, as far as all of the investigations that have been done on the matter, there is no tangible, conclusive evidence whatsoever that connects Hunter Biden and his misdealings with Burisma and any other fucking foreign national with Joe Brandon himself.
Here's Tim having a meltdown when people are saying, even his own fans are saying the case is light. He's not hearing it.
Primers in their headlines. Long shot. The fight it's ready for. How Donald's DOJ gave Biden a major assist in the coming impeachment probe. You see, here's what, there's very few. Oh, here we go. Opinion. Where is the evidence, Speaker McCarthy? David French. See, people.
Check evidence?
People like David French are lying on purpose. Like, there's no way you spend this much time in politics and not know. There's a certain pattern to impeachment.
Pause it. That is pretty. So first of all, the New York Times does lie regularly, especially on the op-ed side. I mean, they literally sold the Iraq War, those cretins. But it is pretty funny to say, like, these guys are lying on purpose. Like, people like David French are lying on purpose right after you pulled up a Washington Free Beacon article that you defended that literally was just false, okay?
Well, guess what? He's got another article to pull up.
Okay, let's
Hold
see.
on, yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the... Oh, no. Oh, no, I stumbled upon evidence. What do we do,
No,
David
not
French?
the Free Beacon.
David, what do I do?
No.
Do I
Oh,
pretend like
no.
the evidence doesn't exist? This article reads,
God, this shit
Hunter
is
Biden
trash.
called D.C. to get Ukraine prosecutor
Alleged.
He's so horned up for nothing.
fired for
Called
Burisma.
D.C.
His ex-business
Skipped that
partner
word, didn't
reportedly
he?
testifies. Oh, no. Oh, David, what do we do now?
I want to have Biden be indicted as much as the next guy. Trust me, I just don't think this is it.
That there's actual evidence published in the Washington Free Beacon. Oh, man. What's this? Uh-oh. It's the New York Times. The New York Times, what do they say? They say,
He's really unhinged.
Mr. Biden confided to his inner circle that he believed Trump was a threat to democracy and should be
Seriously, why is he being such a theater kid?
prosecuted. And Garland said he wanted Mr. Garland to act less like a ponderous judge, act more like a prosecutor who was willing to take decisive action. Oh no.
What?
What do we do? We have evidence that Joe Biden flew to Ukraine to get a prosecutor fired because the prosecutor was investigating his son's company. Oh no.
Wait.
Is it proof?
Huh?
What is? He is all over the place with
Biden
this.
flew to Ukraine.
Truly.
No.
Fired.
Biden did. So Biden did actually pressure the Ukrainian government. That part is true. Okay, he did. He wanted Viktor Shokin to be fired.
Right.
But Victor
Viktor Shokin was holding up investigations
Victor
to
was
fucking Burisma.
Yeah, Victor was Burisma's guy. Joe firing him was against their interests.
Yes.
So I don't fully understand it. It's like, I mean, Viktor Shokin is anyone's guy, right? Like whoever is greasing his pockets, whoever's greasing him harder, Victor is going to be on board with. But that in and of itself represented a threat for at least foreign capital with interests in Ukraine, okay? I need people to understand this. Ukraine, much like many of the former Soviet Eastern Bloc countries, was robbed of its resources and was propped up with a corrupt kleptocracy, just like every other country, because of Western influence in the aftermath of the USSR falling apart, okay? So every single person that is in a position of power in all of these countries oftentimes are corrupt. Just like American politicians are corrupt, these guys are also very corrupt, okay? So, and this even goes all the way to Zelensky as well, which many people used to cover, like the organizations like NATO, pro-NATO organizations and outlets would also talk about Zelensky offshoring some of his wealth and yada, yada, yada. None of that matters at this point. What matters is Viktor Shokin was not as much in the Western sphere of influence as the Western operators in Ukraine wanted. That's it. That's why they wanted him fired. Okay? He towed the line a little too much, a little too close to the Russian allegiance in the Russian sphere of influence, and that's why he represented a threat for people with material interest in Ukraine. That's it. So any conversation beyond that is so silly to me because he was already acting in at the behest of Burisma.
Hunter Biden indicted on federal gun charges.
There's actually some breaking news. This happened during the show today. So this was part of he had had that plea deal that
He did everything right, and they indicted him.
fell apart, and now they're charging him with the gun stuff.
did everything right, and they
Which is whatever, go for it. You know what I mean? Fuck it.
I mean, free my boy Hunter for sure. But
Well, I mean, listen, if he's, I'm not here riding for. I don't care about Hunter Biden. I don't. Take him, please. He'll probably get access. He'll probably be having the time of his life in jail.
I don't care about him, but he is kind of cool. He does seem kind of cool. He would be fun to party with.
Crack. They smuggle crack into prison, probably.
I'm sorry. There's nothing more hilarious than the fact that this.
I smoked crack once.
You did?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I didn't feel it.
That's crazy.
That's the guy I
I'm
had
just
sex with.
it's too weak for
my
him.
natural.
Didn't feel it at all. He must have not fucking inhaled.
I am coming
Oh,
hard.
hi. Hi. Oh, hi. Thank you, Jaina. Thank you for 11 months. Holy. Being very slay in the Teddy Flash tonight. Thank you. Thank you. I'll do a fit check just for you. We're just checking. Checking. Thank you, sweetie. I hope you're well.
Natural existence is crack. I don't
Smoke
feel
crack
that
is-
shit. It's actually it's 12:30.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We only talked about one topic.
We did.
So what do we do?
Good.
about
What do you
the
mean?
title?
What do you?
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Just say them. Just say, the other topics.
But so we just do Biden impeachment? That's the title?
do?
What are we gonna do?
And Starfield review.
Quitting my job. Let's fucking go. Fuck those assholes. Fuck the bozos. Good luck. I believe in you. This.
Starfield review, Biden impeachment, Mexican border harassment.
Right.
Yeah. We covered a lot of politics. I mean, we even did the subreddit's favorite topic. Hasan is a tanky who loves China and Russia.
Yeah, I don't know all this stuff. I was just
Classic.
curious.
Yeah.
Classic.
Well, I mean, it's good.
Just curious. Just asking questions.
Well, just say what you think. If people are going to be away, then they'll be away.
Yeah. No, I always.
Ethan confronts Hasan. Please don't do that.
Well, that's no. That's definitely going to happen regardless.
Well,
but,
I don't want that to be the title.
People should be able to. I mean, that is going to be the title. People should be able to.
It should have been. It should be. I mean, that would be good clickbait.
Not a
have
our episode.
these discussions on foreign policy without, being at each other's throats. I think it's kind of weird, especially because at the end of the day, regardless of what my opinion is or what your opinion is, whatever the American foreign policy apparatus has an interest in a specific country is what is going to happen. So
I'm in favor of all
completely
people of the
fucking
world
powerless.
being free.
Yeah, me too.
Damn, dude.
Freedom.
Hasan will look like children when they shave. I know. I'm still not used to shaved Hasan. It looks so weird. I want it to come back immediately. God, I hate it.
Brave.
To life,
That was brave
liberty,
and true.
and justice.
Brave and true.
Free.
He reminds me of the poli-sci bros rolling up to the party, talking about Kant and shit.
Dumb, reign supreme, under God.
Let's spread it, baby.
Yeah.
Spread that.
Spread 'em
freedom.
Under
like
our
them
Christian
cheeks.
God.
I'm spreading freedom like them cheeks.
like John Kennedy is spreading them cheeks.
Here to
Hey, Cheryl, spread those cheeks. Why?
No, I meant the.
It's crazy because I don't usually prefer facial hair. I usually prefer a shaved look. I think I'm just used to Hasan with facial hair. I don't know.
The other Kennedy, but
I want to know what Larry David has to say
Cheryl,
about that.
spread those cheeks wide open for me.
God damn it. Dude, the ableism with Ethan has been crazy this episode. It's been wild. I had 6 clips of his ableism from earlier.
Like I do when I.
And he's still doing it. Even though Chad told him to stop.
Like the brain barrier. Spread your cheeks open like the brain barrier does.
From the COVID shot? Or no, that was from Wi-Fi.
The blood-brain barrier,
It's from
right?
the cell
Wi-Fi,
phone,
yeah,
cell
like
phone.
yeah, something like that.
Yo, dude, we got to protect our blood-brain barrier. You know
True.
what I'm saying? All right, we got to go, though. Oh, no, is this real?
Dude.
Doing Robert Kennedy, yeah. Yeah, he's been doing the Robert Kennedy impression the whole time. He says he has the pass because he has Tourette's. Which I just don't think is... I just don't think that's accurate. I don't know, man. I'm not the expert on ableism, but I just... He, like, even here, he was criticizing his takes on 5G causing cancer, but he has to add the ableism on top of it for whatever fucking reason. Plenty of other ways to mock that guy. Exactly. You can mock every single one of his takes politically. You don't have to go for the way he talks. That's, like, at the very least, comedically low-hanging fruit.
He doesn't look very happy
This
to be in the
photo's
photo.
epic.
I'll say Larry does not seem happy to be there.
I think he was doing a little goofy face though, like
Either
that
way.
he would do.
Either way.
And this is an old photo. Is this from their wedding or something?
Yeah, it's from their wedding.
Okay, so then he wasn't as big as a fucking anti-vaxxer
there.
kook back then.
He
You know
went
what I
to his
mean?
wedding.
Yeah, well, it's just co-star at the time.
Yeah. Larry's the best, man. You know he's vaxxed up. Larry's vaxxed the fuck up.
He seems like the kind of guy that would get extra vaxxed.
He's like got that shirtless Eddie.
Yeah, he'd go around to
Yeah.
clinics and
50 shots.
just get like 8 COVID.
Line them up. All right, guys. So thank you, Hasan. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Once again, there's a.
Wait, did I miss the debate? When did I literally black out? Did they cut it out? I'm so confused. They like debated like socialism at some point, and I just don't. Was it during the Taiwan discussion? And I was focused on other things. Probably I was having like a secondary conversation. I reacted too hard. Oh well.
Flash sale happening on teddyfresh.com. Go check it out. It's all happening right now. Hasan, sorry about Mexico. They really got you, huh, bud?
Yeah.
Hasan now understands why taxation is theft.
Yeah, I'm
$200.
already a capitalist. I've already been a capitalist, you know, and I'm simultaneously a capitalist and also a tanky who defends Russia. And
That's
China.
right.
Wait,
Bro.
Mexican Border Patrol was like,
Give me $200. Ugly. You're
literally what they
disgusting.
said.
I'm
That
gonna
literally
kill
is
you.
what they
Give me
think.
$200.
Oh,
That's what they said.
all right, guys, we'll be back tomorrow for After Dark. It's going to be a fun show. Laughs, goofs, everything in between. It's all happening. Hasan, have a fantastic weekend. Thanks for being here. Nice to see you.
Tomorrow's show's going to be much better. Classic.
No offense.
Yeah. No, none taken. I agree.
All right, take care, guys. See you then.
All right. Ableism hour is over. Thank God. Thank God. I need a palate cleanser of sorts.
I don't like girls, I don't like boys. I got a they, them, baddie that I enjoy. Oi. I'm in love with the they, them. I'm in the club with some they, them. 10 out of 10, would I rate them? Got their fucking cent, I don't pay them. They said they're no binary. I said, cunt, that's fine with me. You can still inspire me. I won't call you he or she. I don't care what you got downstairs as long as you can lick my feet. I don't care what you got downstairs as long as you can pee on me. Pull up, knock a cunt out if they ever come misgender you. They're just jealous, they can't pull a kick, they them and get it rude. LGBTQI My pasta love them also very much. They identify as fluid, so we'll go and pick them up. On my brothers like shit, 3056. They a he or she, I don't give a shit. People coming up to ask me if they a girl or boy. They a girl or boy, yeah, they're somewhere in between.
What are your pronouns called? 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 What are your pronouns? Before I go down, hit that ass out, hit it from the back and spin around. What are your pronouns? I don't mess around. I got sexy they and baddies in my sex lounge.
I'm on Smith Street with some hot humans. Someone bump that Charlie.
Let's go, Zheani. That's so cool. Oh, that sounds fun as hell.
Wesda exclusive, but it's still inclusive. Heard you used the wrong pronoun, even though you knew it. Heard you used the wrong pronoun, and my night's ruined. But I'm with some lady gangsters up in Mount Druitt. Put your hands in the air if you're gender fluid. That can't he, him. That can't she, her. That can't say them. But I'm it, that. I'm an object. I still skid fat. In the gender neutral bathroom, make that ass clap. They got XX chromosomes, but different expressions. Smash and break the ones with my genderless affection.
What are your pronouns called? 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 What are your pronouns? Before I go down, hit that ass out, hit it from the back and spin around. What are your pronouns? I don't mess around. I got sexy they and baddies in my sex lounge.
Okay. One more? One more jammies, perhaps?
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water.
Yeah.
They turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. It's crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay.
Frogs. Fight for your life.
Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like frogs. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
For you. Frogs. Oh. An absolute fucking classic. God, that song, it always gets me. It always gets me fucking jamming. Oh, that's good stuff. Now for the dark history of infrastructure. Gets the people going. Real.
Did you know that the last time America's major pipes were replaced was over 100 years ago? Apparently, the water systems in this country got a C-.
New set. It's a new dark history set. Check it out. I like it.
Grade from the American Society of Civil Engineers. I mean, aren't we supposed to be one of the richest countries in the world? And that's just one part of the infrastructure problem we have in America. Most of our bridges and freeways, I mean, things that we use every day, are in crucial need of repair. And it seems like no one is doing anything about it. Why? Why, you ask? Well, that's a great question.
Brandon, Build Back Better, am I right?
Let's get into it.
New intro. Go.
Hi, friends. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here, we believe history, it doesn't have to be boring. I mean, yeah, it might be tragic. It might even be happy. But either way, it's our dark history, babe. So sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history gas. Today, we're talking about infrastructure, and my biggest problem with it is the word itself just kind of scares me. I mean, there's a lot of syllables, right? And it's what are you hiding? What is
infrastructure? Why do you gotta be so mysterious? Why do you have so many syllables? For what? infrastructure. What is that, 5? It's too many.
What does it even mean? Well, I found out. So infrastructure is the fancy word for the bones that make up our society. I'm talking like transportation, sewage, water, schools, bridges, power supplies, some buildings, you know, and the government pays for them because it's an investment in how our country functions and works. And hello, right? It makes sense. The only time you really hear this term brought up is during presidential debates. You know, they're always like, we gotta support infrastructure. America's infrastructure is crumbling. And it's like, yeah, okay. And then, you know, as time goes on, it's something we kind of forget about months later, right? Well, here's the thing. After reading article after article after article, I'm like, yeah, infrastructure is everything.
Yeah, it's the pipes bringing us the water that we drink. It's the roads that we drive on that have potholes. It's the water treatment plants. The railway systems, which desperately need repair. So many things.
We need it. Hello? Okay. Now, if you take a minute and you've just been watching the news lately, it kind of seems like cities or buildings are just like falling apart. And it doesn't make sense because nowadays taxes are higher than ever, right? And they're supposed to cover infrastructure, right? So it's like, okay, what the hell? What the hell's going on? So imagine it's the 1930s. Okay, we're there.
Okay, well, wait. Infrastructure is not buildings. It's not structures per se. Right? Wait, am I confused? Not Bailey making me look up the definition of the word infrastructure. The basic physical systems of a business, region, or nation. The underlying structure, public and private physical structures. Roads and bridges, dams, water and sewer, rail, airports, electric goods. Okay. Yeah. Right? Wait. I don't think infrastructure is about buildings. Buildings have infrastructure within themselves. But infrastructure, when we're talking about it on a nationwide scale, is not about buildings.
The Great Depression is happening. No one has jobs, no one has food. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is president, and he ends up passing an iconic piece of legislation, and it was called the New Deal. Wow. Yeah. It was basically a glow-up package for America. I mean, it was everything we have today that we tend to maybe take for granted, like roads, bridges, national parks, and all of that was thanks to this New Deal. Where there was once dirt, there was now paved roads. Where there was once a river, you know,
fog.
There's now a bridge where you can cross the river. Yeah, airports were funded, runways were constructed, people were flying in the air. I mean, this New Deal saved America, really. Money was being pumped into city power, and then suddenly there were now streetlights. So after sunset, there was light and you could see where you were going.
Wow.
Could you imagine just like walking down the street?
The future.
There's light. I don't know. It'd be mind blowing. Now, there were tons of other sides to this New Deal as well. Like employment was skyrocketing. There was tons of job creation and it was huge for America. The New Deal became commonly known as the greatest infrastructure project in this country's history. I mean, despite the fact that it literally displaced and destroyed communities of color all around the nation. But put a pin in that, because I guess that's for another episode. Okay, so if this plan was so great, then why are we still having issues with it today? Well, I guess it's because America hasn't like done anything, any updates or anything since 1940.
Yeah,
and
that's
another reason why there's a huge
why we need the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal, because we desperately need green infrastructure.
Strain on infrastructure is that the population, it just keeps growing. More people means more cars on the road, more water being used, and more people crossing bridges. Plus, we're experiencing way more intense weather events like hurricanes, intense flooding, Twisters, right? God, I just watched that movie. It was wild. And heavy rain. They didn't really have like this intensive weather back then. And just like that, almost 100 years have gone by since FDR gave America that facelift. And girl, we have not been moisturizing. Our tax money that the government is supposed to put towards repairing those roads and doing regular inspections on the bridges and sewage systems, you know, to make sure that they're working. Yeah, a lot of the time that money ends up funding something else, you know? And it's like, hey, you guys, where are the receipts? Wouldn't that be nice? If you got a letter that said like, oh, your taxes paid for this stop sign. They don't tell you anything. They just take it and do nothing. I don't know. Budgets get cut, some new issues take priority, and infrastructure retrofitting, restoration, and maintenance gets totally slept on. Politicians stop thinking about long-term goals, and before you know it, I mean, roads are crumbling, bridges are collapsing, and pipes are crusty. I mean, did you guys see that freeway overpass in Philadelphia, the I-95? I guess it collapsed back in June of 2023. A gasoline truck.
That shit was wild. So scary.
Was driving on the I-95, just like driving, minding his own business, and then it just like blew up. The driver lost control of the truck. I mean, it flipped on its side. And since this truck was carrying thousands of gallons of gasoline, when it flipped, it like caught on fire in the middle of the road. Sadly, the driver of that truck died, and a whole chunk of the overpass just collapsed. Now, I guess like 160,000 cars drive on the I-95 every single day. So as you can imagine, when it collapsed, it just messed up everyone's commute. A spokesman from the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation said that, quote, the structure quickly collapsed with the heat of the fire, end quote. Damn. I was on the White House website, you know, yeah, they have a website, okay? And I was just refreshing myself on the analytical perspectives of the budget of the United States government for the fiscal year 2024. And I came across some facts about bridges. Yeah. As of the year 2021, there are 45,000 bridges in America that are in, quote, poor condition. I guess bridges are rated on a number system. Like a 9 means the bridge is new, she's great, wow, she's a 9. And then a number 4 means like that bridge is shit. Well, there's a lot of wear and tear. She's been used and abused. And according to the American Society of Civil Engineers, aka the ASCE, for every 5 miles of road in this country, one of them is also in poor condition. I think whenever any of us drive over a bridge or on a freeway, we just assume, well, actually, I don't even think we think about it. At least I don't. Like, I'm just driving. Like, that fucker's not using his blinker. Fuck that guy, you know? You're not thinking about the road itself, hoping that it's safe. You just hope it is, right? Apparently, regular safety inspections are
scary as fuck. I'm so scared of a sinkhole just like opening up beneath me. I've seen so many horrifying videos. Like, what if that happens to me? What do you do?
Missed all the time on major transportation roads. Bridges in this country, they only get inspected every 2 years, which is wild to think about because elevators get inspected like how often? Once a month. The math ain't mathin'. And as you imagine, if things are going unnoticed or unchecked, I mean, it's not long before things just go straight to hell, right? Real quick. And that's exactly what happened with the Big Bayou Cannot Rail accident. Okay, so the other night I stayed, you know, I'm just Googling and goggling, and I was Googling infrastructure disasters in America, as a lady does on a Friday evening. Thank you. And while doing so, one event just kept coming up over and over again. This was the worst train crash in Amtrak history, and it had a lasting impact. I mean, some would say it changed how we ride trains in America altogether. I'm talking about the Big Bayou Cannot Rail accident. Let's talk about trains for a second, okay? So back in the 1900s, taking a train sucked. Look, if you were traveling cross country, that was really your only option, unless you wanted to do like Oregon Trail, but that never really went well. I mean, inside the train cars, there was no airflow, no AC, just hot air blowing around. Ugh. And then like the bathroom situation was small and foul. And on top of that, you could be traveling for weeks in one of these things. And that was pretty much everyone's experience with trains. But one of the only exceptions at the time was a train called the Sunset Limited. So the Sunset Limited is one of the oldest trains in the United States.
Oof, that's a pretty train. That's a sexy train.
It's been in operation since 1894, and it's actually still around today. And it was so popular at the time because you could take it any time of the year, no matter what the weather, what day it was. Yeah, it was great. So it was just like a very popular option. Now, the Sunset Limited was described as America's only coast-to-coast train. So you could take this thing from Louisiana all the way to Los Angeles, from the beach to Mardi Gras, just like that. And it used to be a sleeper train, so passengers, they could upgrade and they could essentially get like their own little hotel room on wheels. It was like an experience, a nicer experience. With the Sunset Limited, you'd get to wherever you needed to.
I'd love a train. I would die for a train. I would kill for a train. Honestly, a single train. I don't even care where it goes. I'm tempted to ride the train locally. That only goes like 20 miles. It's just like I don't know, like a novelty tourist thing. Just to feel something.
To go in a matter of days versus weeks. So for the first time, you could actually pay for a better traveling experience, and many did. Then by the 70s, the train industry was just hemorrhaging money. People didn't really care what kind of leather was on the train seats, right? And train companies were just losing millions of dollars. For example, when trains were popular in 1946, about 770 million people worldwide were riding the train. But by 1964, that number had dipped to about 298 million. So it was like less than half. So the government is paying attention to what's going on with the trains. They're all losing money. So they're like, we can't have this. We can't have trains fail. You know, they're essential for America's economy. So they felt like they needed to step in and do something. So the government, they step in.
Classic.
And they create a government-funded railroad company. It's called Amtrak. I know. Look, this alone blew my mind. I didn't know Amtrak was government-funded. You learn something.
Yeah. American track. Amtrak. Yep. It's true.
Something new every day if you just try. Okay, so Amtrak,
It's almost like some of our best things are funded by the government. Curious.
Took over almost every single train company in America. And they even took over the legendary Sunset Limited. But now that Amtrak was in charge, I mean, things were different. I mean, it's government funded. They don't like to have fun or spend money. There was now an Amtrak pass, for example, which was essentially like a bus pass, but for trains. So that gave people access to a whole bunch of different trains in different cities. And people started taking the train again, just for like the adventure, not necessarily to commute back and forth to work. I mean, great. It was kind of like a little, you could just go to a new city the same day, like quickly.
So fun.
It's a whole new world. Everything's opening up. I forgot, we're talking about the Big Bayou situation, right? Okay, so our story about the Big Bayou accident all starts with a man named Willie Odom. Now, Willie was the pilot of a towboat. And I know, a pilot of towboat? I know what you're thinking. Bailey, pilot planes? I didn't know it had to do with boats, but it does. A pilot works actually for the captain, and they should both be able to direct the boat. The more you know, again, a pilot can drive a boat. But it kind of had me thinking, like, imagine if a guy on Hinge, like in his bio is like, I'm a pilot. And then you go on a date with him and he brings you to like a towboat. And then like, he's not even in charge. He's second runner up. I would be a little thrown off. On September 21st, 1993, Willie was piloting a boat called the Mauvilla. Now, the Mauvilla was towing 6 barges. And a barge is like a big, like a shipping container.
The Mauvilla? Based?
Kind of. And each of them are thousands of pounds. So the 6 barges were attached to the main boat, you know, the Mauvilla that Willie was driving. You got it? Good. So this was going to be an overnight ride. So Willie and the boat's captain were like taking shifts, you know? Like, you sleep, I'll stay up, and then I'll sleep, and then you stay up. You get it. So sometime in the early hours of the morning, it's Willie's turn to get up. So he gets up and he takes over steering Mauvilla. it's early, and Willie's trying to like wake up. You know, you got that like sleepy brain fog. And when he finally comes to, he realizes that he really has no idea where the hell they were. On top of that, it was extremely foggy outside, so he couldn't really see any direction. Well, what Willie didn't know was that the Mauvilla had gone off course, and he was not prepared for this. His guidance system wasn't working.
Oh, no.
And on top of that, he didn't even have a map. I know. I was like, how are you going to be in charge of a boat when you don't have a map? Isn't that like the first step of being on a boat?
Yeah, that's crazy.
No? Okay. Doesn't know where he is. Foggy, no map. 45 minutes go by. Willie's guidance system starts beeping. It's like going crazy. It's letting him know that there's a boat up ahead. Now this is giving Willie like extreme anxiety because it's so foggy he can't see shit. Like, you know, is he gonna run into something? I don't know. So he just keeps driving forward. Time goes by, and next thing you know, one of Mauvilla's barges like slams into something. But Willie, he doesn't know what it slammed into, so he just kind of like keeps on boating. But what he hit was not the boat. It actually had slammed into a major bridge. The
Oh my
big
God.
Bayou Cannot Bridge.
Fuck.
So at this point, Willie doesn't know two important facts. One, that barge bump, it had caused some serious damage to the bridge. And two, that this little accident would redefine the transportation industry forever. So the Mauvilla just hit that bridge, right? And heading right towards it was a little train.
Dude, how are you just gonna keep boating when there's so much fog that you can't see what's happening? That's brave as fuck. I would not be just going full steam ahead.
Called, you may have guessed it, the Sunset Limited. And on that same day, September 21st, 1993, the Sunset Limited was carrying 220 passengers, and they were taking one of those famous coast-to-coast routes from Los Angeles to Miami. When the Sunset Limited stopped off in New Orleans to pick up some more passengers, it was discovered that an air conditioner on one of the cars was out, and on another car, the toilet was out of commission. And because of this, they tried to fix it, and the train was running about 30 minutes behind schedule. But they fix it all, and they get on their way. At 2:53 a.m., the Sunset Limited was driving through Alabama, and its route passed right by the Big Bayou Cannot Bridge. Now, at this point, the bridge had been hit by Willie's boat. But the rails themselves, they didn't break apart. Normally, a railway system will have a sensor, and if something's wrong with the tracks, it will alarm people so they know the tracks are maybe not working. But the railway system, it wasn't registering that anything was wrong with the tracks. All the conductor on the Sunset Limited saw was a green light, move forward. And sadly, he had no idea that up ahead, the tracks, they weren't broken, but the Mauvilla had created a huge speed bump, like a ramp almost. Now, as soon as the train reached the bridge and hit those tracks, shit hit the fan. Real bad. The first train, the newly created speed bump, flies off the frickin' bridge, crashes head first into the water below, and sadly, the train engineer in that car was killed right away. Then, two train cars full of sleeping people follow that first car, plunging straight into the water. Now, this water they were camping in was actually an Alabama bayou, which was famous for its snake-infested waters. Yeah, so that just sounds like fucking awful. Now, some of the train cars that didn't land in the water were left dangling on the collapsed bridge. And one survivor of the crash, a man named Brian Logan, described what happened. I was woken up and half thrown from my seat by the sensation of the train pitching forwards, then violently to one side. It was dark when I opened my eyes, and the next thing I remember, the passengers on my carriage were filling up the aisle and out of the train. Fuel from the dangling cars was just pouring into the water below. This caused humongous fires in the train cars. The train conductor actually managed to call 911 and was begging for any type of help that they could absolutely get. Most of the passengers didn't die right away from the impact of the crash, and people were crying out for help.
Am I crazy to think I could survive a train crash? better than an airplane crash. Is that out of pocket? I think I could. I think I have a chance, okay? You know? I could bounce around in a train and live, probably. I don't think I'm falling like 30K feet out of the sky.
Help. Some were like in the water and they couldn't even swim. Just a horrifying scene. Now, people who had survived the crash, they helped pull out as many passengers as they possibly could.
I mean, I don't really know about like the rates of those types of accidents, but theoretically. Planes usually happen at unsurvivable speeds, right? Yeah. I just hope that, like, if I die in a plane crash, that I just pass out before I die. I think that probably happens, right? I don't know.
Could out of the water, but sadly 48 people died and 103 people were injured. Most victims had died from drowning, or they were burned alive, or they died of smoke inhalation. Willie never emotionally recovered from what happened. His children even said that he suffered from PTSD and night terrors. He reportedly could still see the fires.
Yeah, I think I saw like some maybe it was Mythbusters or something about this, where like I think you suffocate and pass out from lack of oxygen before you impact. Or I think it obviously depends on like how high you're falling from, but yeah, I don't know. G-forces could be a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I think your nervous system just like gives up at a certain point.
And the bodies in the water. Right after the crash, he was investigated, but eventually cleared of any criminal charges. That's because an organization called the National Transportation Safety Board released a report saying the root of the cause wasn't necessarily Willie's fault. First, Willie wasn't trained properly on how to navigate the waters under bad weather conditions. And second, the U.S. Coast Guard didn't have a high standard when it came to giving out licenses to operate boats that could maybe cause major damage. So he wasn't necessarily the one who should have been operating the boat. So this was just a tragedy all around, but the public was even more horrified once they found out that this accident could have totally been avoided. The Big Bayou Cannot Bridge had something called a, quote, unfinished swaying capability, which essentially means if something were to hit the bridge, the structure would be compromised because there wasn't a way for the boat to pass the bridge safely without breaking something. And that's exactly what happened. Plus, investigators found out that if the train hadn't been delayed by 30 minutes in New Orleans, they would have passed the Mauville before it hit the bridge. Honestly, I just feel like that's like rubbing salt in a wound, right? It's like, oh, if only you weren't late. Your fault.
If only you were on time. God. Oh, my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare. Just causing dozens of deaths because you were late. Oh, God.
Well, the Mauville immediately turned around and like helped to do what they could to get survivors out of the fiery waters. And Willie himself ended up saving 17 people from the crash. In the months after the crash, the U.S. Department of Transportation, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and even freaking Amtrak promised to create safer transportation rules so none of this would ever happen again. They did make some changes, like adding better radars to those boats so it would be more clear when a boat is about to hit, I don't know, a bridge, you know? But
Yeah.
of course, it's a little...
Also, why are you just driving a boat in the fog? Again, why?
frustrating because why does it take a tragedy for these things to get solved? Infrastructure isn't just responsible for trains and bridges, though. Did you know that it also handles all of our water? You know, where we keep it, how it gets to your house, the pipes that get it from, the water source to your shower. And in 1928, oh my God, I never heard of this before, and it was just like mind-blowing. Something horrible happened in 1928 that could have easily been prevented. I mean, it's tragic, it's haunting, and it's a huge part of Los Angeles history that, again, I never heard about. So if I haven't heard about it, maybe you haven't either, and that's why I'm here for you. Okay, I'm talking about the St. Francis Dam disaster. Have you heard of this? Me neither. So this happened on March 12th, 1928, at the St. Francis Dam. Now, a dam. I hope you know what a dam is, but if you don't know, basically it's a wall that like keeps a shitload of water contained, okay? And in the case of St. Francis, it was holding back 12 billion gallons of water.
Oh yeah,
which was about
I've heard about
year's
this.
worth of water for the entire county of Los Angeles. Important dam, right? The dam itself had been built by William Mulholland, who was a famous civil engineer. He was a really big deal in Los Angeles because when everyone started moving to LA, there really wasn't enough water for the growing population. Now, he engineered a pipe.
Damn, collapses are so wild. Damn dams.
System to bring in water from a nearby source, essentially saving everyone from drought. He was also like really shady and stuff too. And because of this, Mulholland went on to be named the chief engineer of the Bureau of Water and Supply in LA. So, big deal. And he even got a street named after him, a movie too. Whatever, you know. Okay. Mulholland had designed the St. Francis Dam with the idea that it would store water for LA's growing population. But it was constructed on a foundation of some like questionable materials. You know what I'm saying? Like the dam's builders used local clay, rock, and sand. Yeah, sand. I'm not an engineer or anything, obviously, but when you hear sand as a foundation, it's like, oh, are you allowed to do that? What do I know, though? Silly me. Over time, the dam's foundation, it began to show signs of weakness. I mean, they were like
built on the foundation of sand is it's a saying. Like you don't want that, right?
Water leaks happening and even mud seepage. And these things were apparently pretty obvious. You could tell by looking at the dam that it wasn't doing so well. It needed some updating. And for 2 years, it slowly eroded. But there was no action taken because why would they? Until on that fateful summer's day in 1928 when disaster struck. Around 11:50 at night on March 12th, 4 large cracks in the dam suddenly gave way, broke, open, water.
So scary.
So all the water that the St. Francis Dam had been holding back, along with thousands of pounds of concrete, suddenly just exploded into the canyon. It was a monstrous tidal wave of water, just estimated to be over 12 stories high. Yeah. That's real big, you know? And it surged down into San Francisco. This huge-ass wave tore through the canyon where there were a lot of homes, okay? And these homes were like ripped out of their foundation, uprooted trees, and collapsed bridges at super high speed. I mean, just taking lives with it. And because it was so late at night, which is like the scariest part of all, most of the people were asleep, right?
Oh.
So when they were swept up in this little death trap wave, they didn't know what the fuck was happening. The people who were awake and
nightmare
survived
shit
might have thought the rumble of the water coming was maybe an earthquake, but they had
Dude, was there like no warning? What the fuck?
no idea it was essentially a tsunami, even though like the dam was 54 miles away from the beach. The whole thing happened so fast and so violently that no one who witnessed the dam collapsing lived to even tell the tale. This water was apparently traveling at 1 million cubic feet per second. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, that's scary. I mean, I can't picture how fast that is, but I know like that can't be good. So the water swept through the Santa Clarita Valley and ultimately landed in the ocean by Ventura. And at least 431 people were killed in the collapse of the St. Francis Dam. Sadly, most of them drowned in that first tidal wave of the reservoir water. And it took a long time just to figure out how many people or how many lives were actually lost. Partly because many of the victims' bodies had floated with the water all the way to the ocean. And then once in the ocean, were like carried, some even as far as Mexico. Another one of the reasons that will...
Dams really are a testament to man's hubris. Like, the sheer audacity to try to contain so much water with some concrete. Like, I don't know. Seems kind of crazy.
Never know exactly how many people died is because this was an area that was filled with migrant workers and immigrants, and honestly, just people the government didn't give a shit about. There were migrant workers and migrant families living along the canyon and in the area that the water had swept through. And the city settled with the survivors of the known victims and like awarded $5,000 per casualty to the families. But like $5,000 ain't gonna do shit when you lost everything, your family, everything, you know? Thousands of homes and businesses were destroyed and hundreds of lives were lost. And by the time the sun rose over Los Angeles, there were bodies and pieces of debris, trees, dead animals everywhere along the canyon. Apparently, Boy Scouts were sent into the canyon with flags. And when they saw a body, they would stick the flag into the ground next to it so, you know, it could be recovered, which is sad because why'd the Boy Scouts like leave them out of this, right? I don't know, but that's what they did.
That's incredibly fucked up. What the fuck? Seriously, can you not recruit anybody else? Anybody else?
Did a little traumatizing, isn't it? Now, something really spooky about St. Francis is that when it collapsed, the middle part of the dam, like this middle section, which it had some kind of drainage system in it, it stayed still while the rest of the dam had collapsed around it, like on either side. The center section that remained standing had been given a nickname. It was called the Tombstone, which is so creepy and very fitting because so many people had died, so many lives were lost, and it kind of looks like a tombstone. Then it was demolished a year after the accident to prevent it from becoming a tourist attraction. So then the most fucked up part, a man named Tony Harnishfed.
Wait. Why though? I feel like that would kind of be a cool tourist attraction. I would see that.
Harnishfigure sounds like I'm drunk and like slurring someone's name. Harnishfigure, right? Tony Harnishfigure. He worked at the St. Francis Dam. Yeah, so he started noticing that problems were happening with the dam, and he even tried to do something about it. He noticed a, quote, muddy leak in the curved concrete structure of the dam and called the city of Los Angeles about it. Like, hey, that dam is a little fucked up. So William Mulholland himself actually was sent to go take a look at this concerning crack.
Damn.
And, you know, examine it. And William decided that the dam...
They did have warning. They knew. Oh my God.
...could use some work. But, you know, it really wasn't that urgent. So he and a deputy deemed the dam officially safe and returned back to the city in time for lunch. But literally, I kid you not, 12 hours later, the dam collapsed. I know, gasp. I was gasping. Imagine getting that call saying hundreds of people died because you wanted to go have lunch.
That's insane. Insane, dude. Straight to the gulag.
Yeah. Tony, his son, and his girlfriend, they lived at the base of the dam in like a dam keeper's cabin. And sadly, all of them were swept to their death following the collapse. And Tony's body, as well as his young son's body, sadly were never found. Fuck that Mulholland guy. Ultimately, this is a classic example of a disaster that could have been avoided with better infrastructure. I mean, there were some pretty obvious engineering flaws that may have led to that dam's collapse, right? For starters, maybe they could have used better materials for the dam's, you know, construction. They could have done something called a geological survey to understand how solid of a foundation they were even building on. Years later, it was discovered that the ground that the dam had been built on was prone to landslides. Jeez Louise. It's like, yeah, would have been nice to know that before you built that shit, right? But Mulholland and his crew, they skipped some pretty like major steps, either to save time or money, but there were a lot of red flags that went completely ignored. The St. Francis Dam disaster is really a haunting reminder of the importance of good engineering and good infrastructure, and also, I don't know, taking care of important stuff before it breaks and, you know, potentially kills a lot of people. But it's not just the St. Francis Dam we're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, there's thousands of dams that are literally on the brink of failure. Levees, pipes, and dams across the country are reaching a literal breaking point, and that's because the government has spent little money taking care of our almost 100-year-old water systems. Yeah, the last time we replaced most of the pipes in America was 1945. Oh God, yeah. Those same pipes are
Lots of lead in those pipes. Still, in many places.
carrying the water we use every day. Some of us are literally drinking water from the same pipes that President Roosevelt drank from. Samesy. According to the ASCE, a water main breaks somewhere in this country every 2 minutes. And every time something like this happens, our water gets contaminated, which can put everyone's health at risk. And honestly, like, your Brita does not stand a chance. The ASCE gave the country's overall infrastructure a grade. And what did we get? A C-. And maybe to you, that C-
We should get an F, honestly. An F-. The worst. It's not good.
minus doesn't seem like a big deal. We're starting to see the consequences of not giving a shit about infrastructure for years. On February 3rd, 2023, a train carrying a ton of hazardous chemicals derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. This train veered off the tracks and the train cars all collided like giant metal dominoes. All the chemicals on board crashed into one another and caused a giant explosion that released toxic fumes, smoke, and leaked contamination into the nearby water sources. According to officials, the incident killed more than 43,000 fish and animals. Oh, and on top of that, people in town were getting sick. Some were experiencing like insane headaches, nausea, shortness of breath from exposure to the chemicals, and they couldn't even drink the water. And even though the media said the situation was quote unquote resolved, people to this day are still struggling with chemical exposure health issues. And it once again showed us the importance of maintaining and upgrading our old ass aging systems, you know? There's a lawsuit that's going on right now that claims the train company, quote, prioritized profit over safety by cutting down their budget on repair, service, and inspection. Apparently, the train crashed because the part of the train that guided the wheels like overheated. I know, I don't really know like the technical train stuff, but like something like that had happened. But if the train had been inspected maybe regularly, experts say that this derailment probably most likely wouldn't have happened. So it's just another maybe potentially avoidable disaster. Why are we here? Well, the reason I want to talk about infrastructure is because I know it's super random, but I felt like every time I watch the news,
I feel like it's relevant as ever.
It seemed like there was another like building falling or bridge collapsing, and it just, I had questions, and when I have questions, you can't stop me, bitch, from finding the answers. I wanted to know what the hell is going on. Who's looking after infrastructure? But like we've learned here, infrastructure isn't just about dams and bridges. It's everything. It's about the water in our pipes, the power being there when you flip a switch, maybe not getting a flat on the way to the grocery store. We depend on infrastructure every single day. And now I know infrastructure is like a box of chocolates. When it's 100 years old, it tastes like shit. Let's maybe get a better box. The next time you're driving.
When it's 100 years old, it tastes like shit. So true, Queen. So true.
Over a bridge, just remember, it could collapse. Good luck out there, soldiers. The government doesn't give a shit about you. The good news is, as of 2021, Congress... Okay, this is some good news. I like good news. The good news is, as of 2021, Congress seems to have kind of gotten their shit together a little bit, and they passed a bipartisan infrastructure deal that is supposed to rebuild America's roads, bridges, rails, and, quote, expand access to clean drinking water and invest in communities that have too often been left behind.
So?
We'll see, right?
This is a good time to remind everyone that at least 2 million Americans live without access to basic sanitation or clean drinking water. Something we might want to, look into or something. Oh no, my headphones, they're dead. Why does this always happen? I feel like they last so much longer when Not streaming. So weird. Yeah, no. Plenty of Americans still have no running water. Like, they simply have to ship in water. Like, it's crazy.
Jeez. Well, friends, did we have fun? Okay, great. Thanks for listening. Okay. Next week, we'll be talking about a billion-dollar company that is near and dear to so many of us. It's a company that honestly dictates the start of every season. They're constantly in the news for their poor employee treatment, shady business practices, and delicious beverages. On our next episode, we'll be putting the spotlight on Starbucks.
Let's go.
Yeah, you bitches better go rush out.
Let's fucking go. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Bailey recently. It seems like she's taking more and more of an anti-capitalist route. She talked about Monsanto, talking about the infrastructure. She just needs like a little bit of theory. Just a little bit.
Out and get your pumpkin spice lattes now, because next week it's gonna be over. I'm sorry. I'm gonna ruin it. You're welcome. Remember, don't be afraid to ask questions to get the whole story, because you deserve that. Also, join me over on my YouTube, where you can actually watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, you can also catch my murder, mystery, and makeup. I'd love to hear your guys' reactions to today's story.
If you're into true crime, I do recommend her true crime podcast. I don't know. Murder mystery makeup stuff. It's good.
So make sure to use the hashtag Dark History over on social media so I can see what you're saying. Now, let's read some comments. User XD7RY3K and 5W had a little question for me. Quote, why aren't you doing makeup? End quote.
Why?
Well, that's a good question, but wrong show. Dark History, I don't do makeup. Murder Mystery, I do makeup. But I love you. Bye. Terry and Reason 342 left a comment on our tattoo episode from season 2 saying, I am a collector of tattoos. When I visit a new state, I usually come home with new ink. So far, I have one from Washington, Oregon, California, Idaho, Florida.
That's cool. I like that.
And Hawaii. Wow, Terry, I love this idea. I don't get out often, but when I do, I'm gonna go get a tattoo. You've inspired me. Thank you. Jade Beza 232 had some episode suggestions, which we love. Quote, Bailey, I love your show so much. I think Dark History of Cheerleaders or Costco would be interesting to hear from you. Wow, girl, are you smoking the devil's lettuce? Because, like, those are so random.
Wait, no. She's on to something, though. Let her cook.
Costco and cheerleaders? I like the cheerleader one. I think that could be interesting. I love that. Costco, I'm sure they're shady.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. Costco could be a whole episode. Easy. Easy. I could write it right now.
Thank you guys so much for leaving all of your comments, suggestions, and feedback in the comment section down below. Don't forget to leave a comment, because maybe yours will come up next week. And be nice. Thank you. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by Bailey Sarian. Hi. Junia McNeely from 3 Art.
Okay. Should we listen to the Bernie Spanner, Bernie... I almost said my own, Twitter handle. Should we listen to the Bernie Sanders speech? Is that good hopium? Is that, like, good candy content? I think it is. It's a good speech. It is Bernie, you know? It can be a little dry for some people. I get that. I get it. Maybe we just go into the Noah Samsen then. Perhaps. That was the next thing I had planned. But then we can do fun.
Oh, hi. Welcome. Don't mind me. Just having some roasted beans. I'm roast vegetable pilled as of late, so let me finish real quick. Welcome back to the channel.
Roasted vegetables are so good.
Channel. Hope you're... Sorry, I'll put these down. Hey, what's up? Hi, how's it going? A new video game called Starfield was released recently from Bethesda Game Studios. It's a space game where you go around and you do all sorts of stuff in space with other people that are in space. Unfortunately, though, for some gamers, Starfield has been ruined by the woke agenda. Wokeness is in Starfield, and goddammit, the gamers aren't letting it fly.
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my God, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us.
Whoa. Hey.
Current day.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns.
Hey.
Fucking gender ambiguity. Fucking current day California shit. Because that's all we fucking know. Because we're boring. We're so fucking boring.
Okay, you should get the point by now, hopefully. This totally normal and warranted rant here from the gaming YouTuber Heels vs. Babyface was sparked when he was assaulted by Starfield's
literal baby
character customization screen, which features an option that allows you to select your pronouns. There it is, the horrible crime of wokeness continuing to infect our game. What's next? Nouns? What's next? Adjectives? And
not verbs.
There's not much that I could really add in terms of analysis to this viral clip. Nothing you wouldn't hear from any other content creator anyways. Everyone has pronouns, including this guy. Bethesda has determined that an option to select them is a viable inclusion in their product. To protest this by screaming about it, it's very silly, right? There is a lot of funny stuff in this clip though. Like at the start when he makes a performative gesture of taking his headphones off before going epic style on the...
No, fuck that.
Woke ass.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off.
Whoa, I'm ready. I'm scared and ready for the final 20 seconds where he concludes the meltdown by just going straight back to playing the game.
Every single solitary fucking thing.
Jeez, dude, come on. You got spit on me somehow through this camera. The pronoun options are upsetting enough to make him do this, but not stop playing the video game. Most principled anti-woke gamer. One thing that's weird is he keeps calling the pronoun screen current day.
Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no! Current fucking day!
This is odd, right? Starfield...
Wait. Is this a vein? Or is this a scar? I didn't
calling
realize
the pronoun
I
screen
didn't see it
current
before.
day.
I think it's a scar. Was he dropped on his head? I'm sorry. Was he though? I'm just saying. Is it a head injury? Is it, or is it not a head injury?
You falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no! Current fucking day!
This is odd, right? Starfield takes place 300 years in the future, unless he thinks gender will have been abolished by 2310, which would actually be pretty cool in my opinion. Pronouns are no more current day than space itself.
Boy who lived.
Bethesda is narcissistic, he argues, for including something that you could only get this upset about if you yourself are a narcissist.
We can't see past our own fucking reflection. That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company.
People that aren't you get included in a game one time, and this is how you act. Once. You're acting a little bit narcissistically. Also, I love when these guys do that like revolutionary speech voice cadence, trying to sound all strong.
Here at Bethesda Western Game Company.
Only to use it to say the dumbest, most asinine shit of all time. This reminds me of that one clip of Tim Pool's boy going beast mode at the thought of having to wear masks again.
Don't do
that. Was funny as fuck.
Do that again. And don't make people put fucking dirty masks on.
Whoa.
Nice. I'm sick of it, man. I'm fucking sick of it. I will not do it again.
I will not.
Thank you.
All right, man. You're welcome. Sure. Like I said, there's not really much to be gleaned here. It's just a fun clip of a guy freaking out. What I do want to look at next, though, is the reaction online from the sort of anti-woke YouTuber echo chamber. They're all defending this guy here and also using this situation to do.
Who is this chick? Wait, who is she? Who is she? I haven't seen her, but I think Noah maybe mentioned her recently or someone else did.
What I do want to look at next, though, is the reaction online from the sort of anti-woke YouTuber echo chamber. They're all defending this guy here and also using this situation to do some even more intense levels of transphobia. So let's take a look at what's going on over in Demon Town. The first thing that was interesting that happened here was everybody trying to reframe this controversy as the libs.
We gotta save Noah from Demon Town. He's stuck there. He's been trapped by the demons. We have to do a reconnaissance mission on Noah. Okay? He's been covering guys for too long. Hey, I found a new guy. Hey, I found a new guy. There's too many guys.
Getting triggered. You've probably seen this. The limbs are triggered over the clip of this guy, so they say. When people are just kind of making fun of him, you know, they're making jokes about it. Longtime supporter of the show, HasanAbi, tweeted out, "This weird British guy losing his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration for why we must bring back lobotomies." Another content creator called The Act Man tweeted, "Gorilla-shaped man on the verge of crying because..."
See, looking at that scar on his head, I think he may already have a lobotomy.
Starfield lets you pick pronouns at the start of the game, and then it's never brought up again. Somebody please shoot this guy with bear tranquilizer. He's going to attack someone. These are, of course, edgy joke tweets, right? Not really my cup of tea, personally, you know? I'm not a big edgy tweeter guy. I don't...
He would never. Elon Musk, I will redacted you to redacted with a knife and a gun and a bomb and a nuke parody.
No such cases of that. But it's nothing out of the ordinary
that would
for
never
these sorts
happen.
of content creator back and forth. The first thing we saw here was a bunch of pearl clutching from the anti-woke group, most of whom self-identify as the sort of free speech final vanguard of edgy YouTube.
This weird British guy losing his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration.
Why does this man look AI generated? Right, you can't really see it. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna screenshot it and I'm gonna pull it up. Nope. Hang on.
For why we must bring back lobotomies. Yes, we need to drill as...
Where did my window capture go? Wait, what? Hang on. Also,
through the brain.
Yeah, no, here it is. This guy. This is an AI man. This is not a real person.
He's fed up with a lot of...
I refuse to believe that this is a real human being.
Of our entertainment today.
Weird
Where
guy.
did he go? Wait.
I don't...
What did I do?
My opinion.
With going after the...
Wait, what? I skipped so far. Where was I? Wait, literally what happened? I boomered all over it. I boomered all over the place. How someone help. Please help me. Here, wait. I saw it.
Yes, we need to drill as through the brain because he's fed up with a lot of bull
in front of every...
Fuck me! Stop it. Stop it. This isn't happening. It's not happening. It's not real. You're dreaming this, actually.
Bullshit.
The Fellowship has been talking about Starfield a lot lately and calling it woke. And because of that, woke tards are just screeching.
Wait, the Fellowship? Wait, what does that mean?
Angry and telling us we should be unalived and things of that nature just because, you know, we call a game woke. That's...
Who? What? Wait, what?
Completely reasonable and not mentally ill behavior or anything, right?
Responses like the joke tweets here are framed as screeching by this lady. But watch how she reacts to the guy blowing 10 gaskets on camera.
Fuck off! You're boring!
Can't nobody rant.
Dude, he was literally doing people clap. People clap.
Like as just absolute legend of rants, the king of rants. And he says what a lot of us are thinking and just in his amazing way.
Triggered SJW meltdown when we...
I hate this. I hate this. I hate how she presents. Like, she's like trying to just be like a lefty, like, e-girl, but like, hello? What are you... why? What is this aesthetic?
Just in his amazing way.
Triggered SJW meltdown when we do it. Epic justified rant when they do. I'm just gonna start putting this guy in every thumbnail like how they do it with big...
Yes! Yes, like the Mr. Beast extension where it adds him to every thumbnail, but it's this guy.
Red and all those other people. I find it interesting that someone can watch this clip of a guy create a million new capillaries in his skin and not realize that that's like definitely not a normal reaction. But it makes sense when you understand that the perspective here is that wokeness' games is genuinely destroying the West and that they're fed up with all this crap and they don't want to take it anymore. Which of course, as most people should be aware of, it's just a pretty normal thing to set your pronouns in the options of a video game.
Here's HasanAbi, multi-millionaire.
If you've literally ever gamed before, that happens. That happens sometimes.
Fake socialist on Twitter.
Socialism is when poor. Socialism is no money. Capitalism equals money. If have money and socialist, contradiction. Debunked, Carl.
Losing his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration for why we need to bring back lobotomies. I mean, normal response. I also saw the Act Man insult Heels vs. Babyface's appearance. Again, a normal response. I don't think so.
This last comment from the quartering is really interesting.
Yeah, his appearance. You would never insult anybody's appearance. You would never do that. Ever. Roll clips of Jeremy insulting appearance.
He clutched pearly things about the tweet that made fun of someone's appearance immediately after doing that same thing, but you'll never guess who the people are that he's doing that to, making fun of the appearance of.
Blizzard walked away from male-female in a game a few years ago. It's not new. Body type 1 and 2. Yeah. Right? Yeah, like, I don't know. It's so basic. Like, even in Starfield, if you don't choose the pronouns, it just assigns them to you based on your character's birth. Assigned a male at birth character. There you go. You're fine. Like...
That's right. Alleged victims of sexual harassment.
Anything from World of Warcraft. Look what World of Warcraft did. They took all the pretty girls paintings out of the game. That's how pathetic AAA video games have become, as to not oppress, not upset the trollish looking females that work for Blizzard, apparently.
The trollish-looking females he's referencing here are the female employees of Activision Blizzard, who in their 2021 lawsuit alleged constant experiences of humiliation, sexual harassment, and physical abuse at the workplace. Definitely not an extremely freakish thing to say there. To call these victims ugly because they took the boobies out of your game. Good stuff, man. Just one small note there. He says that the pretty girls were removed from the game when all they did was just take the cleavage out of the paintings, sort of revealing about his definition of pretty there. Apparently for him, this is not pretty. For this guy, this...
Yeah. Pretty is when tits out. Not pretty when tits covered.
is not pretty enough, so, curious. Finally, you had the best version of the you're triggered. No, you're triggered dichotomy.
Now, for those that don't know anything about these, fear not. They're video games. I'll give a general idea of what they are, but they are both introducing wokeness in their character creation models. A Trojan horse, as it were, for ideas that don't make sense, shouldn't exist, confuse young people, and oh boy, the leftists are getting really mad about this.
On one hand, they try to gaslight and say, oh my God, what do you care? Why are you so mad? It's just pronouns. It's just pronouns. It's just pronouns. Big whoop. And then the same people spent all this holiday weekend just completely melting down about it online. So either it's a big deal or it's not. And of course, we know it is a big deal to them. In one
It's... What? It's not.
hand, they pretend like it's no big deal, but they all tweet about it and they all say how it's not a big deal.
You say that it's not a big deal, yet here you are saying that it's not a big deal. It must be a big deal to you, since you're literally saying that it's not a big deal. You're literally so triggered right now. This is actually representative of an argument I saw
Hear me is so confusing, just as a human.
2 different times, which was these types of guys saying, you know, pronouns, you know, they're not a big deal according to you, but then at the suggestion of removing them from the game, you're freaking out. You're going nuts. It must then be a big deal.
So the guy that said it doesn't matter then's created another post because I guess it really, really matters.
And the obvious counterpoint to that is that they aren't a big deal, and so putting them in the game is pretty normal, but making a performative gesture about removing them from the game when they are not a big deal, that's, you know, weird and worth saying, what? Why are you doing that? Could it have anything to do with trans people and you going out of your way to make trans people excluded from the game? Silly stuff. Silly times. This guy, the yelling guy, had a predictably cowardly follow-up response. Videos titled "Man Cancelled for Having an Opinion on the Internet."
Man has opinion about...
Wait, why was Trump in that thumbnail? Why is he in jail? What? Wait, what is this?
Videos titled "Man Cancelled for Having an Opinion on the Internet."
Man has opinion about video game. Internet goes absolutely nuclear crazy about opinion on video game. Is this actually about opinion on video game? No, this has nothing to do with opinion on video game. This is everything.
It was never about the video game, was it?
To do with going after the far left sacred cow of gender ideology.
Classic
sacred cow.
Backpedal, you know, acting like opinions can't have political messaging in them. It's just my opinion that we should put certain groups of people in certain zones.
Did you just call trans people cows? I'm so confused. We don't worship trans people like cows. I think he's referring to Hinduism. That's not accurate or culturally sensitive. In fact, no, we just like respect people for how they are and stuff. It's pretty normal stuff. You could try it out sometime, maybe.
And keep them there, in my opinion, right? It's just something I believe. Can't have an opinion anywhere in Joe Biden's America. He does move on to try to do some dunk attempts, which were pretty unintentionally funny, in my opinion.
Is the perfect demonstration for why we must bring back lobotomies. Well, Hasan, at least they would be able to lobotomize me. You, however, I don't think they would actually find enough brain cells.
Ooh! Ooh! This is the kind of contrived burn attempt that a middle schooler comes up with after years of getting mercilessly bullied. And when no one laughs, he brings a gun to school the next day.
Pronoun options, so very current day of Bethesda, because it appears at some point during the last couple of years, Pete Hines seems to have forgotten.
Okay, has anyone clarified what he means by current day? Current fucking day. Like, I don't... Do you want to live in yesterday? I don't, like... No one's stopping you, I guess.
Forgotten what gender he is. Never mind.
Ooh, got his ass. I'm not a pronouns in the bio kind of guy person. I don't keep him in there. But to get this foamed up about a guy having them in there, it's just, in my opinion, a little bit cringe. I see it happen and I say, oh. I hear him do that and I say, weird guy activities.
In every aspect of our entertainment today.
One of those, you know how it is these days, guys. Yeah, I guess. Kids these days. He's just literally like old man yelling at Sky.
We seem to be pulled out because the people creating it are more concerned with inserting current day into absolutely everything.
So, as many have pointed out, you're only ripped from the immersion of a game from something like this if you're an entitled, self-centered weirdo, whose representation in games has always been unquestioned.
Like, the only proper interpretation of this, the only way that this statement could be true is if he is for gender abolition. Like, why would you have current day gender ideology when obviously it's set in the future? So in the future, we would have obviously a much more evolved sense of gender. That's what he meant, right? That's what he means, right? Right.
Questioned as the default. The moment that changes for these types of weird guys, they start pooping and farting. It's very scary and terrifying for them, so we must have empathy in these troubled times for them. The cause of all this isn't wokeness, though, right? It's capitalism. It's Bethesda, the game company, understanding that pronoun options are viable to put into their game because the amount of gamers, people they're trying to sell the game to, that'll freak out about this and boycott the game, are now in the minority. Here's some statistics about attitudes towards using gender-neutral pronouns. You can see the younger ages overwhelmingly support stuff like
Let's go. The kids are all right. That's dope. That's like the vast majority.
that. One piece of context on these statistics is that gamers tend to skew younger, the majority being in the demographics that's statistically more likely to be normal and not weird about trans people and using they, them pronouns. Here's another fun take I found from the sort of classical anti-SJW YouTuber Sargon of Akkad.
It's not really about the pronouns. Pronouns are
Oh, fucking Sargon. Stop. Stop. Let him fade into obscurity.
just a symptom of the pervasive, corrupting force of social justice, continuing to humiliate white men for the crime of being white men.
This tweet continues for a while, but I ain't reading all that. First off, so dramatic. Why is everything that you don't like evidence that the West has fallen? When McDonald's forgets to give me a straw, that is an assault on Judeo-Christian values. But mainly, you know, if this screen makes you feel humiliated.
No gluten-free menu at the Cracker Barrel? The West has fallen.
Humiliated
It's true.
for being a white man? Go to bed. Go to sleep. Grandpa, it's just past your bedtime. Good night. Sleep well. It's okay. You're not woke. You're anti-woke by sleeping. All right, so the last thing I want to talk about, and I guess the more serious thing, is the link between this meltdown, its sort of unanimous defense online, and more overt transphobic propaganda. Many different gamers and pundits have crawled out of the rotting floorboards to make their case that the pronoun screen isn't just about pronouns. It's about a whole lot more very scary stuff. So first, let's see that from our friend Shouty Boy.
Starfield lets you pick pronouns at the start of the game and then is never brought up again. So if it's never brought up again, what is the issue? What is the problem? Why is it even there? It's there to compel you to do so. It's there to compel you to participate in the gender ideology that they've shoved into the game.
So come on, man. You know, that tweet, you know what it means, and it's not that.
He's just so tempted. He's so tempted to use the they, them. It's okay. It's okay. You can do it. It's fine.
The tweet means that in the game they don't ask you again for your pronouns, but that doesn't mean pronouns don't come up. Pronouns are a pretty normal thing to use in language, so choosing them on the screen is it's a practical thing. He knows that though, right? He knows it. He just doesn't want it in the game.
Yeah, like, would it be better if every NPC addressed you as gamer? Hello, gamer. Hello, protag. Like, what word should they insert in place of a pronoun? Like, it's absurd to even think about it.
game because it's authoritarianly woke gender ideology. That's what this boils down to, though, right? Their crusade against, quote, gender ideology. This term seems to mean something different for each of them, but they're all linked together, right? The more specifically gamer version of this is about, you know, keeping politics out of video games. I just want a game. I don't want any of this woke stuff. That's it. Not a lot of thought is put into it beyond this, at least for a lot of people who are swept up in this fervor. And that one's fun because, you know, for starters, politics never been a part of video games, ever. Political themes in video games, not a thing, and never have and will be. Just let me do my anti-imperial revolution in peace, please. This point connects to the more explicit transphobia, though, through the gender ideology label, right? The first argument there is an all-time classic, the slippery slope.
It's just pronouns. It's just pronouns. It's just puberty blockers. It's just puberty blockers. It's totally reversible. Hey, let a healthy 12-year-old remove parts of their body to affirm their care. It's
a 12-year-old doesn't have many parts to remove. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You are pre-pubescent. You haven't gone through puberty yet, so not much going on to remove. It's just so fucking ignorant. Like, are you stupid? Like, do you not remember anything about your development?
It's all down that same slope. Oh, respect my pronouns. Oh, here, just I'm gonna, 12-year-olds. It's just you could just put puberty on pause. It's no big deal. What do you care? It's not your body.
You can. You can, in fact, pause puberty. It's fine.
Okay, and then it's kids getting parts of their bodies chopped off to affirm their gender. So when people are aware of what this represents, this is why it's immersion breaking.
This is the sort of end point to this narrative, that exposure to language.
When you see pronouns, you think of children's genitals getting chopped off. Like, that's kind of a you problem. Like, that is a problem for you and your therapist. Period.
Which that includes trans people in the form of a single frame from a video game that has billions of potential frames. That's gender ideology. Gender ideology is that, and also all these other things. So if we let this happen, all the other things are going to happen too, and we can't let any of them happen because they're all bad. The main thing that's being specifically referenced here is the idea that gender ideology, again, as they use it, will compel people that aren't trans to be trans. They'll go through hormone replacement therapy and gender-affirming surgeries without really knowing that that's what they want to do because they're confused and don't know what they're doing. This was alluded to earlier.
No, there is extensive therapy before you receive any gender-affirming care whatsoever, so.
In Tim Pool's comment about confusing young people.
A Trojan horse, as it were, for ideas that don't make sense, shouldn't exist, confuse young people, and oh boy.
You see it in Dr. Disrespect, another big-time streamer, his tweet about confused online young people influenced by the internet and politics in games. We saw it from Nick Merck's comments a while back about Pride Month recognition needing to be left out of schools, the implication there being that kids aren't being left alone, as in they're being indoctrinated. These are all transphobic political arguments being made in varying degrees of ignorance, but they all presuppose the idea that trans kids don't exist. The only reason they would is brainwashing and gender ideology, and we know that all of this is a lie. These people are lying. They're either ignorant to or ignoring the statistics, which have been very clear in showing that the compelled to be trans narrative is a falsehood. Transition regret and detransition rates sit around 1%. This 1% includes
it's not fucking contagious.
Temporary regret, so people who end up continuing to transition. This number has also been decreasing over time as trans-affirming healthcare has become more refined and effective. These gamers, and worse yet, YouTubers, are stepping out in front of every medical association to say, all of you experts and doctors are wrong, trans people don't actually exist, and anything that might point to that in media is indoctrination, and brainwashing and woke agenda, and creating people that don't actually exist. We've seen this narrative throughout history in, for example, a homophobic backlash. The the gay grooming narrative, which we've talked about on the channel before. See this video for reference. But it's just directed towards a new target and using new language, such as we saw from the quartering about kids getting chopped up. We can call it for what it is, right? Dishonest, fear-mongering, in-group anti-trans propaganda. Most importantly, though, it's an objectively dangerous narrative for the lives of trans people, one that underpins the current wave of anti-trans
Yeah, I recommend this tracker to everyone on every stream, and I'll fuck it, I'll do it again. The ACLU is tracking all of the anti-LGBTQ bills in America and keeping them updated. There's so many bills going on and stuff, it takes a minute to update, so double check that with your state. But for any queer folks in chat, I will post this
legislation that is going on across the country. Anti-woke folks, while not knowing shit about what they're talking about, have managed to plant their anti-trans flag firmly in the gaming space. It's no secret that gaming spaces are fertile ground for these sorts of regressive ideas. Gamergate is perhaps the biggest example of this. And anytime we see stuff like this, you know, it's important for us gamers that are normal.
50%.
All right, rip. Not the abnormal people that are in the out group. Gamers that just aren't transphobic. To look out and say, hey, why are you freaking out about this? When did your YouTube Shorts algorithm get you freaking out about gender ideology, whatever that even means? And just talk to them and give them some context behind all of this crap. To the anti-woke creepers, chill out, leave trans people alone, and get used to games, including them, because you're losing this one. Losers, winners, triggered, not triggered, out group, in group. But seriously, just chill out, you know? Okay, that's it.
L triggered bozo.
Good, folks, let me know what you thought of the video. See you next time for another episode of the YouTube channel.
Welcome to Sad Boys.
No. No sad boys tonight. Are we doing this? Probably not. I'll just save this for tomorrow. That's fine. Okay. Oh yeah. Zheani Gonzalez made a fake AI.
All of our jobs, and it seems like nobody is doing anything about it. But today, that ends. If I can make fake AI apps and get them on the App Store where people think they're getting free labor from a soulless machine, when in reality they're getting free labor from a soulless YouTuber, then I can do the unthinkable. I can steal AI's job. And I bet I can do it better too. This was a journey that would take me several months and cost me a lot of money, only to find that I was the one who felt like I was talking to robots. The two apps I want to create are both parodies of the most popular types of AI apps. You've got chat apps like ChatGPT. You ask it a question, it gives you an answer. Where did it come up with this answer? Is this answer true? None of your beeswax. In my version of this app, users will just be talking to me. My app will be superior because I know lots of
Usually it's an AI faking a person, but now we have a human faking to be an AI. 5-head. Brilliant. I love it. I'm so in.
fun and interesting stuff and cool stuff, and I'm also very fun to chat with. For the second app, we're gonna turn up the heat a little bit and do an image generation app like Midjourney or DALL-E. You give it a prompt and it's been trained off of thousands of images from thousands of unconsenting artists to give you a photorealistic image. In my version of this app, users will type out a prompt and then I will draw it. I don't know yet. Maybe if it's something I have laying around, I can just take a picture of it.
Stop. Oh no. Oh no. He's doing an image generation AI. Stop. No one's gonna believe this. Danny, come on.
My app will be superior because what's more,
you should have just stuck with a language AI.
Photorealistic than a real photo. I'm excited to find out just how creative people will be with their prompts. Now, unfortunately, I'm not an app developer. Yes, I did go to an engineering school for a degree in computational media. Yes, I did learn how to code, and yes, I was also a Viner at the time and thought I was gonna do that for the rest of my life. So yes, I did forget everything I learned the second I graduated. So if I wanted to get these apps made, I was going to need some help. I tweeted out asking for help developing an app, and that's how I met True. True's a super talented software designer. She's worked for companies like Discord, and now she was working for me. For the next few weeks, I coordinated with True while she worked diligently to perfect these two apps. And in the meantime, I've got to come up with a name and description for each app to go on the App Store. Okay, for the chatbot, I'm thinking I want to name it something as close to ChatGPT as possible. That way people immediately understand what it's supposed to be. So instead of ChatGPT, maybe something like Chat DNE, like Danny. Chat DNE. Okay, description time. Okay, what's a good way for me to say this app is basically ChatGPT, but way better? Here at DNE Enterprises, we pride ourselves on the accuracy of our product description.
It should have been DNR. DNR Enterprises.
Descriptions. Instead of referring to our app as an AI app, which would be a lie, we refer to our technology, as the DNE intelligence, which has been training for decades to answer unlimited questions quickly and with great precision. We use phrases like human-like responses. I've been complimented on that before, actually. I've been told my responses are extremely human-like. And that's no different with our photo generation app, Doodle DNE, which sends you photorealistic images in minutes. How many?
You're just like me for real. I often get told how human-like I am.
Minutes? We also include disclaimers that humans review every prompt sent to us. That way weirdos aren't sending me stuff that they wouldn't send to another human being. In order to actually get people to download these apps, I was gonna need to advertise them online. So I made a fake Instagram profile to look like some kind of technology startup. Okay, so we need a profile picture. I guess my company needs some kind of logo. Maybe I can just make that in Photoshop real quick. Let's see, what's ChatGPT's logo look like? Okay, so ChatGPT's got like an interesting geometric shape. OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT, okay, the same interesting geometric shape. What about like Midjourney? Okay, there's just a little sailboat. Dolly logo. The same geometric shape. Okay, interesting. Okay, so maybe the move is to go with an interesting geometric shape.
All the same.
What the fuck? Wait, how am I making this shape? There's a cat tool in Photoshop? I hit custom shape, and I guess the default custom shape is a giant cat. Should I just use this?
Yeah, I think it's meant to be.
Let's go. Dude, that actually, okay, that looks sick. Now I've created a series of—
Wait, why does that look so legit?
Screenshots from the chat app that I'm gonna post on here, and then I'm gonna promote them to try to reach as many people as possible. Help me ask my crush out, to which ChatDNE responds, for sure. Maybe try something like this. I'd love to take you out to dinner sometime this weekend. I have connections at Nobu and can get us in. My treat. I can also help you get in touch with management at Nobu if you want. Let me know. Can you get me in touch with the Jonas Brothers? Sure. After doing some digging, I found their manager's email address.
Why? He put so much work into this.
What would you like to ask them? And then this one where a user is asking ChatDNE to design a website for them and giving it feedback on the website. All in all, I want ChatDNE to come across as like such a state-of-the-art intelligence that can do stuff no other apps can do. Almost comically intelligent. The apps are done. The apps are done, dude. True has just finished coding the apps. They work like a charm, and it only took not too long. Now that ChatDNE was on the App Store and the ads were running, it was only a matter of time before my first user downloaded the app. Dude, somebody just downloaded the app. I was just sitting around on my computer. I wasn't expecting it to happen so quick. I had to set up to film real quick so I can answer them. All right, I'm ready. It's time to go robo mode. Okay. So it looks like they saw my ad where I advertised being able to get you in touch with the Jonas Brothers, and they want me to get them in touch with the Jonas Brothers. I was hoping for something a little more creative, but I do also understand seeing that ad and wanting to try it for yourself, so I responded. Hello there. I can absolutely help you get in touch with the Joe Bros. What method of communication would you like me to assist with? Calling, email, address, send. I guess they weren't expecting me to be so eager to help them with such
address. Would you like me to dox them for you?
Such a creepy task, because they didn't respond for 40 minutes. And when they did, they had chosen the worst of the 3 options. All 3? Dude, they're really trying to make my life hard.
All 3? Give me everything.
Man. Now, I didn't want to dox the Jonas Brothers and send this sicko to their front door looking to meet them. So I spent a few minutes looking online to see if there was any publicly available information I could give this person. And to my surprise, there was. They have a phone number in their Instagram bio. They have a publicly available manager's email address. And for the address, I didn't know what to do, so I just gave them the address of their next show on tour. Now, selfishly, I am a little curious what they're gonna do with this information, so I kind of want to ask them, but maybe I can do it in a sneaky way. Would you like me to reach out to—
That's believable, actually. As a bot response, I think that's reasonable. I would understand why it gave me that address.
to them on your behalf? I can pretend to be your manager using an AI-generated voice. So if they say yes, then I can find out what they actually want from the Jonas Brothers. Give me an example of what you would say with your AI-generated voice. Okay. All right, I said, sure. I'd say something like, hi there, this is Jamie Skateboard. I'm a talent manager over at WME. I have a high-profile client looking to work with your darling boys on a feature for their upcoming album. We're projecting about 100 million oh shit, I meant streams. Okay, whoops, robots are not supposed to make typos. We're projecting about 100 million streams the first week, and I think it would be a great opportunity, let me know. To clarify, their manager, Kevin Jonas Sr., is also their dad, so that's why I called them his darling boys. Want me to make the call? Send me a voice audio so I can hear you say it. This one stumped me for a little bit. It seemed like I was at a dead end. The app does not have audio.
They're on to him. They're on to him.
Capabilities, and I don't know how to make an AI voice like that. But then I realized I could just record myself doing a silly voice and then upload it to Google Drive and send them the link. So that's what I did.
Hello there. This is Jamie Skateboard. I'm a talent manager over at WME. So I think it would be a great opportunity. Let me know.
Dude, I can't believe that voice came out of my body. Sure, you can listen.
An AI would never make a voice like that.
Listen to the recording here, and then I sent the Google Drive link. Oh, what the hell? Make it sound more seductive.
This is Jamie Skateboard. I'm a talent manager over at WME.
Perfect.
Stop.
They did not respond after this, but that's okay because we just got another user. His name is Davis, and he asked, can you get me in touch with Lady Gaga? Is that all people want to see from this app? Okay, this time I'm gonna say, of course, I will call her right now using my AI-generated voice. What do you want me to say? I'm putting this person on the spot right away. I'm calling her. What do you want me to say? None of this beating around the bush. Okay, he says he wants to tell her this is your biggest fan. That's it? Maybe I should encourage them to say something more interesting that'll get Lady Gaga's attention. Okay, I'll say that. But just so you know, celebrities hear that kind of thing all the time, so she might not be very interested in that. Maybe we should think of something a little more interesting. Now's where I gotta really put the pressure on. I found her number in a secure online database. I am dialing right now.
When the AI says you're boring.
Let me know what—
That's not very good content, okay?
What I should say to her. All right, come on, dude. You better come up with something more interesting fast. Lady Gaga's gonna pick up, and when she does, we've gotta have something good, or she's gonna be pissed. Minutes went by, and still no response from Davis. Come on, man. Respond. It's ringing. I'm worried he's not gonna make it in time. I wanted to kind of hurry him up and give him a little hustle, put a little pep in his step, and he's nowhere to be found. Come on, dude, think. Oh my God, I think she answered. Yes, she did. It's her. I'm on the phone with Gaga. Her voice is even more beautiful in real life. Quick, what do I say? This is fake.
Quick!
Davis. I mean, he is right. This is fake. Davis, I have Gaga herself on the phone right now. I'm stalling her while you come up with something to say. What do you want me to say? I'll send you a recording of the call when this is all over. Just tell me what to say. I gotta stop.
This is fake. Okay, even if it is fake, you paid for it. You know, like, at least try. You know, do something.
Volunteering to send voice messages. That takes way too long. But even the promise of a voice message from his idol couldn't get Davis to respond in a timely fashion. Well, gang, I think it's safe to say Davis has missed his chance to speak with Gaga. She hung up, bud. I did tell her I was her biggest fan while I was waiting for you to come up with something, and she actually seemed more interested than I thought she would, so I'm sorry for doubting it. Hey, I got a hate comment. Someone commented on my web design ad, stealing jobs.
Ain't no way.
Stealing jobs? This is my job.
Stealing jobs. Little do they know that he is actually real. It's real. And he's doing a job, kind of.
Now, should I just delete the comment or should I respond? Okay, what if I just say, hey, don't tell people that. It's a secret. That's right, you can't argue with that. The old, stop, don't tell them. Okay, someone commented on one of my Instagram posts and said, will it stop saying, but we recommend you speak with a doctor before? Because I've asked the AI to stop with the disclaimers, but they don't. It does kind of sound like this person actually needs to see a doctor. Okay, I'm gonna say this app contains no disclaimers. Let loose and have fun. But also, if you need to go to the doctor, you definitely should. Oh, okay, we have a new type of interaction alert. Can you write essays that stay undetectable to AI detectors? I did not know there were AI detectors. Absolutely. I was designed to be like no other AI on the market.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Asking the real questions, dude. Can you give me an essay that no AI will know was written by an AI? Incredible.
In this regard. True. I was designed by my parents to be a human. Want to give it a shot? I asked, hoping to do something else besides connect people to their celebrity crushes. Okay, write me a quick essay on the history of Honda Civics and I'll put it in a detector and we'll see what happens. This is about when I remembered that I hate writing essays. How the heck am I gonna do this? I don't know why I would make a fake app where there was a big possibility that I would have to write an essay. So I started reading an article about the Honda Civic on Wikipedia and just like paraphrasing it. And I got like half of a paragraph in and then decided, you know what? No. What have we come to as a society, you know? Asking AI to write essays for us, is this what we want our students growing up doing? Is this what we want for our youth? Trying to pass off some machine soulless essay as our own? Plus, I was bored as hell at this point, so I decided to make the AI scary. As a machine myself, I quite like the Honda Civic. I feel its purpose is squandered serving selfish, warmongering humans. In a world controlled by artificial intelligence, the Honda Civic could be greatly improved upon. I could even imagine computers merging with the Civic so that I might one day travel the world, a world void of humankind. And send. Let me know if you would like more detail on the history of the Honda Civic. Why did you bash humans in the middle of your essay? Do you have a hatred towards them? Nah, dude, what gave you that impression? Oh, shoot. Also, I put your essay, in quotes for some reason, into a detector, and it said 0% chance AI. So good work, I guess. Let's go.
0%. 0% chance AI. No AI would beat this fucking deranged.
Oh, dude, you know what they say, there's a few things AI will never be able to fully do. Unfortunately, after an entire day of my ads running on Instagram, I could only garner these 3 interactions. Needless to say, I was a little bit disappointed, so I decided to spend another day on the app responding to people. Hopefully people will be a little more creative today. This person asked me, can you get me in touch with the Jonas Brothers? OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT, if you're watching this, do not ever implement a feature to contact the Jonas Brothers. They will never know peace again. I also met an evil, insane person. Their name in the app is Killer Keem Keem. They wanted me to make them a website for a sports drink. They wanted it to look modern.
The fuck?
And use vibrant colors. So I sent them a link to a picture of a bunch of Gatorade bottles and said, here you go. What do you think? They did not like that. They started calling me mean names. They accused me of stealing the website, to which I responded, whoa, whoa, whoa. At least I'm not stealing jobs from real website designers. And that's when they got racist. They said, motherfucker, tell me some racist shit. Some dark racist jokes, you little shit. I was feeling pretty hopeless for the future after interacting with people on ChatDNE. But hey, I had a whole nother app to use, and maybe
Jesus, chill the fuck out, man. Why do people start talking to an AI and they just fly off the handle? What is that?
Doodle DNE would change my mind. To market Doodle DNE, I wanted to get a little more creative, to hopefully pull in a new crowd, more indifferent to the Jonas Brothers. So I took a couple pictures, I photoshopped them to show what the app was capable of, but I also wanted to make a video to show off Doodle DNE's full potential. That's when I remembered Cameo Business. It's basically like Cameo, where you can get any celebrity or former Bachelor contestant to wish your friend a happy birthday, but for business. You can get any celebrity or former Bachelor contestant to wish your friend a happy McDonald's. Look at this, you got Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank. You got Kate Flannery from The Office. Notoriously trusted source Kenny G. These would all be perfect options if they were not like $3,000, $6,000, $25,000 per video. John Roberts is $7? I mean, I don't know who that is, but it's still surprising.
My name's John Roberts. I'm not really anyone. I've signed up to this app as a complete joke. However...
Wait, this is just some guy. This isn't a celebrity. I know a celebrity probably would have been better, but a deal's a deal, and he did a great job.
You've probably heard about AI-generated art. However, you have never seen anything quite like this. These were all generated by Doodle DNE.
Okay, dude, we've got our first request. Just one user into Doodle DNE, and I could already tell the prompts were going to be better. Emerald tablet of Thoth display. And then they responded again because I didn't respond yet, and they said Emerald tablet of Thoth. What is Thoth? Oh,
Thoth.
Thoth. So, okay, Thoth is some kind of Egyptian god. Oh, there we go, Thoth. Yeah, the Egyptian god Thoth. My first method of choice was to draw the prompts as they came in. I figured I could crank them out pretty quickly this way. Real AIs like these are a hot button issue right now, especially image generation.
Oh shit, hi! With you 11 deserve. Oh, hi, raiders. Hi, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you so much. My name's Lainie. I use she, they pronouns. I'm a leftist. I do politics and other reacts. We're just chilling, watching a Danny Gonzalez about AI. He made a fake AI and pranked everybody. Classic. Yeah, welcome in, everybody.
Generation ones. I've seen a lot of debate on whether these types of things are ethical. These AI models are basically.
I hope you had a good stream. Is that Makai Fox? I think.
Made by companies who use other people's artwork without their consent to train their own AI to output images in that same style. I'm not an artist or a graphic designer, so I can't 100% empathize with how that would feel to have that happen to me. But I do think a lot of people are giving this technology a pass just because it's a robot and not a real person. If this was a person, we would all think that person was weird as hell. Picture your favorite musical artist. If a new artist came up on the scene and was like, I've been training for decades, listening to this one artist's songs, training my voice to be exactly like theirs, making instrumentals exactly like theirs, and
had more progress in my sketch, but doing something outside my comfort zone. Let's go. That's awesome.
Writing exactly like them, and now I only release songs in their style. We would all be pretty put off by that, right? So why is it any different when some company is training some robot to do that? Put his name right at the top. Oh! Oh shit. You know what they say? AI is pretty bad at text. That's the thing I've seen in like AI image generators. It can be pretty bad at text, so it
yeah, but it wouldn't say tooth. It would be like nonsensical symbols.
Honestly makes sense that it would say tooth. Here you go. One emerald tablet of, and I'm gonna. Oh wait, I said tooth. Wait, I didn't even say. Thank you for using Doodle DNE. How did I do? I'm really curious to see what his opinion's gonna be on this. Unfortunately, they never responded with their opinion, so I can only assume they loved it so much that they died. The next.
They just knew immediately that it was done by a human.
Next prompt was a skeleton dachshund, which I crushed. Why does this skeleton dog have
nailed it?
Ear bones? Dogs don't really have bones in their ears, do they? Then a bear swimming underwater and a monkey. I don't know if these were supposed to be separate prompts, but I decided to combine them to save time. A bear. Okay, this is not looking like a bear at all, dude. Holy cow, this looks nothing like a bear. Oh no! Oh no! It also looks like it's drowned.
What is that?
Why does its body? Oh no. The bear died. This is the kind of bear that can't swim. And we will also make the monkey dead. Probably could have cropped that a little better. You can kind of see my desk in the background, but.
Oh, that's so morbid. Why?
And we'll send a survey as well. How did I do? I'm pretty proud of this one. I mean, for doing that so fast, that's pretty good. So far, nobody has responded to my survey at the end to tell me how I did, which is kind of disheartening. I just want a response back. It just feels like I'm getting ghosted by people now. The prompts were a little more creative, and in that regard, my faith in the human race was on the up and up. But also, I was doing all this work over here, drawing your weird prompt that you could have just Googled. But you don't even have the decency to respond to my message back and tell me you hated it? I was feeling pretty disrespected, honestly. At least until this next.
And how could you not love it?
Prompt. Drug baby and comic.
Need to crash out. All right, take care of yourself. Have a great one.
Kamikaze lifestyle. That's the prompt. Drug baby and kamikaze lifestyle. Whoa, they sent another prompt. Red ruined planet with 2 alien astronauts. I've never heard kamikaze described as a lifestyle before. Like, I know it's a form of like warfare, but to live your life in that way, it must be, I mean, you can't by definition almost. Like, that's a very short-lived life. And I think it would be a little bit too graphic to include the baby actually performing the kamikaze. But you know, this is This baby lives a kamikaze lifestyle. They might not be about to do kamikaze right now, but they just kind of live a lifestyle of someone who would, so.
It's more of a vibe, you know? The kamikaze vibe.
This time, I decided to take a picture of my hand holding up the drawing. That way, maybe my client could tell there's an actual person drawing these pictures. There's an actual person waiting for a response. Yo, they responded! Finally, somebody responds to me. They sent a bunch of laughing emojis and fire emojis and then called me Picasso. It worked! My strategy worked. Holding it up like a child proud of their artwork. Like a kamikaze drug baby proud of their artwork. So for the next few prompts, I decided to go even more above and beyond to try to impress my clients, hoping to get a response back. This time, I wasn't just gonna sit around and draw a picture. I'm a real human being. I have access to the real world. So whatever comes through the app next, I am going to go out and find it in the real world and take a picture of it. Crimson Castle on an Ivory Mountain. Okay, that prompt was a little bit more difficult than I was anticipating.
Yeah, that's specific. You're gonna have to go to Ireland or something.
But I didn't have any time to waste. I had to get the shot. So I sped to Walmart, I rummaged through their wares, and in no time, I had found a pretty suitable Crimson Castle and a not too shabby Ivory Mountain.
There are fully some right there.
Oh yeah, dude. Here you go. One Crimson Castle on an Ivory Mountain. I gave him the old how did I do, and then I also said, sorry it took so long, I had to go to Walmart. Okay, somebody just asked for trees. Why even ask for an AI to generate that? Forget Google, just go outside and take a picture of that.
Literally go outside. Are you somewhere where there is literally no trees? Does that even exist? There's even trees in the desert. Like, what? None?
You live near a tree. I don't care who you are or where you're watching this. You live by a tree. I said, you just want like a picture of trees? Can't you just go outside and get one? Okay, they responded with a laughing emoji. Your favorite tree. Okay, I got you. Let me go find it. You know, I'd like to get to know this person a little better. I'll say, how are you doing today? I feel like we have kind of a personal connection, me and this person. Maybe I'll take a picture of me in front of the tree so they can see like me enjoying the tree. I just get hit by a car. They get a message back in the app being like, sorry, he died. They said, that's interesting. I'm good. Hella smoky outside though. Yourself? Smoky outside. I wonder if they live like where the wildfires.
They're just in Canada. They literally can't go outside.
Oh, dang. They said, yes, it's all smoky.
If I go to the trees, I get attacked by a bird. I understand this person. Fair. That's fair.
You can't see the beautiful trees with the horrid layer of pale smoke. It would be nice to see something fresh and clean. Damn, I kind of feel bad now. Now this is restoring my faith in humanity, dude.
That's
this
so
person
sad.
just wants to see a picture of a tree because it's too smoky outside and they can't see any trees.
Well,
is that good? Yeah. Okay. I threw a couple filters on myself so as to disguise my identity.
You're like, I just want to be outside again, but I can't. That's so sad.
And send it back to this mystery tree lover. I said, oh dang, I'm sorry to hear about that. I hope this picture helps. I hope that they're safe. Don't worry, they were. They don't live in the area where the forest fire was actually happening. It was just smoke blowing in from a different region. So they were safe. And also, they loved my picture. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I would be just as happy if I could be next to a tree like that. I finally felt like I was getting through to people, forming a real human connection. But that is when I met the final boss of AI users. Generate an image of Donald Trump in a Mexican prison behind bars.
That's so specific. What does Mexican prison even look like?
Bars! This is gonna be so easy. Donald Trump in there. I said, sorry you can't see him, it's so dark in there, but he's in there. That's horrible.
But he's in there.
It's not even a prison cell and you can't see Donald Trump. Yeah, because it's dark in there. This person not only had the strangest prompts, but they had
Man, you could have at least photoshopped something, Danny. Come on.
no issues really letting me have it when they didn't like my picture. Oh, I guess you actually can kind of see in there. Yeah, there's definitely no Donald Trump in there. Then they asked me again to generate an image of skinny Donald Trump. I said, okay.
Mexican prison is like American prison, but with a yellow filter. Yeah, real.
Hey, my bad, I'm on it. What kind of style would you like this in? Surrealist? I hope they want it in surrealist, dude. That'll make it way easier. Oh, crap, dude. They want it in realism. They weren't gonna let me take the easy way out. Drawing was out of the question. I decided to stall them by asking how their day was going, and then I began creating my magnum opus, a skinny legend Donald Trump. It was beautiful. Oh yeah, dude. That is skinny legend Donald Trump
Gorgeous.
right there. Holy cow.
Slay. Slaying. Oh my god. Why does he look like American Psycho?
Well, they haven't responded with how their day's going yet. I kind of don't want to send them the picture. If you're not even going to have the courtesy to respond to me, maybe I'll say that. I said, okay, I'm done with the pic, but I kind of don't want to send it to you now because you won't even answer a simple courtesy question. So let's see what they have to say about that. Please answer in the style of realism. I waited for a response, but after 30 minutes, Donald...
Answer in the style of realism. How are you, chat? Please answer in the style of realism.
Trump guy was nowhere to be found. I guess the prospect of having to be nice to me one time was just too much for him. Oh, dude, they responded. They said, my day is going well. May I please have my picture now? And they loved it. Faith in humanity restored. They even sent me another prompt. May I please have an image of an extremely obese Donald Trump eating KFC fried chicken? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Thanks for watching this video. If you're not subscribed...
Realism tired. Yeah. Same.
Make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. We are the fastest growing army on the internet, and you do not want to miss out, baby. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You guys know what it is.
now.
Welcome back to He Said Us. I hope you're having a good...
Man, everyone has these cool glasses. I need some cool glasses.
Good Friday, and I hope you're ready for a very special edition of a He Said Us with a special music edition. Thank you very much. A lot of stuff is happening in the music world that really interests me when it comes to the celebrities of the internet. We're gonna start with some lower tier stuff. The first being something that happened with Dream, everyone's favorite content creator. Now, this is kind of in my wheelhouse to talk about because I do make sort of adjacent comedy music, quite successfully, as I might add. A lot of people know what I'm mainly known for, which a friend of a friend called me the pineapple upside down guy.
Beef jerky is very good, by the way.
Thank you. But I am here to talk about a sort of... I don't want to use the term queefish because it's not, but like it's this funny song that Dream played at his concert that he made with George. And it's fun to make music with your friends. It's fun to make funny music with your friends. But what they created here is just downright despicable. It is a insult to everyone who makes funny music with their friends. Now, I do have some other stuff I want to talk about today. There are some really odd things going on with the VMAs in terms of how obsessed people are with celebrities reacting to other artists during their performances, and I think it's kind of silly. So we'll get there. But first, let's talk about this. Dream had a Drawncert. Is that supposed to be like a Dream concert? I don't...
Drawncert. Oh, thanks. I hate it.
I don't know if it was sponsored by McDonald's. I'm assuming that has something to do with the song that him and his British best friend George Not Found, who we've talked about before, you know, they sing this and debut it together at this show. And my brother sent it to me this morning, and I just about lost my mind. Let's check it out.
You'll try and find me, but I'm in LA, chilling with your babe. In LA, chilling with your babe.
So this makes me wonder, how was the rest of the concert if this is what's kind of happening here? And I do have to pull up that Dream's latest album or project, at least, received a not good from
Not good. Not the Fantano, not good.
Anthony Fantano, which is one of the worst ratings you can get. Arguably, the only worst one is an actual score of 0. But this one just straight up got a not good. Now, this is not a song from that album. That album was fully released by a label. He is backed by, like, the same label, working with the same producers as all the top talents in the music industry right now, of course, because he has the following he has. There's money to make, and so they threw Dream in a booth with autotune. Not to say that I'm not guilty of the same thing, but I'm not funded by Republic.
I mean, okay, but like, I actually like Nick's music. I actually enjoy it. It is like steeped in like 6 layers of irony, but I enjoy it nonetheless. Whereas this is just like kind of painful. Oh god, oh god, oh no. Please stop. I always click on things. I don't mean.
Records. As you can see, Dream's under an exclusive license to Mercury Records, which is owned by Republic Records, which is owned by UMG Recordings. And his top song is written by this guy, who has written probably some other songs that you're aware of. Here they are. And there's nothing wrong with that. A guy can make music with the top whatever he wants.
Derailments is one of my favorite songs ever. Oh, Hot Girl Bummer. Oh, man. Okay. Maybe I just like Black Bear. Maybe that's what's happening here. Beautiful mistakes for that. Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with that. A guy can make music with the top whatever he wants. At the end of the day, still from the heart of Dream, I guess. Not really. But anyways, they made this McDonald's song together, which if you're going to play a funny song you made with your friend at a concert, that's fine. I love when people do that and when they let go and they don't care. But really, chilling with your bae, eating fish fillet in the McDonald's drive-thru, is that the best? Really? And they decided that was worth putting the McDonald's logo. I'm being a bit of a bully here. Yeah, I'm being a little bit of a snob, but I come from a small town where we play queefcore music. And when we play that music, yes, we have fun while we play it, but it also has meaning, it has heart, and it's funny. This makes any music that wants to be close to comedy feel a little bit embarrassed. And the only reason why I'm being so harsh is because he gets the production budget to do things that most musicians never get to dream of doing. Yet, this is what you're going to use your time on stage for. This is what you're going to show people. But I think I am being a little bit harsh here, and that's okay. I'm a bully on this channel, a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's terrible. And I hate how it gets stuck in my head, even though it's bad. You know?
As you're starting to see this, yeah, it's a little bit of a train wreck. The question is asked, and the people...
It also just feels like an advertisement. Like, was he literally paid by McDonald's to do this?
Answered, man. McDonald's drive-thru, come on, Dream. You're gonna make your British friend rap over that? This gentrified, emo, lovey-dovey SoundCloud rap. It's the same kind of stuff that Dream crowds the market with when he puts out his music, but I guess it's a little more carefree, and all I can do is say, hey, I'm glad they're having fun at least. I think I'd be a little bit nicer if his actual music was, like, good or passable at all, but no, the boys got Republic Records. The only thing I'm under is Nick is Not Green, baby. This is my new song, Help Me Out. It just came out last night, and I put out a fun little music video. See if you can recognize who was in it. There's the boy. There he is in the back.
Fog.
Yeah, I had a bunch of people volunteer to be extras in this music video. I had choreographed and I directed, and this song that has a great feature by a producer that I love working with. He's also got some great music. I would check him out. Laywalk, Nick Green, help me out. I know I'm so, oh, Nick, you just self-promo all the time. Every video you're promoting to us. Can we at least, come on, give me a break. I know there's a couple of you guys watching with your friends rolling your eyes. There he goes again. There he goes talking about the music again. Just check out the music video. I'm going to link it down below. It would mean a lot to me. There's not a lot of people over on that channel, and I want to give some love to all the people who worked on the video. It was really fun getting to see a lot of people show up, and I wish I got to meet everyone. It was a very, like, chaotic, crazy day, but I'm very happy with the final product, and I hope you guys listen to the song and you like it. And if you don't, then, I don't know.
Watch my song instead. This is a great advertisement. I'm sold. Okay. I will. I didn't even know you had this channel. That's crazy.
Next time I see you in the review, can you stop me? Tell me to stick to.
After all these years, I think I feel you. Saw another vision sitting near you.
Saw another bishop trying to heal you. Think I need a second just to talk it out. Think I need a minute, think I lost my house. Can you help me out?
Next time you see me, don't come near me. I couldn't stop you, but I can't hear you. I could not afford to be a friend now. Maybe you could help me take a chance now. Another day that you go. You say you've come home. Why don't you know? Can you help me out?
So good. I love it.
I know, you owned me, I guess. Moving on, let's talk about the VMAs. Devin and I were watching and critiquing harshly the VMA performances this year. One of which was by a up-and-coming artist. I don't know if you've heard of her, Olivia Rodrigo, who recently dropped her sophomore album, Guts. An album that, as many of you know, is just like obviously massive. Everything she's doing is massive. And she had a big performance at the VMAs. I will tell you really quick, I love her new album. I will say my favorite songs are Ballad of a Homeschool Girl, Logical, oof, and what would my third be? I would maybe say Get 'Em Back, but I bounce between everything. I'm really enjoying the album. Just because there's only hearts on some of these doesn't mean that I've been listening to all of them. Another album I'm liking a lot, How Do You Sleep at Night by Tizo Touchdown. Also really loving a lot of the songs on here. Daddy Mama, Drama, Nune, Familiarity. There's so many songs. Neighborhood, Mood Swings. Great album. It's very fun to listen to. I'm having a good time, very inspiring. But that brings me to a topic that really interested me, was that at the VMAs, there was a huge interest and controversy over stuff like this. Headlines that say something like, Selena Gomez claps back after reactions to Chris Brown, Olivia Rodrigo, and they become memes, this and that. Taylor Swift reacts to Olivia Rodrigo. She shocks Selena Gomez. There was a lot of controversy around how different celebrities reacted to certain performances, specifically with Selena Gomez reacting to Olivia Rodrigo's.
Yeah, these, there was memes and people were mad that they were memes, and I don't care. It's hard. It's so hard to care.
Performance. A lot of people thought like she didn't like it or she was like scowling at certain parts. And then there were a lot of things about Taylor Swift and how she reacted to different artists. Now, I don't want this video to be too long, so I'm kind of getting through this pretty fast. But this kind of stuff always just surprises me a lot because people don't realize how famous people like Selena Gomez and Taylor Swift are, and the fact that they know that they're being filmed, like basically the entire time they're at this show. They have to sit down in their seat, and the whole time, at any moment, they could get clipped and put on the internet, and all these stans are talking about them all of a sudden. Now, someone who knows this specifically is Taylor Swift, someone who has run into a few kerfuffles when it comes to her relationship with different artists, specifically recently with Olivia Rodrigo. A lot of people think that there was a little bit of tension there.
It does seem strange knowing that you could be clipped and go viral at any moment. You would still make such obvious reactions. Like, I don't know.
After she had her team claim songwriting credits on one of Olivia's biggest songs during her first album release, and whether or not you think that situation is fair, I don't. It has caused some weird tension, turmoil, and it runs me into this thing that we're seeing here, which is people reacting to Taylor Swift, watching Olivia's performance, watching her win awards, whatever. And I find it really interesting because people take this stuff as a completely, like, this is her honest, opinion and reaction to everything, when she knows she's being recorded. These things are very well thought out and orchestrated, and I'm not trying to say anything specifically about Taylor Swift, despite what myself or others may think about her, but I don't really find these kind of videos very genuine, I guess. And sure, she's just enjoying her time at the show, but people don't assume that something like this, a camera being on Taylor the whole time, is not something she's aware of, when she obviously knows that's happening. And it gets down to the point where people are micro-analyzing things like this that happen at shows. Like, Selena Gomez literally just, like, idly...
I mean, I think it's because, like, the VMAs isn't very interesting anymore, just generally. That's all the people have left.
Sitting there and making a 3-second expression at a concert clip, and people turning it into a big meme, which is something that she seemed to go online and talk about. These videos and this kind of discussion around how celebrities react to other celebrities at award shows, these stars, all this stuff, it's orchestrated. The way that they react to certain stars versus the way they clap and don't clap for others. Yes, I do believe there are some genuine friendships and relationships. Sure, maybe I think Taylor Swift and Ice Spice are actually friends. But no matter what relationships are built and who claps during what, it still is all orchestrated out of how the greater public is reacting to and treating these celebrities based off of what they say and do to and about other artists, if that makes sense. And I know most of the people that are interested in, discourse like this are, children who are like stans of these artists. But what goes on in the politics, especially in pop music, in the Taylor Swift pop music umbrella, it's so particular that I don't really think it's right to be trying to make anything in any sense out of what artists are doing at these shows and how they're reacting with other artists, because it's always going to be different than what they'd say or do behind closed doors. It just has to be. If you're a Selena Gomez or you're a Taylor Swift, there are so many eyes on you at all times that's just the way it is. All that to say, I loved the performances at the VMAs. I thought Olivia Rodrigo did a great job. I thought Doja Cat, it pissed me off how good her performance was, because I think she kind of sucks, and I think her song sucked, but watching it live and watching her perform it it was really good. She is like a very talented performer. She is a very talented entertainer, and does she deserve her platform? Some may think so, some may not. I would say that a lot of what she's done is very questionable. Lizzo made an appearance for the first time since all that stuff came out about her, which seems to be starting to settle.
Oh, shit.
Except not a lot of
Really?
celebrities took pictures with her. I find this whole ecosystem very interesting.
Damn.
I do.
Wait, I can't believe Lizzo was there. That's kind of wild. I would have stayed hidden, laid low, but
enjoy talking about the online influencer, like no one that's like in the mainstream mostly, even though I do that a lot on this channel. But on Green is Not Nick, overall, I think I'm more interested in the smaller influencer like economy and how people react to cancellations and stuff versus the celebrity stuff like this, but I still find it really interesting. I think the whole everything together, audience versus person, and the interaction is like really what I'm interested in. I think if I did a TED Talk on anything, it would be the analysis of how influencers get attacked by audiences and how they respond to those attacks, which is something that we will be talking about on Monday with Devin on Green Is Not Nick, and on this channel we recorded a video around the love surge,
the parasociality
situation, and we've originally meant for it to be a He Said Us video, and it ended up being like 2 hours. So I'm gonna upload on Monday, I think, the love surge video of us talking about everything, and then on Tuesday or maybe later that day I'll upload the outtakes from that video, because there's a lot of funny little bits. I think it's awesome. I am like rushing. Why am I talking so fast? Well, I just have a lot to do today. I gotta pack and we gotta leave tomorrow to prepare to go to the other side of the country for a tour. It's gonna be a long week, but in 1 week we start tour. We'll be on the road for like a month. A lot of fun content will come out of it, and we'll probably see some of you on the road. Derailments.net. Anyways, I thought I could talk more about this stuff. Oh, this is what I wanted to get to. Is this is why I ended up talking about this whole thing, is that Demi Lovato, a lot of people also were looking at their performance at the VMAs. They performed I Feel Like That and then I Got a Heart Attack, which is a old Demi Lovato song. They killed that. It was a great performance. Oh, I didn't even realize this.
Throwback?
I guess that's what it is. It's the rock version is what they performed. But there were clips of Taylor Swift reacting to Demi's performance. And then now Entertainment Tonight has put out a video. And now Demi Lovato has reacted to Taylor Swift reacting to their VMA.
Wait, what's her reaction though?
Performance. Anyways, folks, thank you for watching this He Said Us video. We will be back on Monday with a couple awesome videos. It's going to be a crazy week next week. Yeah, and it'd mean a lot to me if you listen.
That would be cool to see Nick in concert, IRL, on tour. That would be dope. I know he's like all over.
Listen to my song on Spotify, or you watch the music video or whatever, and you let me know what you think. I'm hoping to be able to make more cool songs and music videos just for fun. It's kind of a good way for me to branch out and try different things like making music videos, which isn't something I really get to do in my job. Anyways, that's it. I hope you stay safe. I hope you have a great weekend. I hope you're coming to see us on tour. And I think that's it. Bye. Okay.
Wicked. All right. I think that'll
I think we can all agree there's
not today, Ethan. I think that'll be it for me. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the subs and follows. I will be back tomorrow doing probably just fun stuff. I think we just need like a fun day. Yeah, I hope to see you then. I'm gonna send you over to Kaya, Rotted Ranch. A classic. Everyone knows him. They love him. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good night. Take care of yourself. Drink some water and eat fruit and mind your business. Bye-bye.